Copyright information. The Veiled Diplomat. Book 3 in the Reluctant Assassin series. 100 Hall's Universe series. Copyright 2018 by Thomas K. Carpenter. Cover design copyright 2021 by Raven. This is a digitally narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. Near the Spire, August 2015. Complications with a side of innuendo. The city of Sorcery seemed different to Zayn on his first morning back, and it wasn't just the strange golden beam emanating from the second ward like some crazy spotlight for a retro disco party. He caught Keelan's eye as they stepped off the all-night train from Atlanta. "Something seem weird to you?" asked Keelan with his eyebrow raised. "Like the city is a little insubstantial?" asked Zayn, adjusting the backpack slung over his right shoulder. "I was going to say glittering. No, that's not right. Maybe like it has a halo." As he moved out of the way of the other train passengers, Zayn blinked hard, trying to clear the fuzziness from his vision. "It's like that weird haze that collects in the valley south of the junkyard on some mornings that makes it look like another realm," said Zayn. "Yeah," said Keelan, his voice far away. "Maybe there's a festival or something." "We'll find out soon enough," said Zayn. They headed towards the gondola station. The air was cool for August. He could smell rain in the air, though there wasn't a cloud in the sky. To their surprise, Vin and Portia were waiting at the station. Vin was dressed like a male model, with a $200 haircut and an expensive tight-fitting suit that cinched at his midsection. He gave them each a big hug. He'd spent the summer working as an intern for a congressman in D.C. It was a job that Priyanka had set up for him. "How was the swamp?" asked Keelan. "Not as bad as I thought it'd be," said Vin. "Says the guy that the swamp ate," said Portia. "You look like a pimp for a high-end escort business." Vin acted like he was smoothing lint from his lapel. "Compliment accepted. I was working on blending in for, Another heist," finished the rest of the team, including Skylar, who had just entered the room. "What the Merlin?" said Portia, staring at Skylar, who had shaved her long silky black hair down to a short stubble. She was wearing a bulky army jacket, black jeans and heavy boots. Skylar looked a little apprehensive at the way the rest of the team was staring at her. "Hey guys. Is everything okay?" "Yeah, just processing," said Vin with his eyes slightly bugged out. "I shaved it a few days ago," said Skylar, running her hand over the fuzz. "It's not too extreme, is it?" "No," said Portia, who reached out and vigorously rubbed Skylar's head with two hands. "It's amazing. I love it. Is this Ripley from Alien? Or maybe Evie from V for Vendetta?" "I'm just surprised," said Keelan. "I like it, but I'm surprised. Doesn't it go against your fashionista plans?" While looking back over her shoulder as if she could see into Los Angeles, Skylar snarled her lips. "This summer was a disaster. I love clothes, makeup, the whole deal, but dealing with those awful people all summer, coming into the boutique, treating us like crap. I hated it." She shook her head, looking at her boots. "So I'm taking a break. I figured this was as far away from fashionable as I could get." Vin scrunched up his mouth. "A million stoner girls just shed a tear." "Enough about me," said Skylar, poking them each rapidly. "What the hell did you guys do all summer?" "I got dirt on people while looking fly," said Vin, spreading his arms out in a tar-da motion. Portia held up her arm. A nasty curved scar went down the length of her forearm. "I hiked the PCT, from Mexico to Canada. A matador attacked me on a mountain in Oregon. I scared it away, but it got me with a tail spike." The others looked at Zayn and Keelan, and then Keelan looked at him. Zayn opened his mouth to speak, but he and his cousin hadn't talked about all that had happened during the summer. He'd meant to on the train ride up, but Keelan had slept the whole way. "I mean, it's Varna," said Zayn with a shrug. "What is there to do?" He could tell by the way they looked at him that they knew he was obfuscating, but it was the first day back, and they were giving him a pass. "The gondola's here," said Vin. They approached the gondola from the student line. When they got up to the front, the attendant, a grotesquely long-limbed guy who was probably from Eastomancium Hall, pulled aside the velvet rope. "Zayn, Keelan, Skylar, Portia, Vin," he rattled off, reading from a piece of paper. "Yeah." He stepped out of the way, motioning for them to get inside. "This one is yours, private car." No one said anything, because they didn't have to. This was strange, but they weren't about to question it yet. When the door closed and the car lurched into motion, Skylar said, "What's going on? Where's the rest of the class?" "I was wondering that myself," said Zayn. Portia snapped her fingers. "Did you guys sense something when you first came to the city? Like you'd stepped into a Dr. Alt painting?" "I don't know that painter, but yeah, it was strange for us too," said Keelan. "Though by the time I reached the gondola station it was gone." Everyone was shaking their heads. "Whoa," said Vin. "Check that out." The team turned towards the second ward. North of the Glitterdome, past the rows of theaters with their spectacular illusions beckoning potential ticket buyers, an enormous building was being constructed. The details were hidden behind massive wooden privacy walls, but from the top, a golden beam of light brightened the sky. The beam was as wide as 4 city buses, and when it slipped into the cloud layer, the edges sparkled as if it were being refracted 1,000,000 times. Zayn almost expected it to be making a humming noise from its intensity. "There must be dozens of stone singers working on that building. I can't imagine how much it costs," said Vin. "Forget the building. Do you know how much land costs on that street? You might as well ask to build on the front lawn of the White House," said Skylar, shaking her head. "Does anyone know what it is?" asked Keelan. An uneasy feeling swirled in Zayn's gut. Something about it felt familiar, but he couldn't place his finger on it. "I think that's what caused that weird feeling when we got to the city," said Zayn, speaking without really thinking about it. Everyone nodded in agreement, while they kept their faces plastered to the window. "We're headed to the 7th ward," said Portia. Zayn squeezed his face against the glass, watching the city pass below, which made him remember his first days in the 100 Halls, when the gondola ride to the spire had been a terrifying experience. Now he knew he'd missed the city when he had to return to Varna for the final time. But thankfully, that wasn't for another 2.5 years. When he glanced at Keelan, his heart grew heavy. After they'd learned the truth about Keelan's father, Zayn thought Keelan might have given up on becoming a watcher, but he wasn't so sure about that after the events of the summer. Instructor O'Keefe was waiting for them at the gondola station, wearing a kilt and a concerned expression. With business-like efficiency, O'Keefe marched the other way when they climbed out of the gondola. Since she hadn't spoken, no one said a word as they followed her to a residential street with 3-story brownstones stacked next to each other. Instructor O'Keefe brought them to a brownstone in the middle of the block, with a white door and a brick front. A wave of her hand revealed runes on the welcome mat, which she disarmed with a whisper. Inside, O'Keefe, wearing a sour expression, spread her arms wide. "Congratulations, this is your home for your 3rd year in the academy." Zayn glanced around the modestly furnished house. There were stains on the stucco ceiling, and the dining room table was dinged up. It had a slightly moldy smell, as if the last residents hadn't done a good job keeping it clean. "Why not the honeycomb?" asked Keelan with his lips curled. "3rd years didn't live out of the hall last year." "Actually, they did, laddie. We put a spell on ya so you wouldn't know. Can't go ruining the fun you're gonna have this year," she said. Somehow Zayn didn't think his definition of fun matched hers. Instructor O'Keefe glanced out the window in the direction of the 2nd ward. "Schooling will continue, don't you worry about that, though some of your instructors will be different from years past." "Will class be at the honeycomb?" asked Vin. Instructor O'Keefe pursed her lips with consternation. "Sometimes. There's a portal in the back of the Blackest Cup coffee shop, on the next street over. It's owned by an alumni, so no worries. One of your classmates will be along with your books and your class schedules." She glanced around, looking like she was suddenly late for an appointment. "I should go. Good luck this year." The instructor whisked out the front door, leaving Zayn and his team bewildered. There were a lot of shared glances. Zayn felt like he'd been pushed off a truck in the middle of nowhere. Before anyone else could say anything, Portia said, "Is it just me, or does anyone else feel like this is a trap?" At that moment, somewhere in the back of the house, a door slammed shut. Chapter 2. 7th Ward, August 2015. Wrong place at the wrong time. The metallic scent of phase filled the air, as Zayn and his teammates put up defensive enchantments. Skylar took 2 big steps, then leapt onto the bookcase next to the door leading to the back of the house. Portia pulled a flaming knife from out of nowhere, while Keelan and Vin moved into position on either side of the beige couch. Zayn, concerned that it was a feint, backed up to the front door, keeping the whole room in his view. Zayn whispered, "Stunning strike," before the door opened and the 5 of them blasted the person coming in with a spell that would numb the target's limbs. The spell had leapt from his hands before he realized the identity of the individual coming through the door. The 5 spells slammed into their third-year classmate Eddie, who had a stack of tomes in his arms taller than him. He was backing into the room, so the spells hit him right in the butt, and he threw the books into the air as his muscles seized up. "Oh no!" cried Skylar, who was first to reach him. Eddie hit the ground like a stiff board dropped from a truck, spit coming out of his mouth as he convulsed. Portia applied a countercharm, which released the worst of the spell's effects, but he still twitched for a good minute. When he could finally speak, Eddie said, What was that for?" "Sorry, Eddie. This whole day has been a little off. We thought this place was a trap and the O'Keefe was an imposter," said Zayn. Eddie groaned as they helped him into a sitting position. His pants had split down the seams during the convulsions, making him look like he was wearing chaps. He wiped the spit from his lips. "Man, you guys are weird. Everyone else was happy to see me. Hey Eddie, how you doing? What did you do this summer? Hey Eddie, isn't this cool, we get to live in the city this year? Not an ass full of stunning blasts. I feel like someone shot my whole body up with Novocaine." "We're so sorry, Eddie," said Skylar, grimacing. "How can we make it up to you?" When Eddie realized who he was talking to, his face scrunched up. "What the hell happened to you? You fall into a blender or join a punk band? Or was it a punk band blender?" Skylar pushed him onto his back. "You had to go and ruin it as usual, Eddie." "What?" he said as Keelan helped him to his feet. "Never mind," said Skylar. "What's the deal this year? Did they tell you guys anything?" Eddie shook his head. "Same shtick you got." He looked at them suspiciously. "Look, I got to get back to my team. I had the tomes all organized for you, but you can figure them out yourself. The schedules are in there too. See you all at the honeycomb." He left, shaking his limbs as if he were trying to get the life back into them. After he left, everyone went to the books. Vin found the schedule tucked into the Mastery of Mastery. "This is weird. We don't have class until next Thursday, and it's with an instructor Koenig teaching Obfuscian magic. I've never heard of him or that discipline," said Vin. "It's vaguely familiar," said Portia, "but go on." "There's the usual sparring classes with instructor Allgood. I can't believe I'm excited about seeing him again. No sign of Pennywhistle, Noyade or the patron herself." He tapped on the paper. "There's an instructor Minoan listed at the bottom, but no times or instructions are shown." Zayn moved to the front windows which faced the second ward. The golden beam towered over the city, competing with the spire for dominance of the skyline. "Anyone else think they sent us on the gondola for a reason?" asked Zayn. "Like we were meant to take a good look at that building." "That's what I was thinking," said Keelan, joining him at the window. "It's like they're doing everything they can to not talk about something. I bet it's whatever is making that golden spotlight." Portia, who had been standing to the side with her face scrunched up in thought, snapped her fingers. "Obfuscian magic is a way to thwart divinations, seers and even prophecies if you're clever enough." Zayn looked to Keelan, who was nodding even before he spoke. "It's like when I fooled the goon's amulet, the guy they first worked for in Varna. If you were plotting against him, it got warm, like a warning beacon for treachery. I wonder if that's why they won't talk about it. There's nothing in the Herald of the Halls about it, said Skylar, looking up from her smartphone. There's tons of speculation, but nobody knows who's building it or what it's for. It's got all sorts of wards on it. There's a whole article about students getting sent to Golden Willow Clinic with various ailments after trying to sneak in. Amateurs, said Vin, tugging on the bottom of his jacket with his chest puffed out. So yeah, we're going in there, said Zayn as he was looking at the class schedule. But not until we do some things first. No need to rush in and end up like the others. Vin put a hand to his chest in faux heartache. Not rush in. Someone check him to make sure he's not a doppelganger. What's the first thing, boss? Asked Skylar, saluting him. Do we need secret identities? Do I need to get to work acquiring a wardrobe room? Knockout potions or forget-me bombs? All that, yes, eventually, said Zayn, who couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. He'd really missed his team. But first we need to do the important things, like pick rooms and go to the grocery store. Boing, said Skylar, flopping on the couch dramatically. After that, we need to put some enchantments on the house. Eddie just waltzing in was a sign that we're unprepared. If, when we investigate that building, whatever it is, we need to make sure we've got a home base to come back to. A general excitement permeated the air. After 2 years in the Academy of the Subtle Arts, they weren't fresh-faced novices, getting their butts handed to them, day in and day out by instructor Allgood. They tangled with the Black Council and come away with the word of annihilation, a task once thought impossible, and saved the 100 halls. They were ready for anything the world could throw at them, in their 3rd year. Chapter 3. 7th Ward, September 2015. Biscuits but not gravy. A small fire had broken out in the kitchen, setting off the alarms and bringing Zayn rushing down to find his cousin Keelan in an apron, covered with flour. He was standing in the middle of a room full of black smoke, coughing, as he pulled a tray of burnt food from the oven. Zayn opened the back door to let the smoke out. Keelan carried the tray outside, tossing it onto the concrete pad behind the house. Charred bits of bacon scattered across the grass. The rest of the team flooded into the kitchen, waving their hands. Skylar used a wind spell to push the smoke out of the kitchen. What happened? Asked Zayn. I was busy with the pancake batter, and forgot about the bacon in the oven. I don't think the timer works, said Keelan with his forehead scrunched. At that moment the oven dinged, and Keelan's shoulders shrunk as his head flopped back. Or maybe I set it for too long. Nevia makes this look so easy. Vin was poking the bits of charred bacon in the grass with his boot. Bacon abuse. We might have to turn you in to the authorities. Portia patted Keelan on the shoulder. At least you burnt the bacon so bad that there was no chance of anyone eating it, unlike my chicken cordon bleu, with frozen centers and lava, like cheese, a culinary impossibility. Vin put his finger into his mouth and tapped on the top while mumbling, I think the roof is still burnt. You'd think we'd be able to figure out a simple recipe. We can do magic after all, said Skylar, chuckling. The ringing of the doorbell turned their heads towards the front of the house. The burnt bacon was quickly abandoned, as everyone ran to the door to see who had come to visit. Zayn hoped it was one of the instructors with which they were familiar. While they'd spent the week getting used to living in a house together, and reading through the tomes Eddie had brought them, they were anxious to start real learning. No one was at the front door. A Zephyr delivery truck was pulling away as they piled onto the porch. An antique chest sat on the doorstep. Portia, who was first, checked it for traps before bringing it inside. She placed it on the dining room table carefully, as if it might contain a bomb. Locked? Asked Vin as Portia examined the magical signature by exhaling phase. It was a bit like blowing on a window in winter, to see if anyone had left a message. It was a trick that Pennywhistle had taught them last year, though it had its limitations. Yes, she said, but it appears key to individuals. It looks like academy work, so I think it's safe to open. Everyone except Portia backed away, as she pressed her finger against the lock to transmit phase into the mechanism. Once she did, there was an audible click, and the lid creaked open. Zayn crowded around the open chest with his teammates. Portia pulled out a handful of passports, along with an envelope that they quickly determined held plane tickets to London round-trip, with a one-day turnaround. "Secret mission?" asked Keelan hopefully. "I doubt it," said Zayn. "They're in our real names. And the flight is this afternoon in Philadelphia. We'll have to hurry to get there." "I can't believe there's no note or anything telling us what this is or where to go," said Vin as he searched the chest. Zayn flipped the envelope over. It had an address in London, written on it. "I have a feeling we'll figure it out when we get there." They kept packing to a minimum, nothing more than would fit in a backpack. As they headed to the airport, Zayn could hardly sit still, bouncing his knees in the back of the taxi SUV. While he'd been through portals to other realms, he'd never flown in an airplane. He hoped they came with less nausea. They had to go through the special line for people with magic. When they got onto the plane, they realized they were in coach class. Vin was disappointed, on account of his size. The 6-hour flight was uneventful. They landed in London, found a ghost taxi, the driver was wearing a top hat, and made their way to the address on the envelope. They clustered outside the bright blue door of the house. Well-manicured bushes stood outside like sentinels. Before Zayn could raise his hand to knock, the door silently opened, revealing a resigned Percival Davies in a three-piece suit, his wire-rimmed glasses firmly against his face. "Cheers," he said without a trace of warmth. "Do come in. Try not to touch anything." Vin turned to everyone with his eyes wide with excitement and mouthed, "Imbuements." "Thanks, Inspector Clouseau. When did you figure that out?" said Skylar, pushing Vin forward. As they followed Percival through a delightfully English house with lace-covered couches on oriental rugs, paintings of older relatives hung on various walls, and the smell of coriander lingering in the air, Zayn found his mind whirling through the possibilities of what their third-year imbuement could be. It had been a topic for the team during the week in the house. It was a bit like waking up on Christmas morning to open presents, only the present was something that would make you more awesome. The rest of the team looked like they were bursting with giddiness too. A tattooing table and artist chair had been set up in a small kitchen. The team sat around his breakfast table in a sunlit nook, while Percival addressed them. "There's tea in the pot and biscuits on the plate. Help yourself while you wait, but please don't touch anything unless absolutely necessary," said an exasperated Percival, who looked like having them in his personal space might cause him to explode, politely of course. Keelan put his hand up. "Yes?" asked Percival. With a perfectly serious face, Keelan pointed to the plate and said, "Those aren't biscuits. You eat biscuits with gravy. That's a cookie." The whole team stifled their chuckles. "Seriously though," said Keelan. "What's the imbuement this time? I had my bets on the ability to see through walls." Percival took his glasses off and carefully polished them with a lace-edged towel that had been daintily hanging over the oven handle. When he was finished, he placed the glasses back on his face and said, "The imbuement will provide you with the ability to move unseen." "Whoa, invisibility?" asked Vin. "Not exactly, and not without limitations." He sighed heavily. "This sort of thing is best delivered by the mistress, but since she is currently unavailable, I will have to do my best." "Where is she?" asked Portia. Percival suddenly looked like he wanted to crawl out of his skin. "It is not my place to speak of her duties." He cleared his throat. "The imbuement does not make one invisible, or allow you to walk through walls. Rather, it is a slight shift into another space, one inhabited more keenly by the more incorporeal of beings." "Ghost," said Portia. "That is one common description, but that is not what these are. The proper term for this realm is the Veil. It's the place of change that some interpret as death, but that's not entirely the right description. The imbuement allows you to step into the Veil, not completely, but enough to hinder others from seeing you. The mistress wanted me to warn you that using this imbuement for longer than a dozen heartbeats is unwise, and that while you are there, you should not use magic." "And why is that?" asked Zayn. She did not explain, and since I am not a member of your hall, I do not have personal experience to draw from, so I would take it as a hard limit," said Percival. "You may, of course, experiment within those limits. If there are no more questions, I'd like to get started. Who's first?" A general excitement passed through them, shared with bright-eyed glances. Portia moved to the tattoo table first, leaving Zayn and the others to busy themselves while she received her imbuement. While the others, against Percival's wishes, wandered the lower level of his quaint English house, Zayn stayed at the table, his mind dancing through ideas on how they might use the imbuement first. As soon as they got back to Invictus, they were going to investigate the Golden Building. Chapter 4. 7th Ward, September 2015. No risk, no reward, but maybe death. "Are you really sure we should be doing this?" asked Skylar, perched on the back of the couch in their living room. She was wearing a white tank top and ratty jeans. "We've got class tomorrow morning with this instructor Koenig. Shouldn't we get some sleep? I doubt we're going to get any once the semester really starts." The others watched as Zayn paced in front of the tiny fireplace. He'd been rehearsing the argument in his head for why they should investigate the building, but it didn't stand up to his own self-evaluation. "I think we should know." He paced back to the fireplace and rapped his knuckles against the mantel before turning back around. "We should go because it's there. Clearly Priyanka wants us to investigate it. Everything's been pointing in that direction since we arrived in Invictus." "Shouldn't we wait?" suggested Vin, scrunching his shoulders. "We've only been back a week. We've got our imbuements but nothing else. We've got each other, and we escaped the Bastille with the word last year. Surely we can do a little reconnaissance on a building in our home city. I'm not saying we're going to do anything crazy, just a little reconnoitering," said Zayn. Keelan made an exaggerated gagging cough sound. "You just wanted to use that big word, didn't you?" "Says the straight-A student," said Zayn. "I've got to impress you somehow. Come on, let's go. Like you said, we've got class tomorrow. We might not get another chance." They finally agreed to investigate the Golden Building. Everyone changed into more appropriate clothing, which in another time might have looked suspicious, but the prevalence of hoodies and workout gear made them look like they were out for a nighttime jog, an illusion which was helped by subtle look-away enchantments and a mask of shadow that hid their identities. The golden spotlight emanating from the center of the building project made navigating the streets easy. They passed through an 8th Ward neighborhood and came up on the backside of the building. It was near enough to the Glitterdome that Zayn could hear the crowds even without his sensing imbuement. Visible over the buildings, a massive illusion of a feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaged down Orpheum Street, bringing faint screams of delight to his ears. Wooden walls built to keep people out of the area surrounded the building, along with a chain-link fence. The protections were mundane and quickly bypassed. A security guard had wandered through the area, but they easily avoided him. A door in the wooden wall revealed the building beyond. Zayn felt a stab of familiarity, followed by bewildering strangeness. Out of the corner of his eye he caught movement like the heat haze coming off a desert highway. It reminded him of the feeling he'd had when he first stepped into the city. "What the hell is that?" whispered Vin, looking up at the monstrous building with suspicion. "It looks grown," said Portia. "Not stone singer work at all. I'm not sure I like this." Zayn had spent enough time studying his mother's architectural drawings to recognize the influences contained within the designs, but also that other portions were otherworldly. "It looks like Parisian architecture, a bit of Notre Dame, a bit of the Grand Palais, but also something different," said Zayn in a hushed voice. "What now?" asked Keelan. "We still don't know who's making this or what it's for. Let's go deeper, see what we can find," said Zayn. There were no doors in the nascent building, clearly they would be added later, so they strolled inside, finding large rooms with arched ceilings. Each one was empty. The deeper they went, the less defined the interior was, as if it was still being formed. In one vast room, the grand pillars holding up the roof looked like they were sagging. "I think we should go," whispered Portia. I feel like someone is watching us. The feeling of unease made Zayn's shoulder blades itch, but he wasn't ready to leave until they knew the identity of the owners of the building. He motioned for them to follow, but Portia stayed back at the exit of the large room. The others seemed to share her discomfort, so Zayn gave their secret sign for watch and listen as he moved ahead alone. Amping his senses, Zayn didn't hear anything besides the slow breathing of his teammates. He was about to give the sign for continue when he noticed that one of the pillars in the room had been finished. As it was strikingly familiar, Zayn moved closer, and about the time he reached it, the answer came to him. He'd seen one just like it last year on an errand with Priyanka. "The Diamond Court," he whispered. The identity of the owners blew a chill wind through his gut. While the Matri were not an enemy, they were inherently dangerous, and the fact that one of the three factions was making a more substantial investment into the city of Sorcery worried Zayn on a fundamental level. The Matri, or city elves as people like to think of them, were individually more powerful than the combined abilities of his team. Academy lessons about the Matri had boiled down to one simple idea: avoid conflict. "Get out now." To his right, a piece of void spilled into the room, followed by two smoky pale Matri in billowing white robes wielding hooked blades. Zayn threw a force blast as covering fire while sprinting towards his team, but two more Matri appeared directly in his way, forcing him to veer to a side chamber. He glimpsed Keelan throwing up multiple illusions of himself to cover his teammates' retreat. While Zayn wanted to get back to them, the Matri on his tail left him so focused on his own survival that he could hardly spare them a thought. He raced through the hallways at a blinding speed, barely looking before he made each turn. Each time he thought he had outpaced them, they appeared in a new location, cutting him off. Pausing at an intersection for only a blink, Zayn nearly lost his head as a Matri appeared around the corner, smashing her blade into the wall, right where Zayn had just been standing. He sprinted across the large room towards an opening he knew led to the outside. Right before he reached it, a shimmering golden fist appeared, slamming into his gut and throwing him into the far wall. Almost as soon as he hit the ground, two more Matri appeared in their flowing robes and hooked blades, joining the other two that were already in the room. Zayn kicked off a pillar, flinging himself out of the way of their blades and flipping onto his feet, but a second shimmering fist punched him into the wall. With the wind knocked out of him, Zayn looked up to see that he was surrounded by four Matri, who had every angle of escape cut off. The Matri in the middle, a tall female, motioned to the others, and a shimmering field blocked him into the corner of the room. Then they approached slowly, as if they knew he had no chance to get away. Chapter 5. Diamond Court Embassy, September 2015. Sometimes things come back. Trapped inside the Golden Building, surrounded by four Matri guards, Zayn reviewed his options. There was no way he could overcome even one of them in a direct fight, so battling the four of them was out. He had no avenue for escape either, since he had stone walls behind him and an unknown shimmering field keeping him from sprinting past them, not that he thought he could avoid their hooked blades. "Shall we kill him or capture him?" "Capture?" asked the Matri on the far right with golden-flecked grey eyes. They looked stray rays of light slipping through an overcast sky. "Hold him, Precept," said Capture, the tall female Matri in the front. She had a severe, angular look. "I want to know who is plotting against us. The seers have been useless thus far." "They told us about this incursion at least," said Precept, sneering. Zayn squeezed his hands into fists in frustration. Once again, he'd rushed into failure. His teammates had been right to express caution. He just hoped they'd gotten away. Precept straightened, letting his hooked blade dip towards the floor. He held his hand out peacefully. "Come now. Let us not fight. It will only go badly for you. Show us who you are. Pull back your hood." The last time he'd been exposed to the Matri, Priyanka had given him an alchemical antidote to counter their ability to influence. Without it, Precept's voice was like a tendril in his mind, wrapping around his will. Zayn lifted his hands to pull back his hood. He felt like an observer in his own body. As his fingers brushed the soft fabric, he fought against the command. He had almost resisted when Capture spoke. Listen to him. He wants to help you. The moment her words entered his ears, he felt all resistance fade. His will was shoved to the back of his mind. He had to watch as his hands hooked around the edges of the hood and pulled it off his head. His face is hidden in shadow, said Precept angrily. Let me take his head off, and then we'll see who it is. Internally he breathed a sigh of relief that he had prepared an enchantment that the notoriously sharp-eyed Matri couldn't see through, although that relief faded the moment Precept lifted his sword. Zayn used the window of opportunity to act, doing the only thing he could think to do. He pushed Phase into the stealth imbuement. Instantly his skin tingled, especially the sensitive parts like his lips and eyes. The world around him quivered, as if he were seeing the vibration of the universe. The Matri reacted, their heads turning this way and that. Stay your ground, said Capture. It's a nice trick whoever you are, but you can't get past the forbidding. Zayn heard her clearly, though her voice sounded like it echoed through a tunnel. Besides not being seen, shifting to the veil had eliminated the effect their voice and presence had on him. No longer did he want to throw himself at their feet. He crept along the wall near the leftmost Matri, but the shimmering wall kept him from progressing further. He knew a few counters that might break their forbidding, but the instructions had been not to use magic while in the veil. I'm also not supposed to stay here longer than a dozen seconds, thought Zayn, and he was already pushing against that time limit. He has to be in the area, said Capture. Spread out. He can't keep up that invisibility for long. The four Matri started swinging their hooked blades in wide arcs around them. There wasn't much room in the small space, so Zayn had to keep moving to stay out of their way. The timer in his head told him he was well past the dozen seconds, but they'd given him no reprieve. Eventually, Zayn decided he was going to have to risk using magic, and whatever consequences came of it, he'd deal with them later. He slipped to the side, ducking under Precept's blade, finding a space near the forbidding. Zayn didn't have time for a proper dispelling, so he used a brute force trick that required a massive load of phase. It was akin to breaking down a door with a sledgehammer, rather than bothering to pick the locks. When he broke the forbidding, Capture cried out, as the backlash from its fall rebounded on her. But her reaction was nothing compared to the strange noise he felt emanate from within the veil. It was like a bright gong, a flash of light in a dark place rolling out from his location through the veil. The hairs on the back of his neck stood at attention. He felt his whole body tense up, even before he heard the response. As Zayn sprinted from the room, staying in the veil so the Matri couldn't find him, he felt a presence suddenly become aware of him. He couldn't really define what the presence looked like, but he knew that it did not like him, and coveted his aliveness. Deciding that speed mattered more than anything else, Zayn flew from the golden building. When he reached the streets, the cool night air washed over him, but he kept going, heading not to their house in the 7th Ward, but towards the spire, staying in the veil for another few blocks. He'd already been in the veil a couple minutes, why not a little longer? He ran so fast he felt the bones in his knees grind together, and his ankles crackled from the force of his stride. Halfway through the 2nd Ward on a side street off the main entertainment area, he let his connection to the veil drop. A young boy in a doorway exclaimed as Zayn appeared, running at top speed down the middle of the empty street. Zayn reached the spire, using his student access to enter the lower levels. He'd come to the spire because it was warded against all sorts of magic, and would hopefully allow him to shed the Matri should they try to track him. But as he leaned against the wall in the hallway near the rooms for the second-year contest, heaving with breath after the feverish sprint, he felt that presence in the distance that had become aware of him in the veil. It was moving slower now, but Zayn felt the inexorable motion towards him, like a spot of heat against his back. "Damn it," he said, punching the wall. He ran his hands across his tight afro. "Okay, I screwed up," he said to himself. He patted his pockets for his cell phone, but remembered they'd left them at home. There were spells that could pick up their signals just like a cell phone tower. Zayn tried to cast an anti-tracking spell, but his mind was racing and he couldn't focus. He leaned his forehead against the wall, concentrating on his breathing until his mind was still again. He was able to perform the spell the second time. He followed it up with every spell he knew that would keep the Maitre from following him back to their house in the 7th Ward. Then he left the spire, heading straight for the nearby Red Line. Once he was sitting on the train, he remembered his mask of shadow and dismissed it. But no one had been paying attention to him. It was after midnight, and most people in the city found it safer not to get involved with each other's business, especially in the city of Sorcery. He took the train heading west, before switching to the blue line that routed back towards the 7th Ward. The lights were on when he got back to the house. He could see his teammates through the window. Keelan was pacing in front of the fireplace, and the rest were sitting on the couches waiting for him. When he came through the door, there was a moment of tension before they realized who it was. Everyone crowded around him. Keelan put his hand on the back of Zayn's neck. "Are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost." Once they gave him some space, and a huge glass of ice water to chug, Zayn told them what had happened with the Maitre, including the thing in the veil. "Did anyone follow you?" Zayn asked them. "We got away while they chased you down. We wanted to go back, but Keelan made us come back here, trusting that you would get away," said Skylar. "It was the right call, even though it was a close one. I shouldn't have brought us there. That was my mistake," said Zayn. "You couldn't have known it was the Maitre," said Portia. "And what does the Diamond Court want here?" Zayn slumped against the back of the couch. "I don't know. At this point, I'm more worried about the veil." They shared his worried expression. "Is it close?" asked Vin. "No. Not yet," said Zayn. "But I feel it out there, like a shiver up my spine. Like someone's watching me from a distance. I'm sure there's some literature about the veil that might tell us what noticed you," said Skylar, but she looked skeptical since they'd already had a few classes that had touched on the subject. "What should we do now?" asked Vin. Zayn checked the clock on the wall. It was almost 4. "First, let's reapply the protective enchantments on the house. And then let's get some sleep. We've got our first class in a few hours." When Zayn was headed up to his room, Keelan found him and put his arms around his shoulders. "Hey Cos, don't be so hard on yourself. We made it out alive, and as far as we can tell, they didn't figure out who we were." "I need to be hard on myself," said Zayn. "That was my fault for pushing us to go so soon. But at least we know who it is. The Diamond Court. I have no idea what Queen Zaire wants with the city of Sorcery." As they reached their respective rooms, Keelan's forehead rippled with concern. His mouth pinched to a point. "Hey Cos." Zayn looked up and saw the faraway expression in Keelan's eyes. "Yeah. I'm sorry we haven't talked about this summer. I know you've been trying to, but I haven't been quite ready," said Keelan, who didn't seem to know what to do with his hands. "It's okay," said Zayn. "We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I just wanted to understand." "We can talk now if you want," said Keelan, though he looked pained by the thought. Zayn weighed the idea before responding. "Another time. It means enough that you're willing to talk about it. I thought you'd been avoiding me. Right now we need to get some sleep." Keelan looked relieved by the decision. "Night, Cos," he said before slipping into his room. "Night," said Zayn, staring at his cousin's closed door. Chapter 6. Varna, June 2015. It's the little things. The Yakari dirt bike rumbled beneath Zayn as he turned into the Castlewood trailer park, rocks spitting into the trees when he goosed the throttle. He was ready to climb off the motorcycle after the ride from Selma, where he'd bought it from a guy on Trades and Trash. He'd used the money he'd saved from when he worked for the Goon. He figured that after 2 years at the academy he could splurge a little on himself, especially after spending the last week helping Nevia with her food truck. Helmet under his arm, he knocked on Aunt Lydia's trailer for a few minutes before giving up. He was about to ride home when Ms. Gardenia walked by with a basket under her arm from the community garden. A few stems of tomatoes were sticking from the basket. "Nice bike, Zayn," said Miss Gardenia, a cigarette hanging from her lips. Thanks, I was sick of walking everywhere in town. Have you seen my aunt? Or Keelan? Asked Zayn. Miss Gardenia gave him a look. She paused with the basket under her arm, pushed the cigarette to her lips and sucked on it until the tip was cherry red, keeping her eyes on Zayn the whole time. Your aunt moved 2 days ago. Some of her people came by with a moving truck. She's in the gardens now, said Miss Gardenia. The way Miss Gardenia said the word gardens, he expected her to follow it up with bless her heart. Thanks, Miss Gardenia, said Zayn as he pulled his helmet back on. The older woman looked upon Zayn with what felt like pity. It was nice knowing you. He wanted to tell her that he wasn't going to change, or that he'd come back and visit her, but Zayn knew that even if he meant it, she wouldn't believe him. The young men and women that went to the academy and came back to Varna were never the same again. On the way over to the gardens, Zayn wasn't sure if he was more angry or disappointed that Keelan hadn't told him about the lady upgrading his mother to the nicer part of town. The gardens was shorthand for those in her favor, which included the family members of her watchers. The wrought iron gate had a stylized gardens emblem on the front. Zayn let the bike idle while the chubby guard approached him. Zayn Carter? Asked the guard with a bit of excitement in his voice. Zayn looked up to see one of his old classmates, Buford Ash, in a security guard uniform, his face beaming. Buford had tried out for the academy. Every year he was eligible. Hey Buford. How are you? Buford held up his clipboard. I got a job that keeps me outdoors. Better than sucking oil at the factory. How are you? I heard you're one of the most top students to ever go to the academy. I don't know about that, said Zayn, switching to his southern accent. I'm just trying to survive. I got 3 more years. Buford's chubby face reddened as he leaned in conspiratorially. Did you and your cousin really kill the goon? I heard that last year, but I didn't think it was true. You used to work for him and all. Zayn's gut tumbled. No, man. I didn't kill him. He crossed the lady, though, and that was enough. While he wasn't telling the complete truth, he wasn't lying either. He wasn't sure why it was so hard to admit he'd been there, but he hated the idea that he was someone who'd taken someone's life. Which he realized was a ridiculous thought, considering the hall he was a member of. You're here to see your aunt's new place, I bet. It's 45 Handcross Lane. Keelan's there right now. Tell them hi for me, said Buford. I will. Good seeing you again, said Zayn, shifting the bike weight and pulling forward as the gate opened. The houses in the subdivision looked like they were being readied for a cover shot in home and garden. The bushes had been meticulously shaped, the generous sidewalks gleamed as if they'd been scrubbed that morning, and the grass looked like it had been hand-cut with scissors. Zayn had never been in the gardens before, but he'd heard the lady had sent a student to the dramatics hall so they could have evening, illusionary entertainment in the summer. The nearby golf course was free for those in the gardens, along with a crystal-clear pool, enchanted to stay cool no matter how hot the summer. Zayn left the dirt bike in the front next to a silver Supra, eyeing the new car suspiciously. The doorbell sang a little ditty, and moments later his Aunt Lydia opened the door. He almost didn't recognize her since she was wearing a near-perfect prosthetic that matched her cocoa skin. Zayn, she said, welcoming him in with a kiss on the cheek, which was something she hadn't done since he was about 10 years old. Hey Aunt Lydia, he said, hiding his discomfort. Nice place. She was wearing a new denim skirt and a navy button-down shirt. I never dreamed this was possible. Can you believe it? She gave a little twirl with her hands up. She looked so happy she could cry. No, he said, and he meant it. I've got a finished basement with a pool table, a jacuzzi tub, and a closet as big as my old trailer. I'd give you a tour, but I'm headed to the club for golf lessons. Do you think these shoes will work for golf? She asked, pulling the hem of her denim skirt up to show her white pumps. I think they'll have shoes for you, said Zayn. Oh good, she said. Keelan's in back on the deck. You boys have a nice time. I don't want to be late for my first lesson. Aunt Lydia went hurrying out the door. When she was gone, Zayn felt like he was in the Twilight Zone. But he knew he shouldn't be surprised. He'd seen it before. The lady didn't have such a stranglehold on the town because of poison. She could be generous to her friends too. Keelan was on the deck, lounging in a chair with a beer bottle. The smell of barbecue emanated from a grill, making Zayn's gut rumble. "Aren't you a little young for a beer?" asked Zayn. "If I can kill a man, I think I can have a beer," said Keelan with a wry grin. The comment shot right through Zayn and Keelan's lips curled downward. "Sorry, cos. That came out wrong. Anyway, you want one?" Zayn eyed the cooler. His parents had let him try some beer a few years ago, but he hadn't liked the taste. "Maybe another time. I'm headed back to the stack soon to help Nevia with the food truck." He looked around at the house. "I thought we weren't gonna do this." Keelan set the beer down, moved to the BBQ and opened the lid, spilling smoke into the air. He pushed the hamburger patties around with a long fork. "You said you weren't gonna do this. My mom has suffered enough living in that trailer with that crappy arm. It's not like I'm going anywhere else after the academy. I might as well make the best of it." "But what about?" Zayn left it unsaid in case someone might overhear them. The gardens was enemy territory, as far as he was concerned. "You know that's never going to work. Even if you could pull it off, everyone would die," said Keelan, his voice trailing to a whisper at the end. "We stole the word, why not this?" asked Zayn. Keelan went back to flipping his burgers. For the first time, Zayn noticed there were more than just a few on the grill. "You're having people over," said Zayn. "You don't have to say it like that," said Keelan. "Like what?" "All angry." "And no, I'm not having people over, but our neighbors invited us. I'm headed there after these are done. You should come. Everyone's not as creepy as you think they are, and there are some watchers here in the gardens. They mostly seem like normal people here," said Keelan. Zayn squeezed his hands into fists. His face felt numb from anger. As he looked at his cousin, he couldn't help but feel betrayed. "They want you to become a watcher," said Zayn as an accusation. Keelan flinched as if the rebuke hurt. He angrily stabbed at the burgers on the grill with his spatula. "They do. But I'm not. If you do, you'll jeopardize everything." "She'd figure out what I'm doing," said Zayn. "I'll have to join eventually," he said. "You've talked to her, haven't you?" asked Zayn, knowing the answer as soon as Keelan flinched. His cousin took a long pull on his beer. "I have. She's not what you think she is." "Then what is she?" Keelan looked at his shoes. "More normal than I expected. She asked about you. Said she can't wait to meet you. Says she has a lot planned for you." The whole world went fuzzy at the edges. Maybe it had been the all-day ride or the Alabama heat, but it felt like the walls were closing in on him. "No," said Zayn. "No." Keelan set his beer down. "I know you don't want to hear this, but there's no escaping her. We might as well get on living, because I don't want to consider the alternative." A rage climbed out from the depths of his gut. It was like the person in front of him wasn't his cousin anymore, like the lady had replaced him with someone else. "No," said Zayn, gripping his helmet with shaking hands. "I'm not getting used to her. I'm not getting used to anything." He paused, words stuck in his throat that he knew he shouldn't say, but his vision had gone red. "I shouldn't have stopped you in the cave that day." Keelan's face drained of all emotion. His mouth curled with a retort, but Zayn didn't stay around to hear it. He slammed the sliding glass door behind him and stalked off to his motorcycle, leaving the gardens at top speed. Chapter 7. The Hold, September 2015. "Don't tase me, bro." They met in a classroom in the Hold. The chairs and tables had been removed, and in their place was a circular aquarium. The greenery inside swayed either from a mechanical current producer or the creature inside the tank, though Zayn hadn't seen it yet. "Check out all those runes," said Keelan, nodding towards the aquarium. Zayn hadn't noticed them at first, but once his cousin pointed them out, he whistled softly. The upper ring of the tank was covered in lighted runes, not through sorcery, but from an electrical source. Instructor Koenig was nowhere to be seen. The third years stood around, chatting softly, comparing notes about their new living arrangements. No one really knew why they'd had to move out of the hold this year, but the other teams assumed it had something to do with the mysterious building in the second ward. Eddie was moving closer to the ruined tank when someone from another team called out, "Stunning strike," causing him to jump and quickly move away. "Not funny," said Eddie. "I kept getting after effects for days. I fell in the urinal at the Garbage Kings concert, when my legs gave out." A groan erupted throughout the room, along with a general chuckle. Everyone went back to their conversations. As the wait went on, Charla called out, "Hello, Instructor Koenig? Anyone here?" Something the size of a firecracker exploded at the back of the class. Everyone turned to look. Zayn used his imbuement to expand his senses, catching the scuff of leather shoes on the hardwood floor near the aquarium. When everyone looked back, a small man in a beige shirt and brown tie with messy black hair and an unfortunate moustache that was too big for his face was standing before the aquarium. He looked like he'd expected a round of applause at his entrance, and when everyone stared back silently, his excitement visibly dimmed. "Good morning. I'm Matt Koenig." He cleared his throat. "Instructor Koenig. I'll be teaching Obfuscium magic this year." He cleared his throat a second time, followed by a brief forced smile. Zayn could hear the nervousness in the instructor's voice, which meant he was either a really good actor or had never taught at the academy. Right at that moment, Skylar muttered under her breath, "I don't think he's ever done this before." Instructor Koenig clapped his hands together. "Since I've never done this before, I thought I'd tell you a bit about myself. I graduated from the academy in 2002. I've been working in various government positions, including the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Creatures, and as a liaison for the State Department." The instructor paused, and once again it appeared he was expecting everyone to be impressed, but no one moved a muscle. "It means I helped infiltrate foreign realms," said Instructor Koenig. "You were a spy?" asked Sophia in her normal breathless tone. The class perked up, but he cleared his throat. "Well, no, but I provided the logistical and magical support for said operations." The expectant mood deflated. Zayn knew how hard it was to be a teacher since his father had been one in Varna, so he said in a loud voice, "That sounds awesome." Instructor Koenig's face brightened. "Thank you, Zayn." The fact that the instructor knew his name told Zayn a lot about him. Before every school year he would watch his father, Masio, looking over the yearbook, memorizing the names and faces of the students in his class. "Today, we are going to learn about Obfuscium magic. Can anyone tell me what it's for?" asked Instructor Koenig. "Hiding your intentions from magical scrying," said Vin. "Good," said Instructor Koenig, sounding less nervous. "Anyone else?" "Screwing with those know-it-all a-holes in Oculus Hall," said Eddie. Instructor Koenig raised an eyebrow. While he might have memorized his name and face, this was his first experience with the New Jersey native. "Thank you, Eddie." "Yes, that's true, sort of," said the instructor as he strolled back and forth in front of the aquarium. "Divination magic can be a powerful protection against those that might harm you. Every government employs them, and most powerful organizations in this world and others use them as well. To understand Obfuscium magic, you need to understand how divination works first. Divination looks ahead to the infinite probabilities and calculates the most probable outcomes. For the best seers, their visions are often likely, but not predetermined. This is the same for prophecies, which are a form of divination." Instructor Koenig paused, and behind him in the aquarium, Zayn caught a glimpse of shimmering scales gliding through the water on a long body. As the creature swam languidly near the visible side of the tank, the runes glowed more strongly, as if it were pushing against the magical protections. But divination is purely a human magic, or if you prefer, a magic that depends on intelligence, preferably human or human-like. It does not work on inorganic life as there is no thought, nor does it work on powerful minds like dragons. It reads intention, rather than the physics of the universe. You can think of a seer as someone who can read the minds of everyone around them, but only about specific things. But minds are fallible and malleable. This is the flaw that Obfuscium seeks to exploit. Instructor Koenig stopped pacing and stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. If you were sent on a mission to assassinate a horrible person, someone who was threatening to kill your family and friends, and anyone you'd ever known, but they were a powerful seer, how would you do it? He asked. No one spoke. Zayn found himself running through the possibilities, but at each turn he found his reasoning flawed. Anyone? A theory. Even a bad one? Asked the instructor. Portia raised her hand, saying, "What if you just tried not to think about it? Using a mind-blank spell." Instructor Koenig nodded. A good thought, and it's been tried, but the mind-blank too often interferes with the mission itself, and the agent either never tries to complete it, or makes a fatal mistake due to the mind-blank. Could you be placed in suspended animation, hidden at the right location, and then reanimated at the proper moment? Asked Marcello with his face scrunched in indecision. That's a good idea, but placing someone in suspended animation does not thwart the seer. As long as that thought exists, it can be divined. There was another long silence, as everyone tried to think up new ideas. Aren't there any spells to hide intentions? Asked Keelan. There are, but the more impactful the result, the harder it is to hide. Think about it this way, said Instructor Koenig. If you assassinate a leader of another country, how much will that affect that country? And the world? A lot, said Vin. A crap ton, said Eddie. Koenig chuckled, his bushy moustache quivering. Yes, a crap ton. Which means the effects will be easy to see, because the person who's thinking about it will know how large the effect will be, and so this thought will be easier to divine. An important thought or intention becomes like a beacon in a storm, shining a light for the seer to follow. So the larger the impact, the harder it is to hide from the seers. This, of course, doesn't mean it's going to happen. In fact, Salinger's paradox states that the more likely something is going to happen, the greater the chance that it won't, because by seeing it you can prevent it. Wrap your heads around that conundrum, though keep in mind, this only applies to situations in which divination magic is in play. This is why assassinations and wars in the modern magical age are rare. They're easy to prevent, because they're easy to see. Zayn's thoughts went immediately to the Lady of Varna and their conversations during the summer. Keelan caught his eye. His lips were flat, his forehead hunched. They both knew what this meant. The lady employed powerful seers, which meant any attempt to kill her would certainly fail. This is why assassination attempts especially don't work when it comes to powerful people, said Instructor Koenig. As far as you should be concerned, it's impossible. The personal impact to them is too great, which means it's too easy to see. Then why are we even here if it's impossible? Asked Skylar. A huge grin appeared on Instructor Koenig's face. Zayn could tell he'd been hoping someone would ask this question. Koenig held one finger up. Because there are many things you can do to influence events, without killing anyone. A seer must typically focus on a particular person, or event. They'll only be able to see those outside forces which radically affect it. But a seer can't distinguish between those things that the target has decided, and the influence around them. So if you can convince someone that they want to do what you want them to do, then the seer won't see it, asked Vin. If you disguise your intentions well, said the instructor. This is why the Academy teaches you the skills to be spies and diplomats, more than assassins. Because it's the former two that work rather than the latter. He clapped his hands together. Enough theory. Who wants to be the first to try some Obfuscium techniques? Many hands went up, but Instructor Koenig picked Skylar, who looked like she was trying out for a spot in a goth metal band. The instructor pulled out a remote and tapped on the keys, dimming the runes around the tank. Then he blew a silver whistle that made no audible noise. A long snake-like creature with glittering rainbow scales stuck its head above the edge. The face of the creature was less reptilian and more mammalian, with wide eyes and a face almost like a sloth's. This is a qualich. They live in the ocean around coral reefs. They're not quick, but they are dangerous. They have two defenses. The first is that when spooked, they can emit a powerful electricity. The second is that they are natural seers. They can detect when other creatures mean them harm. This allows them to charge their scales. Qualics have been known to kill a great white shark with their shocks. Skylar took a step back. "Don't worry," said the instructor. "As long as you're performing Obfuscium correctly, you won't get attacked." "How comforting," said Skylar with an eye roll. Inside the tank are some white stones that look like qualich eggs. The task is to move to the tank, reach in and grab an egg, but to do so you need use the spells you memorized from your tomes and think about anything but what you're about to do. It's best to create an internal narrative that hides your intention. After casting a few spells, Skylar moved towards the tank, but as she did, the qualich shifted towards her. "It's sensing your intentions," said Koenig. "I'm trying not to think about it," said Skylar. "But that's like when someone mentions a horrible popular song, and then it's stuck in your head for days." Koenig chuckled. "Imagine that you dropped something in the water, and you're merely retrieving that which is already yours." Skylar centered herself, shaking out her hands as if she were clearing her mind. Then with a faraway look, she approached the tank again. This time the qualich moved away, as if it were distracted by something else. Skylar reached into the water and pulled out a white stone, holding it up victoriously. "Excellent work, Skylar," said Instructor Koenig. "Who's next?" The class made a line and each third year approached the tank. The instructor coached them through the task, when the qualich appeared to sense the real intention. While he was waiting for his turn, Keelan asked Zayn a question in a hushed voice. "Is it just me, or does this class feel very relative right now?" "The lady," whispered Zayn. "No. Where we went last night," said Keelan. Zayn blinked. "Yeah, that too. It explains our failure." "But on the other topic," said Keelan, "this is why your plan will never work." "Nothing's impossible," said Zayn. "Only improbable, or have you forgotten what Priyanka taught us?" "How about rather than improbable, foolish," said Keelan. "I'm not giving up," said Zayn. Keelan looked away. "If there was a way, I'd be right there with you, Cos." Their conversation was interrupted when it was Zayn's turn to approach the tank. It was hard to concentrate on the task at hand. "Go ahead, Zayn," said Instructor Koenig eagerly. The Obfuscium spell made his skin tingle for a moment after he cast it. Before he took a step, Zayn stared at the qualich while he thought about the lady. The creature looked back at him hypnotically. "Try not to look at the qualich," said the instructor. "You need to come up with a narrative that excludes the creature completely. It's best to act like it isn't there." "Easier said than done," he muttered, not really meaning the qualich. The lady was a fixture in his life. His existence depended on regular doses of her poison. His family was bound to her irrevocably. If he couldn't figure out a way to confuse her divinations, he'd never have a chance to kill her. The conversation they'd had this summer came into focus with this lesson. While it wasn't about her, it was all he could think about. "Zayn, you need to concentrate, the qualich is set on you," said Koenig. "Sorry," said Zayn. "I need to clear my thoughts." But as he looked the qualich, he knew he couldn't just create an alternative narrative so he could grab an egg. He'd already proved that he could use Obfuscium when he'd fooled the goon's amulet as a kid, or when he and Keelan had tricked Alex Malice's Alamus. But that wasn't enough to deal with the lady. It was clear that hiding his intention wouldn't get him near her. Zayn had an idea. "Zayn, you're focused on the qualich." "It senses you," said Instructor Koenig, a frown tugging at his lips. Rather than try to create a narrative in his head, Zayn scrambled his thoughts, thinking of anything and everything at once. Nevia's food truck, the Jamaican bodega surviving the Bastille. He created a kaleidoscope of events in his head, fracturing them into tiny moments. As he did, the College grew less interested in him. Zayn took a step forward, swimming in the pond behind docks. Another step. The time Keelan threw a spider on Mean. He was near the tank. The way thunder boomed off the stack in a summer storm. He reached out his hand. Zayn, said the instructor, but he ignored him. Mus Gardenia's ever-present cigarette smoke. Reaching further. Barkley licking his face. Almost there, his fingers touched the water. The lady's purple eyes as she looked down at him. When his hand was sliding through the water towards the stone egg, a fraction of a thought slipped through. He tried to throw himself backwards as the College released its energy into his arm. It hit like a freight train, launching him across the room. The last thing Zayn remembered was Instructor Koenig pumping his chest. When Zayn awoke, he was lying on a mat in the classroom. The other students were gone, except for his team who were lounging on the hardwood floor next to him. "He's awake," said Portia softly. Zayn shifted into a sitting position and rubbed his arms. The muscles were sore, as if he'd been lifting weights all day, and the patch of skin where the College had hit him was slightly blackened. "Why did you try and touch the College?" asked Vin, shaking his head softly. It's hard to explain," said Zayn, and when he looked up at Keelan he could tell his cousin knew why he'd done it. Skylar put a hand on his arm. "We're your teammates. You need to trust us." "I was trying something. I thought I could scramble my thoughts, overload the College with so many possibilities that it couldn't figure out my true intention." He hung his head. "But it didn't work. It was stupid. I'm sorry." "You don't have to say sorry. We're just glad you're okay," said Vin. "Though someday we'd like to know why you're pushing yourself so hard." When he didn't say anything, they helped him to his feet. His legs felt shaky. "Professor Koenig said you should take it easy the rest of the day tomorrow too, but we know that's not going to happen," said Portia. "Professor?" asked Skylar. Portia bit the side of her lip. "Yeah, Instructor Koenig. I guess he seems more like a professor than an academy instructor. How did he get to be in this hall?" "Or survive it," said Skylar. "He's like the living embodiment of beige." Vin snorted. "He has a supernatural ability to be uninteresting." "Be nice, guys. I like the class." "He seems like a good teacher," said Zayn. "I think his years of working with Ophidian magic rubbed off on him though," said Skylar with a smirk. Keelan put his arm around Zayn's shoulder. "You guys mind if I talk to my cousin for a moment? Family matters." By the looks in their eyes they knew it was more than that, but they nodded and went on ahead. Zayn knew he was going to have to explain Varna completely at some point, but he wasn't ready just yet. "You're going to kill yourself if you keep trying this stuff," said Keelan. "Or worse yet, get everyone else killed." "I can't just accept what's going to happen when we get done with our 5 years, said Zayn. "I don't mean that," said Keelan. "The team. If you do something like this on a mission, you're going to put everyone at risk." "I wouldn't do that," said Zayn. "I have a whole litany of stories that say otherwise," said Keelan. "Are you sure you're not talking about Varna?" asked Zayn. Keelan shrugged a shoulder. "It's not like it can be avoided. It shades everything we do. Like I know you're mad at me for giving in to the lady, getting my mom a house and stuff." Zayn wanted to tear at his heart. "I'm not mad. I just want there to be another option." His cousin pulled his arm off his shoulders, looking him straight in the eyes. "I get it, I really do. But the situation in Varna is a lot like this team. Don't go making choices for other people that they didn't sign up for. Let's just say you figure out a way to fool her seers, get past her defenses and all that. Let's just say you think you figured out a way to solve the poison issue, and kill her. What if you're wrong? Is it right for one person to make a decision like that for so many?" When Zayn couldn't answer, Keelan left, leaving him in the room by himself. He knew his cousin was right. How could he make that decision for everyone else? But they hadn't been asked if they wanted to live under the lady's control either. For most of the town, it was a no-win situation. Maybe it was, as Keelan said, impossible and foolish. Maybe it couldn't be done. But Zayn knew he couldn't give up. Chapter 8. 7th Ward, October 2015. A bet's a bet. In the month after the first Officium class, Zayn was able to lose himself in his studies. Whenever he thought about taking another trip to the Diamond Queen's building, he remembered what Keelan had said about his reckless behavior endangering the rest of the team. But this hesitation didn't last, especially when the news came out in the Herald of the Halls that the building was intended to be the embassy for the Diamond Court. This put the city and the world into a frenzy, speculating on why Queen Zaire had an interest in this realm. So Zayn thought it was time to move forward and came down to the living room, where his teammates were deep into their tomes. Portia was sitting cross-legged on the living room table, using a levitation spell to hold her open tome in front of her face while she read. Vin and Keelan were on opposite sides of the couch. Zayn didn't see Skylar at first, but then he heard rummaging in the kitchen. It smelled like she was making mushroom and cactus omelets again. "Can I talk to everyone about something?" asked Zayn. The others glanced at each other with a strange lurking smile that Zayn didn't trust. Vin cleared his throat. "Sure. What's it about?" "I was thinking we should try to get into the Diamond Court's building." Zayn didn't get a chance to finish his sentence, as his teammates erupted in laughter. "How much time?" "Who won?" asked Portia as her tome crashed onto the table. Skylar came running in with a spatula in her hand. "Did I just hear what I think I heard?" Zayn had a sinking feeling. "What's going on?" Keelan pulled a piece of paper from his back pocket. "We had a bet on how long it would take until you brought up the Diamond Court building again." He ran his finger across the paper. "And the winner is Skylar." "Bingo," she said with her arms in a V. Skylar did a victory dance that involved ample gyrating and movements inspired by a strutting peacock. Afterwards, using her spatula like a microphone, she said, "I'd like to thank the Academy for sending me into perilous locations with nothing but a few spells and my friends to bail me out. I'd also like to thank Instructor Allgood for being a hardest and teaching me how to break skulls and get to work, you lazy maggots. I'd also like to thank Zayn, the boy of the moment, for being so predictable." Zayn blushed and put his hands on top of his head. "I'm really that predictable?" "It wasn't a matter of if, but when," said Skylar. "The good thing is that gave us a month to think about how we might go about such a thing," said Keelan. "Well, I feel a little foolish," said Zayn. "Don't," said Portia. "You've inspired us to be better planners in order to stay alive." "Thanks. I'm not really sure what to say other than I can't wait to hear what you have to say," said Zayn. After reapplying protective enchantments on the house, in case anyone was scrying them, the team crowded around the dining room table. "How are we getting into the building?" asked Zayn. "The problem," said Keelan, "is that we don't exactly know yet, but we have an idea on how we might figure that out." Skylar, who'd been eating her omelette, put her fork down. "We don't think that we can sneak into the building like we did last time. It's just too straightforward and creates too much intention for them to scry." "Okay," said Zayn, nodding. "I agree, but then how do we get in?" "We need to be invited in," said Vin. "And?" asked Zayn. His teammates looked at each other. Vin made an exaggerated shrug. "We don't know yet. We think that's why everything's all wonky this year at the Academy," said Keelan. "Priyanka knows something about Queen Zaire's intentions, but if she tells us or instructs us to do something about it, then the Queen will find out. That's why she sent us past the building on the first day, and the class is about Officium, and how none of the instructors will tell us what's really going on." "What do we know about the Diamond Court?" asked Zayn. "You know more than most since you went to one of their casinos last year with Priyanka," said Vin. Zayn thought back to the game with the Deathhead Scorpions and shivered. "I don't think I really learned that much except that the Matri prefer games of pleasure and pain to chance." Have you done much research on them? There's a lot about the Matri, the Eternal City, the War of the Four Courts, said Vin. 3 now, interjected Portia. Okay, 3. Ebony was destroyed, leaving Ruby, Diamond, and Jade, continued Vin. The 3 courts, once 4, have been battling for supremacy in the Eternal City for millenniums. Their conflict is older than human civilization. Which is why it's so strange that the Diamond Court has placed an embassy in the city of Sorcery. There must be something here they want, said Keelan. Either Priyanka knows what it is or is trying to find out, said Zayn. We have to get in. But we can't go directly. We have to hide our intentions, make them invite us to the embassy, said Portia. I know what we need to do, said Zayn. We have to go to the Eternal City, do some checking on our own. Are you insane? Asked Keelan, screwing up his face. We can't just waltz in there. Priyanka goes there all the time, said Zayn, thinking about options. We just have to be prepared. Since we're not going after anything specific, no one will know we're coming. We're only doing a little reconnaissance. Learning what we can about the Matri. It sounds very dangerous, said Vin. It is very dangerous, replied Zayn. Which is why we're only going after we've made the proper preparations. After some quiet thought, everyone agreed. The study session broke up, and everyone went to their rooms except for Keelan and Zayn. What's up? Asked Zayn when he saw Keelan lingering by the table. Checking on you, said Keelan. I'm good, said Zayn. Keelan's forehead crinkled. What about the veil? Still okay there? Zayn didn't have to concentrate hard to feel the sensation of being watched. It's still there. It's a little closer but not too close. Figured out what's after you yet? Asked Keelan. None of those books have helped so far. The veil is the place between the living and the dead. There are a lot of things that exist there. Zayn shook his head. The only thing I get is that sometimes it feels familiar. That's weird. Zayn shrugged. I'd be okay if the whole thing went away, but I suspect that's not going to happen. If it gets closer, maybe we should try and do something about it before it becomes a problem, said Keelan. You'll tell me, right? Zayn nodded. Hopefully it won't become a problem. Hopefully, replied Keelan as he headed upstairs. Zayn looked out the window at the darkened street. Somewhere out there something from the veil was coming for him. It was just a matter of when. Chapter 9. 7th Ward, October 2015. A blast from the past. The sounds of drums in the distance woke Zayn from his slumber. He kicked his covers onto the floor, examining the dark room for intruders, and hoping he was imagining things. The last thing he wanted to do was to get into a fight while he was naked. Only a tiny amount of illumination reflected from the alleyway into his room, but it was enough to see by, if he used his imbuement. His whole body was on high alert. His back prickled with the anticipation of a fight. "Hello," he croaked out as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. The drums grew louder, as if they were traveling down a long tunnel towards him. They weren't drums made out of thick hide, but a full set used in a rock and roll band. Zayn shook his head as if he had water in his ears, trying to understand why he was hearing the drums. It sounded like they were coming from the east, but that direction was the alleyway. Even if another building was sitting against theirs, they'd enchanted the walls to deaden the sound. What kept their voices from traveling out, also kept the street noises from coming in. He might have dismissed it as a dream, had it not been so real. Zayn conjured a flame on his palm to check, squeezing it away when the heat warmed his skin. When he heard faint footsteps, his breath came quick. He knew where the drums were coming from, but not why. It was the veil. He could feel the presence in the distance. It had moved no closer. But the footsteps and the drums, they were close, almost on top of him. Zayn hastily threw on a pair of pants, nearly zipping himself up in the process. Somehow having the thin fabric on, even without a hint of protective enchantment on it, gave him comfort. Why did he die, he thought to himself. He was too busy trying not to be naked to defend himself. A shimmering pale green light appeared on the wall, like a portal to the netherworld. Zayn readied himself for battle, though the spells he knew were meant for flesh and blood. He would have fled the room, had he not had a sense of familiarity. A shape appeared in the pale green light, slight frame, hair spiked at an obscene angle. Katie. Her button nose wrinkled with annoyance. It was her all right, but without the normal frenetic energy he remembered her by. As she stepped near, the drums dimmed into the background. "You're a fool, Zayn Carter," said Katie, her voice tinny and distant. Her body was insubstantial but glowed from within. The bruises on her neck pulsed like a purple stain. "You're not the first person to tell me that," said Zayn. He couldn't believe that he was talking to the ghost of his former girlfriend, and pinched his leg to be sure he wasn't dreaming. "You woke what should have stayed in slumber," said Katie. "What is it?" "I feel it." "What's coming?" he asked. Katie looked into the distance, as if she could see something he couldn't. "You always did like to break the rules. Is this really you? Or something else wearing your visage to fool me?" asked Zayn as he racked his brain for supernatural creatures that could disguise themselves like this. "You broke our date," said Katie, reaching out towards him, but then letting her hand fall by her side. "I might not have died if you hadn't left." "That's not fair. I feel guilty enough about it already." He paused. "Why are you still here? Is this because of what Amber did to you?" "No," she said. "I was offered a choice. I stayed." "Who gave you the choice? Is it what's coming after me?" asked Zayn. "Twilight never dies," said Katie softly. "Why did you stay?" he asked, raising his voice even though he didn't know why he was doing it. The drums grew louder. A wistful smile graced her lips, reminding him why he'd liked her. "I wasn't ready," said Katie. "Now I can never leave." "I'm sorry, Katie." Her expression hardened. "I'm not." She looked over her shoulder. "I have to go." "Be careful, Zayn. You woke what should be sleeping." "Wait. What do I do?" "How can I stop it?" he asked, but she disappeared into the green tunnel behind her, and then the room was doused in darkness. Zayn slumped back onto the bed. He couldn't believe it was Katie. Had it not been for the drums and the bruises, he might have disbelieved that it was her. He put his hands on his head, trying to imagine what might be after him, but the secrets of the veil were hard to come by. He was deciding on whether or not to wake Keelan when he heard a glass break in the kitchen, followed by more items crashing. He went straight down to the kitchen, hesitating when he neared the door, expecting the presence, but when he heard an egg splatter against the wall, he knew no spirit was at work. Zayn kicked open the door to find a strange person sitting on the kitchen table, using a squirt bottle of ketchup to write on the table, while tossing an egg with the other hand. The gender of the intruder was not immediately evident, though Zayn's brain quickly filled in male, only because of the destruction. He had curly brown hair with ringlets that fell into his face, wine-colored eyes, and the pallor of someone who rarely went outside. "Marvelous, the first has arrived, and here I was feeling deprived," said the intruder in a melodic voice. Zayn barely got a word out before his teammates came rumbling down the stairs, crowding behind him at the kitchen door. The contents of the lime green refrigerator had been liberally dispersed around the room. Skylar's tuna salad was clumped onto the ceiling, looking like it was ready to fall at any moment. "Who the hell are?" "Call me Donnie," he said with a shrug. Donnie wore a shirt with the sleeves cut off. A glittering rainbow unicorn was displayed on the front. Portia marched into the room. Her accent came back in full as she lectured him. "I don't care what you're called. You need to clean this mess up right away, and get the hell out of our house." "How did he even get in here with all our wards?" asked Keelan. As soon as he said that, Zayn readied a spell. His teammates reacted similarly, and the metallic smell of phase filled the room. Donnie regarded them with detached amusement. He almost looked bored by their aggression. He tossed the egg to Portia, who broke from her stance to catch the egg, which immediately shattered in her hand, releasing a monarch butterfly. "That was impressive," said Vin, "but you really need to leave our house." "Oh, what a tortured world we live in, when youth is in too much of a hurry to enjoy the finer things in life," said Donnie as he rose from his sitting position. He wore jeans that had been cut off barely below the crotch, and colorful tube socks. Zayn slid into the room into a flanking position, followed by his teammates. Within moments Donnie was surrounded, but he made no move to flee. He seemed amused by what was transpiring. "What are you planning to do, little magelings? Did someone bring a golden net?" His melodic laughter filled the room, conjuring images of half-naked parties on rich furniture. "If you don't leave the way you got in, you're not going to like what happens next," said Keelan. Zayn was standing behind Donnie. He made eye contact with his teammates, gesturing a countdown once they had acknowledged him. As defiant as their intruder was, he wouldn't be able to avoid 5 stunning strikes at this range. But as the spell flew from Zayn's fingertips, he found that Donnie was no longer on the table. Donnie moved like the wind, flitting between them so fast that Zayn barely had time to react when his pants fell to his ankles. In a flash, Donnie was gone, leaving the 5 of them bewildered. Zayn yanked his pants up. "What just happened?" he asked. Vin looked a little starstruck. "He kissed me on the cheek." Portia held up a rose. "He gave me this." Keelan shrugged, while Skylar was examining the kitchen table. "He wrote something in ketchup," she said, squinting. "It says, 'Little pig, little pig. You let me come in. Catch me if you can. For your next lesson.'" Skylar tilted her head as she read the last part. "It's signed Love Instructor Minoan." Zayn looked around at the destruction of the kitchen. "Next lesson." This was a lesson. "There's another message written in mustard on the wall," said Skylar, pointing behind Zayn. Everyone turned around and read it at the same time. "If I was a real threat, you'd all be dead." "Brutal but true," said Keelan. "Though I wish he wouldn't have trashed the kitchen. Someone's going to need to go to the corner bodega, so we have breakfast in the morning." "The first thing we need to do is figure out how he got into the house," said Zayn, scratching the top of his head. "Good thing I wasn't tired," said Skylar with a yawn. "What about catching him?" asked Portia. "He said we need to catch him for our next lesson." "I wouldn't even know where to start," said Zayn. "Let's clean up the kitchen, and then work on the house defenses. We'll have to get more creative." "Donnie moved through us like we weren't even here," said Keelan, shaking his head. "It's going to take more than a little creativity." "You're absolutely right, but I think 2 in the morning isn't the time to figure that out," said Zayn. "But we'll have to add this to our class schedule. He's an instructor, we'll have to treat his challenge like one." "Maybe it'll be interesting and fun," said Vin with a shrug. "Like a game of cat and mouse." Zayn pulled the cleaning supplies out of the closet and shoved them into Vin's gut. "Except the mouse has to scrub the tuna salad off the ceiling, or he'll get roaches. Let's get to work. The longer we wait, the harder it'll be." "Cleaning or the competition?" asked Portia. "Both," said Zayn, "but one thing at a time. We can figure out how to stop Instructor Minoan. I'm sure it won't be that hard with the 5 of us putting our minds to it." They shared a collective nod, smiles, and the youthful surety that they would be right. Chapter 10. Second Ward, November 2015. Forced vehicular relocation. Zayn stood outside the embassy of the Diamond Court. The construction walls had been removed, revealing a more obscenely gilded version of the French Palace of Versailles. Along with 50 other tourists, he took a picture so he could send it to his mom later. The outside of the building didn't match his memory of the inside, and he thought her expertise in architecture might help discern why. The embassy wasn't open yet. There weren't even people going in and out, though Zayn guessed they'd opened a portal to the Eternal City, and were bringing in supplies and furnishings that way. The crowds milled outside the fencing on the sidewalk, snapping pictures and speculating about the intentions of Queen Zaire, the head of the Diamond Court. Most of the Gawkers were tourists, so they knew little about the Matri, but it gave Zayn cover to observe the building himself. As long as he didn't think about sneaking in, then he was safe to watch from the sidewalk. Seen a city elf before? Once when I was here on a school trip, I saw one walking down the street. He knocked over an old woman and didn't stop to help her back up. Is this an invasion? Give you treasure if you can capture. That's a leprechaun, you idiot. Zayn chuckled to himself. The Matri were generally misunderstood, even by hall mages. Zayn didn't count himself an expert, but he'd learned enough about them to know that the Matri didn't care about other cultures. To them, other realms were inferior to the Eternal City, which was an immense metropolis with no known beginning or end. Their whole realm was one big urban area. He'd read there were buildings that moved on their own, but he didn't believe that. Few Matri did business in the city of Invictus. He'd heard there was one that ran a bar on the west side of the 7th Ward, but they'd been told to avoid it, and for once Zayn thought it was sound advice, especially after barely surviving his trip into the embassy. Zayn was considering getting a different view of the building, maybe from a nearby apartment building, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was Amber from Howling Madwoman Fortunes and Spells. She looked unchanged from when he'd seen her last, with the same straight black hair, sugar skull tattoo on her neck, piercings and an expression of dangerous ambivalence, as if his continued existence relied on her not caring enough to end him. He went to greet her, but the vision disappeared, which didn't surprise him. Zayn sighed. She wanted him to visit her shop. He had a feeling he wasn't going to like what she had to say, considering he owed her a favor, one that had come with a pretty big price tag. The next class with Instructor Koenig was supposed to meet in an hour, but he supposed he could make it to her shop and to class in time if the visit was quick. He took the red line around the city to the 10th Ward, where Howling Madwoman Fortunes and Spells was located. Before he went in, he wondered if the visit had to do with Katie and her visit last month, but decided it was unlikely Amber knew what had happened after they'd called her back from the dead to explain how she died. The little bell above the door rang, announcing his entrance. Zayn didn't see Amber, but there was a young girl around his age lounging on a couch against the wall. She had her boots up on the armrest, nodding them along with whatever music she was listening to on her headphones. It was hard to see her face, but she'd taken mascara and smudged it around her eyes as if she'd started to dress up like a goth, but had gotten bored halfway through and stopped. Zayn Carter. He startled, spinning around to find Amber Dequar behind the counter, when no one had been there before. She looked exactly as she had in the vision, except he could tell she was wearing a violent femme's shirt now. You scared the crap out of me, said Zayn. Were you hiding behind the counter, or am I that oblivious? The corners of her eyes creased with the slightest amusement. She studied him for a long moment, which only increased his heart rate. He felt like a bug in a glass. You've survived, said Amber, as if that were a surprise to her. There were a few close calls, but I'm sure you already knew that. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was made of hair and bone and gave him the shivers, but he suppressed them in her presence. Was there something you wanted? I don't want to be late to class. He expected an answer, but she continued to stare, as if she were weighing his soul. His previous interactions with her had been unnerving, especially when she'd sucked the blood from his hand to read his fortune, but this encounter was far worse. Amber. A throbbing beat from a pair of headphones briefly adjusted filled the space before silence descended once again. Zayn glanced at the girl on the couch. That's my niece, said Amber. She's new in town. I'd like you to take care of her while she's here. Wait. What? Take care of her? I can't do that. I have classes at the academy, roommates. Why can't she stay with you? He asked. This isn't an option, said Amber, a hard look in her eyes. You promised. Zayn's jaw hung open as he glanced back to the girl. He was imagining bringing her into the house and introducing her to his teammates. Hey guys, besides all the other crap we have to do this year, I'm watching this crazy lady who can talk to the dead's niece for the year. Isn't there something else I can do to repay you? Rather than babysitting, what's her name? He asked. Rain after dry spell, said Amber. And she's not a child. She needs friends her age. I cannot provide that for her. Zayn put his hand to his forehead. You know what I am, you know which hall I'm a part of. Hell, you read my future. You know it's a mess. Why would you have Rain after? Is that really what she goes by? Petri, said Amber. Shortened from Petrichor, which is an English way of saying her Choctaw name. Petri, said Zayn, shaking his head incredulously. There's nothing else I can do. Amber raised an eyebrow while her lips flattened. Her expression told him this was probably the easiest task possible. Okay. I'll do it. I can only imagine the alternative involves my liver bleeding on an altar, or giving a dragon a sponge bath. He wanted to pound his forehead on the counter. Any instructions? Things she can or cannot do? Show her the city. Introduce her to your friends. But above all, you must take care of her. If I find out that you have neglected your part of the bargain, I just might ask you to give a dragon a sponge bath with your liver, said Amber. Fair enough, said Zayn. Can I come back later and get her? I have to get to class, and I'm going to be late as it is. When Amber stayed silent, he knew her answer. All right, said Zayn, appraising the lounging girl. Amber switched from her patient, imposing tone to an overbearing aunt when she threw a pen at the girl. Petri, get up. I know you've been listening. This is Zayn. You'll be staying with him this year, said Amber, jabbing her thumb in Zayn's direction. Petri slipped her headphones around her neck, glaring at Amber as if she would rather put daggers into her own ears rather than listen to another word. She rose from the couch like an apparition, and immediately went out the front door. Zayn ran after her, finding her standing on the edge of the street, glaring at the passing cars as if she could crumple them in her fist. Do you have any gear? Clothes we need to grab first? Asked Zayn, motioning towards the shop behind them. She patted an olive green shoulder bag as an answer. Great, well at least we don't have to haul luggage across the city. Look, we're going to have to get a move on. I have to be at class in 30 minutes, but first I have to swing by the house and drop you off. It's in the 7th ward. He started walking in that direction, expecting that Petri would follow. He made it a dozen strides before he realized she wasn't with him. Zayn spun around. Hey Petri. This way? She was still standing on the edge of the sidewalk, nearly getting hit, when a white Buick with tinted windows pulled up to the prestige hotel next door to Amber's shop. An elderly gentleman got out, pulled luggage out of the trunk, and prepared to put his keys into his pocket, but Petri snatched them out of his hand, and before Zayn could do anything to stop her, she got into the Buick and drove away. Thief, yelled the old man after the girl. Zayn felt his whole face go numb at the realization of what she'd just done. The old man fumbled with his cell phone as he hurried to call the police. The white Buick turned right at the next block up. Zayn flooded his imbuement and took off after the stolen car. Chapter 11. City of Invictus, November 2015. Neat O roomies. When they'd received their imbuments, instructors Allgood and Pennywhistle had been clear that they were not to make their use an obvious display, reminding them of the word subtle in the hall's title. Battles, whether they were physical, magical or political, were easier to win if your opponent underestimated your abilities. Braggadocios and trash talkers usually ended up dead, or had their innards turned to bug guts in their line of work. So it was uncomfortable for Zayn as he sprinted past the gawking onlookers, leaping cars when the no-walk sign was lit, and generally treated the city streets like a game of speed parkour. His only solace was that he was moving so fast it was unlikely that anyone would notice who he was, and in the city of Sorcery, people dismissed displays of supernatural abilities fairly quickly. Still, he could imagine the cuff upside his head if Allgood found out, not to mention the trouble he'd be in for getting mixed up with the felonious niece of a powerful witch, or whatever Amber was. 2 blocks up, Zayn spotted the white Buick turning left. He dodged into rush hour traffic, fully expecting to get pulverized as he zipped in and out of the cars. A delivery truck switched lanes and Zayn had to freeze on the white line or get smashed. In that moment of stillness, his legs reminded him that all the phase in the world didn't make his muscles supernatural, as they burned with the effort of running flat out for blocks and blocks. But he had to catch up to Petrie in her stolen car or he didn't even want to think about it. Zayn took big breath and sprinted into an opening in the crossing traffic. He made it across the street and leapt a trash can, when a lady in a wide blue hat, walking a Malamute, exited a pet shop right into his way. The Buick was stopped 2 blocks ahead at a stoplight. Zayn pushed his imbuement so he could reach it before the light turned green. He was half a block away when the light changed, and before he could reach her door she sped away. This time the street traffic was in Petrie's favor, and the Buick slipped into the distance. Before long he had no idea where the car or he was. "This is not good," he said, trying to calm his breath after running straight out for a good 5 minutes. He had his hands on his head to catch his breath, and he was glistening in sweat. He checked the time. He was going to be late for class, and there was no way to find her. Why did I agree to this? He shook his head. Giving a dragon a sponge bath doesn't sound so bad right now. A dark-skinned businessman gave Zayn a funny look as he walked past. How do I find her? She could be anywhere. He spun around. Where am I even at? The crowded sidewalks were filled with men and women in expensive business clothes, accented with minor trinkets like weather-resistant cufflinks or wind-perfect earrings. The gleaming office buildings smelled like money and power, or as he stood like an island in the sea of people, expensive colognes and perfumes. A quick check on his cell phone map showed him he was in the 3rd ward. The spire was on his left, its top mixing with the streaking white clouds of the sky. There was no way to find Petrie, not without some spell components and a little space for rune lines. He might as well head home. He'd already missed most of Koenig's class. But when he took a step, the effects of the mad sprint across the city caught up with him, and his legs started shaking. His skin had stopped sweating, and his mouth felt like a desert. Zayn found an upscale store called Excelsior Market to purchase a rejuvenating sports drink. He was standing in the aisle when an older lady who'd clearly had a lot of anti-wrinkle enchantments and was wearing expensive workout clothes pointed into the cooler. "You have to get the cherry mage blaster," she said with a Spanish accent. "I always have one after gargoyle yoga, and it makes me feel like I'm 40 again." She grabbed a bright red bottle of mage blaster, winked as she passed him, and disappeared into the front of the store. Zayn shrugged and grabbed one himself. The price was shocking. More than a night out at the bars, but he knew he shouldn't have been surprised given the area. He wasn't disappointed when the red liquid hit his lips. It was salty sweet, and his legs stopped shaking right away. He checked the ingredients, but there were none listed. Given that it was a Degastine product, he probably didn't want to know. After he downed half the mage blaster, Zayn found the green line which took him to the outer ring, where he switched to the blue and rode it until he reached the station nearest his house in the 7th ward. The white Buick with tinted windows was sitting out front of his house. Whatever exhaustion he'd had was replaced with rage. He saw Petrie inside the house talking with his teammates, who'd clearly just gotten back from class. Why the hell did they let her in? He marched to the door, disarmed the guardian with a series of complex gestures, and went inside. Everyone's head turned towards him. His teammates looked like they were trying to make sense of Petrie's story. "What are you doing?" he asked, rage catching in his throat. The smudged mascara had been washed away, revealing her high cheekbones and dark mysterious eyes. If he weren't so furious, he would have found her extremely attractive. "Meeting your friend," said Keelan with an eyebrow raised. "Where were you during class?" "Instructor Koenig is pissed." "Well, I mean, he never really showed any emotion, but he did assign you a pile of makeup work, which I'm sure is going to keep you up all night." Why did you?" Zayn was about to say steal that car, but he realized that would not help his explanation regarding why she had to stay with them. "Why didn't you wait for me?" "You said you had to get to class, so I came here." I waited until your roommates got home and introduced myself, said Petrie. The sweetness in her voice, the calm surety as if she'd done nothing wrong, completely knocked Zayn from his anger. She'd stolen a car so easily and brazenly, and then beat him home, a place he'd not told her where he was headed, and calmly introduced herself to his teammates. The idea of giving a dragon a sponge bath was sounding better by the second. How did you know where I live? He asked. Petrie rolled her eyes, giving a petulant half shrug. Aunt Amber told me, silly. The others had been treating her kindly, but seemed ready for a real explanation. Petrie, can I speak to my team for a sec? Since your aunt kinda sprung this on me, I haven't had a chance to tell them, said Zayn. Sure thing, she said. I'll go grab my stuff out of the car. As soon as she left, their polite moods turned serious. Portia was first to tear into him. Agreed to take a roommate? Are you completely insane? Zayn put his hands out as if he were trying to stop a herd of stampeding wildebeests. I get it, all of it. You are all free to rip me a new one over this, but I promise you, I didn't have a choice. I was bound, and I don't mean pinky swears to this favor from her aunt, said Zayn. Keelan wrinkled his forehead. Is this the Amber that let you speak to Katie after she was dead? The very one, said Zayn. She has a strong don't cross me vibe, like more than I had when facing down those matri. You should have told us you'd promised her a favor, said Skylar. It never crossed my mind that it would be something that would impact the team. I was thinking I'd have to retrieve a stolen artifact, or wrestle a zombie bear, something normal. Not babysit her niece for the year, said Zayn. She's hardly a baby, said Portia very speculatively. No, said Zayn, shaking his head. She's off limits. I have to protect her and show her the town. Amber wanted Petrie to have friends her age. While she's here, you should treat her like another member of the team. Yeah, about that, said Keelan. There's a lot of private stuff that goes on here. Our plans for the matri, Instructor Minoan could show up at any moment, the normal trouble we get into around here. Is this really a good place, or a safe place for her? Amber read my fortune. She knows what kind of life I lead, what kind of trouble we get into, probably more than I do. While Petrie doesn't give me the off-the-charts power feel that Amber does, I assume that she's not a frail little flower who needs to be coddled. I'm taking Amber at her word, show Petrie the city, be her friend. Try to keep her from stealing any more cars, he thought. Just tell me one thing, said Vin. If we say no, what happens to you? Bad things, I imagine, said Zayn. Vin shrugged. Okay, it's settled then. We're a team. Your problems are our problems. The others nodded their agreement. Zayn shook his head. I don't deserve you. You guys are the best, said Zayn. This, our fearless leader, is very true, said Vin, patting him on the shoulder. Hey, said Skylar. Maybe this will end up being a lot of fun. She's our age, seems a little supernatural. What could go wrong? Zayn nodded absently as he watched Petrie walking up to the front door with her olive carriole over her shoulder. She looked up right into his eyes and smiled in a way that made his gut sink to his knees. Though he didn't say it out loud in his mind, there was only one word in bright glowing red letters. Everything. Chapter 12. Fifth Ward, December 2015. The Living Mage's motto. The trip to the Eternal City had been in the works for a month, due to the logistical planning and magical preparation required. The hardest part had been getting the equipment needed to utilize the hall portal system to travel to another realm. The portal in question was in the Fifth Ward, in the maintenance tunnels beneath the Northwest Blue Line station. They'd picked it because the first years were training on the other side of the city, and none of the other third years were living in the fifth. It also had the largest space available, as half the rusty washed-out green generators had been removed years ago, leaving only a few random empty bolt holes in the concrete. Zayn was reading through the portal spell on his cell phone, practicing his enunciation, when Vin arrived carrying a black duffel bag. The thunk as he set it on the concrete floor suggested it was much heavier than it looked. My back is killing me, said Vin, placing his hands against his hips and stretching. Was it hard to get? Asked Zayn. An expression rose to Vin's face, as if he'd left something important back at the house. No. Strangely easy. He looked up at the group. Koenig handed it over as if he were expecting me to ask. Then what's the problem? Does the portal stone not work? Asked Skylar, who was sitting on a rusty generator swinging her black boots. I ran into Eddie on the way over. We're not the first group to think of this, said Vin. Zayn raised his eyebrows in shock. Eddie's group doesn't have the chops to survive the Eternal City. Eddie's doesn't, but Charla's team thought they did, said Vin with heavy emphasis on the word thought. Chen and Elena didn't make it back. Charla's pretty messed up from what Eddie said. What do you mean by didn't make it back? Asked Portia, eyes wide with concern. Vin squeezed his lips flat. Dead. The news hit him squarely in the chest. Chen was a practical joker with a permanent smile in his eyes, and Elena always seemed too sweet to be an assassin, until it was time to spar, and then she'd broken more bones than Vin. He choked back a sob. The others had watery eyes as they stared at their shoes. The news didn't feel real, yet too real all at once. Zayn saw the tension in their shoulders. We don't have to do this. We can delay until we know more. We're as prepared as we're gonna be, said Keelan, forehead hunched. I'd rather go now. The others nodded quickly, with a grim resolve. Are you sure? If we're not focused, we're not going to do ourselves any good, said Zayn. This is our only shot for the next couple of weeks, said Vin. Zayn took the time to check with each of them. They each responded with a tight-lipped nod. All right. We'll do this. He'd been preparing a little speech to remind them to be on their toes the whole trip, but that was unnecessary now. They only had to go over final preparations before they could leave. Vin unzipped the black duffel bag, revealing a hunk of obsidian in the shape of a giant bullet, except it was covered in gold lines like a circuit board. He hauled it over to the obsidian arch on the wall, and started connecting the two together using black wires. Portia, why don't you run over the dangers we might encounter again for everyone, said Zayn. Before the news about Charla's team, this kind of repetition might have gotten a collective eye roll, but everyone sat up and listened, as if it were their first time hearing it. The main danger, as we know intimately, are the Matri. Though we're unlikely to encounter them in the location we're traveling to, if we do, our best move is to avoid. Portia held up 2 fingers. Second are the Dolgans, the worker class in the Eternal City. Brutally strong, quick to anger, tread lightly when we encounter them, which we will since these are our likeliest information sources. Third, we have the Phaler, about which there's not much known except that they're typically small and made of concrete or steel or glass. The last one we need to worry about, and if we encounter one we're likely going to die, is a smoke eater. They're a mist creature, living fog. They roam the streets picking off Dolgans and other creatures foolish enough to walk alone or in small groups. They won't trouble the Matri, but everyone else is fair game. Sounds wonderful, said Skylar. I hope none of those ever escape to our world. Don't worry, said Portia. They're native to the Eternal City, and can't live outside of it, which I guess means that someone tried to export them. And those are the main things we might encounter. Zayn said to keep it to a short list. I found 24 other names with little description, except for the wounds left on the bodies found after they attacked, assuming there were bodies left. Okay, Skylar, you're up. What about our cover story? Asked Zayn. We're a delegation from the Icehold, inquiring about hiring workers to expand the luxury resort, she said. Good enough, said Zayn. We probably won't even need to use it, but in case we do it will be helpful. Keelan, what about security? Keelan handed everyone a bronze bracelet, covered in jade runes. When Zayn slipped his on, the bracelet vibrated against his skin for a few seconds before settling against his flesh. I layered a couple of enchantments on it. The first should temper the beguiling nature of any Matri we encounter. The second is a general look, a way combined with a shadow face that only we can see through. And the final is a ward against scrying, in case anyone detects us. Zayn clapped his hands together once for emphasis. And lastly, but this bears repeating, do not eat or drink in the Eternal City unless you bring it with you or accept any object. If you do, you'll never be allowed to leave. When Vin announced that the portal was ready, everyone put on their individual enchantments. Then they drew lines in front of the portal using a mixture of gargoyle dust, gold filings and salt. As soon as Vin triggered the portal, a hum filled the air that made Zayn's teeth ache. Hand in hand they stepped towards the archway. Zayn's skin tingled as the portal tugged on him, and the world around him went hazy, as if a thin mist had entered the room. Slowly the dingy generator room in the guts of the Fifth Ward disappeared, replaced by a city street. A perpetual gloom hung over this new city. Immediately Zayn pulled his arms to his chest as if he were cold, even though he'd enchanted away the elements. Mage lights on cast iron poles gave the place a distant feeling as if they were entering a dream. The sky was the color of dull iron. A quasi-dusk existed as neither day nor night. Oily puddles glistened along the street. A gritty industrial taste invaded his mouth, making Zayn want to spit. Nearby, apartment buildings as high as 8 stories crowded the street, while further in the distance skyscrapers dominated the horizon. Feeling exposed, Zayn started moving. They clustered along the side of the street, even though there were no other travelers present. "Wait," whispered Portia. "We have to mark the area so we can get back." When Zayn turned around, he caught a glimpse of the rusty generator room, as if through a window, but it faded in and out depending on how he moved his head. Portia placed an anchoring enchantment on the nearest cast iron pole, muttering something in Spanish before they moved again. They walked for a few blocks, and the whole time Zayn felt like they were being watched. His shoulder blades itched, and he resisted the urge to check behind him constantly. "Where are we going?" whispered Skylar from beneath her shadowed hood. "We'll know it when we find it," said Zayn. A few minutes later, they were crossing an intersection when they heard what sounded like knives being scraped together, followed by a guttural scream. No one made a move towards the noise, and for once Zayn felt no desire to investigate. For all he knew, the sounds were a ruse to draw foolhardy folk into a trap. The next hour seemed to take forever, as his senses were on high alert the whole time. The streets all looked the same, though the skyscrapers in the distance changed over time. "Are we getting anywhere?" asked Vin with a hint of frustration. "Just keep your senses alert," said Zayn. "We'll find something eventually." "They say this place is endless, and I'm beginning to understand why," said Keelan. They walked for another hour, and the feeling of familiarity grew with each passing block. They'd been walking forward for over 2 hours, but it felt like they were stuck in a loop. "I swear we've passed that puddle 10 times, said Skylar. "Wait," said Portia, grimacing when she realized she'd spoken too loudly. Her fingers gestured in complex movements along with a breath of phase exhaled. When she was finished, her shoulders slumped with defeat. "What?" asked Zayn. Portia raised her arm, indicating the way forward. "The anchor I placed is right ahead. We've seen that puddle 10 times because we've walked past it before." Everyone looked around them at the buildings. Zayn squinted into the distance, studying the skyscrapers. "I know those buildings are different. The one with the green glow at the top when we first got here is gone, and now there's one with little things flying around it," said Zayn. "Everything one read said this place was impossible to map through normal means," said Portia. "Now I understand. This place is worse than Mexico City. How do we get anywhere? If we're just going to walk around in circles, we might as well go back," said Keelan, clearly frustrated. "There's got to be a trick to it," said Skylar. "Otherwise, how would anyone get anywhere? How would you find anything?" Their conference was interrupted by a chittering sound, coming from an alleyway. Zayn froze, sending his senses in all directions. Portia pointed to the front of the alleyway. A creature the size of a matchbox, looking like a hunk of broken concrete with tiny wire legs and chips of gemstones for eyes, came ambling out, followed by a few dozen others. They watched as the first one stopped, its silver wire antennae rotating around in a scanning motion. "I think it's a Failer," said Portia as she studied the critter. "I guess they're kinda like insects here." Before she could say another word, the critter surged towards Portia, who quickly stomped it, crumbling it into pieces. Then she watched in horror as the tiny chunks of concrete reassembled themselves and started moving after her again. "Hey guys," said Vin in alarm, "there's more coming from the other alleyways." "Ouch," said Skylar, kicking one away that had snuck up from behind. "Little bastard bit me." Zayn spun in a circle to see more Failer surrounding them. Then it was like the alleyways on either side of the street opened the floodgates, because thousands of the critters came pouring out. Before Zayn could bring even one spell to his lips, they were surrounded. Chapter 13. The Eternal City, December 2015. A rocky situation. A tortured scream cut through dusk-laden streets somewhere nearby. It wasn't one of Zayn's teammates, but he suspected that whoever had made the sound had wandered into the swarm of Failer. "Blast your way out," yelled Zayn as he threw force bolts into midst of the creatures, scattering them like rocks, but almost as soon as they tumbled to a stop they slid together, reforming into new critters. More screams, this time from his teammates, filled the air. Zayn wasn't sure who yelled, "Run," but he was moving before the retreat was sounded. A half-dozen of the tiny concrete creatures attached themselves to him as he leapt forward, snipping at his flesh with hard mouths. Each bite was like getting his skin pinched between two rocks. Zayn hastily knocked the critters off as he ran. They broke free of the swarm, but it followed them as they sprinted forward, running flat out for a good 30 seconds. They were 2 blocks away when Zayn saw a dark grey carpet moving across the street ahead of them, and as they slowed, the carpet shifted towards them like a murmuring of starlings. "We've looped back around," said Skylar. "What can we do?" "We can't run forever," said Vin. "Focus fire, force bolts only." "Maybe if we turn them to dust they can't reform," said Zayn. The 5 of them lined up and on Zayn's count unleashed bolt after bolt of pure force energy. The first few rounds scattered the incoming critters, sending up a cloud of broken concrete, but then as more Failer joined the initial vanguard, there were too many for their blasts to cover, and the creatures flanked them. "Back the other way," said Zayn. They ran for a minute, before encountering the swarm again. "Any ideas?" asked Zayn as the carpet of concrete critters skittered towards them. "Moments like this make me wish I was in Arcanium or Coterie. They know the biggest, flashiest spells," said Skylar. "Up," said Keelan, who was already scaling the nearest building, grabbing the crenellations and windowsills as he ascended. Zayn followed his cousin up the building. He looked down to see the critters catching them as they neared the top. They ran up as fast as they ran across the street. By the time Zayn and his teammates reached the roof of the 5-story building, a flood of Failer brimmed over the sides, falling over each other like rocky foam. No one had to say anything about their next escape. With a short running jump, Zayn leapt the gap between the 2 buildings, stranding the Failer on the other side. Vin peered over the side. "They're climbing this one too." That was all the warning they needed, and they leapt a dozen buildings in rapid order. "This is exhausting us faster," said Zayn. "Let's get back to the street." Back on the ground, the grey carpet headed towards them like an ocean with a murderous streak. "I think we have to bail through the portal," said Zayn, watching the glistening street boil with Failer. "We can't keep running and we can't fight them. I'm sorry guys, this trip is a bust. Take us back, Portia." The chittering grew louder. Zayn put his hand on Portia's shoulder. She stared into an alleyway that they'd passed a dozen times before. He glanced down where she was looking, only to see a stone wall at the end of a dim alley. "I can get us out," said Portia. "Guys, we need to hurry if we're going to get out of here," said Skylar, concerned. "How? Never mind, no time, if you can do it, said Zayn. "Over here, this way," said Portia breathlessly. Zayn was confused when she headed into the blind alleyway. He glanced behind to see the carpet of Failer trapping them into the alleyway. Portia." But when he turned his head back, the way opened up and they stumbled onto a new street. The buildings had dull red doors, which was a shocking display of color compared to the palette of grays and blacks from the previous street. They ran for a couple of blocks before they were able to slow, confident they'd lost the concrete failure. "What did you do?" asked Zayn, confused. Portia looked all around them. "I think the reason no one can find anything is because it doesn't work like our world. I think it works on intention, rather than a compass-based direction. We didn't know where we wanted to go before, so we stayed in a loop. But once I wanted to get away, I saw the new street through the alleyway where it hadn't been there before." "That's brilliant, Portia. How did you even think of that?" asked Vin. A slight blush rose to her cheeks as she lifted one shoulder. "After spending a summer hiking, I guess I found that I had a knack for finding places." "I think you're the team scout now," said Zayn, patting her on the back. A smile beamed to her lips, which she kept squeezed together in an uncharacteristic display of modesty. The pride sparkling in her eyes gave Zayn an idea. He realized that the team didn't have defined roles, and that everyone sort of helter-skelter contributed when they could, but if they were going to succeed they needed to specialize more. "Can you think about a source of information next?" asked Zayn. She didn't answer because she held a secret smile on her lips, as if she'd already been doing that, or maybe something else entirely. Portia led them 2 streets up. They reached a building that looked like a cathedral with a stained glass window, except the colored glass seemed to shift and move as if it were alive. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Skylar, who took a step towards the building, and when Portia grabbed her arm shook her off. "Watch," said Portia, who seemed to know something the others didn't. Zayn focused his attention on the colorful moving stained glass window. It seemed like the window was breathing, like a carpet of leaves with air exhaling through them. Then, as if some signal had been given, the colors exploded from the window, a mad fluttering rising above the street. As the colors expanded, revealing individual creatures, the picture of what he'd been seeing became clearer. "More Phaler?" asked Vin, receiving a hushed yes from Portia. These Phaler were unlike the concrete critters from before, more delicate, translucent. They appeared to be made of thin, flexible material, like butterflies made from stained glass windows with gemstone eyes. They rose like a dark rainbow, catching light from the sky even though there wasn't a ray of sun anywhere. They rose higher, expanding into a flock, until their height and the dinginess of the sky faded their colors into nothingness, and they could no longer be seen. "That was worth nearly getting eaten for," said Vin. "I'll agree with you when we get out of here alive," said Skylar. Zayn caught up to Portia as they strode away from what they'd thought had been a cathedral. "You knew about that, didn't you?" "No. No," said Portia. "A traveler from the halls came here before and wrote about them. I didn't think we would find any, until I realized that anywhere in the Eternal City was available if you wanted to go there." Zayn was about to ask a question when Keelan said, "Carriage incoming." The sound of rattling wheels on cobblestone echoed from behind them. 2 powerful black horses with steam hissing from their nostrils thundered onto the street from a crossing point. "There's nowhere to hide here," said Keelan frantically. "Go to the Veil," said Zayn, catching a look from his cousin, but when he tried himself he found the way blocked. "We can't get there from here," said Portia. "And there's no time to escape through the alley." "Wait," said Skylar, stepping forward but looking at the shadows pooled at their feet. "Let me." Skylar didn't finish her sentence. She whispered a spell, blue phase between her hands as she rubbed them together, and leaned down, inexplicably grabbing the edge of the shadow and yanking it up as if it were a blanket made of night. "What the?" muttered Vin. "Everyone crouch behind me," said Skylar, who held the shadow before them as a shield. Zayn crowded behind her with the others leaning on his shoulders. He could see through the shadow. It made the world look like it was in the middle of an eclipse. As the carriage grew near, an irrational fear built in Zayn's chest. He sensed it in the others as they twitched, heads turning as if they were preparing to run. Looking through the shadow, he saw the horses differently. They seemed almost skeletal, and a crimson glow emanated from their lips as if they contained a fiery furnace in their bellies. Their hooves struck the cobblestones like a hammer beating a crucifixion stake. His breath came short. He wanted to run in terror the other way, but the closeness of his teammates kept him from fleeing. As the black carriage passed them, Zayn saw the symbol for the Ruby Court, a musical note being held like a hammer on the side of the carriage. Behind the crimson curtains, Zayn sensed a powerful presence, and his whole body tensed, concerned whatever was behind the curtains was looking for them. But then the carriage was past them, rattling down the cobblestone street. Zayn exhaled, hearing similar releases from his teammates. "That was close," said Vin. "I felt like they were looking for someone, maybe us." "That was odd, and terrifying." "There was someone dangerous in that carriage," said Keelan. "I wonder who it was." Skylar shook out the shadow as if she were folding laundry, then set it onto the cobblestones. One blink later, nothing looked different from before. "We would have had the displeasure had Skylar not known that trick," said Zayn. "That was pretty sweet. Where'd you learn that?" "I wanted to make a cloak of shadow, something to wear that no one else had ever worn. I found a spell and made modifications, but the shadow can't exist on its own for long. It disintegrates within a few minutes." Zayn nodded, mentally assigning Skylar in charge of deception. "Portia, can you get us somewhere useful?" She nodded. They crossed the street, heading down a new alleyway. When they came out the other side, Zayn thought she'd erred, because the streets looked like the ones they'd originally come from. To their right, two bulky humanoids stood beneath an awning. They had powerful arms, olive green skin, and ridged foreheads. A neon-like sign above the door glowed in crimson mage light. As they circled towards the door, Zayn caught the name of the place. Stone Cipher. The bouncers out front sucked in their guts and pulled back their shoulders as Zayn and his teammates approached. "Dolgant," said Portia under her breath. "Hey fellas," said Zayn, using a casual demeanor as if they'd been there before. "Who's the band tonight?" The two Dolgants glanced at each other, confusion brimming on their foreheads, anger snarling on their lips. "Go away, fleshbags," said the Dolgant with a scar on his jaw. "Stone Cipher not for you." "We're here on business," said Zayn, hoping to be cryptic enough to pass without creating any situations. Without looking away, the scarred Dolgant growled out words in a language that made Zayn's throat hurt just hearing it. The second Dolgant nodded, and started to go through the door. Zayn had a strong feeling that the second bouncer was planning on grabbing reinforcements. He placed his hand behind his back to signal to get ready for a fight, but Vin stepped forward. "Gentlemen," said Vin, reaching towards them with something glimmering in his open palm. "There's no need for us to make a scene." Zayn almost didn't recognize Vin as he addressed the Dolgant. He simultaneously reminded them of his considerable size, and seemed like a congenial friend. The Dolgant's eyes widened when they saw the glimmering in the palm of Vin's hand. "Don't worry, that's for you," said Vin. "One for each of you." Vin shook his hand, and the glimmerings doubled. Zayn tried to get a better look, but he couldn't see past Vin's bulk. The first Dolgant, the one with the scar, reached out and took the glimmering off Vin's palm, followed by the second. They both seemed mesmerized, staring into their cupped hands as if they were holding the contents of a galaxy. Vin pushed past the bouncers into the bar, so Zayn followed. "What was that?" asked Zayn as they traversed a dark passage that led down a set of narrow stairs, noting Vin's new role within the group for the future. Vin shrugged. "A little trick I learned in DC." "I never knew you could be so charming," said Skylar. "As they say, you don't change DC, but DC changes you," said Vin. Further conversation was cut short when they entered a noisy bar filled with smoke. Dozens of Dolgants stood around circular concrete tables drinking from pewter mugs, speaking in their native tongue. It sounded like a room full of growling dogs. The moment they stepped into the light, the conversation in the bar died. Every eye was focused on them, and every eye was angry. Zayn was certain their entrance was going to end in a fight. Then things got worse as a tall matri stepped from a booth. The matri's slick dark hair obscured half his face, but his awkward, almost deranged smile said everything they needed to know about him. His shoulder-dipped gait was vaguely familiar to Zayn, which worried him even more, along with the cufflinks made of teeth on his stylish pin-striped suit. A wicked curved blade appeared in the matri's fist as he limped towards them. The room full of Dolgans, which at first had directed their anger towards them, watched the approach of the strange matri with horror-filled apprehension. Zayn stepped into his way, preparing to signal his teammates for battle, when the matri twitched his head, knocking Zayn backwards as if he'd been yanked by a string. The awkward smile on the matri grew deeper as he stopped before Keelan, who looked like he was working to contain his terror. "I told the lady I'm not interested no matter what the price," said the matri in a sing-song voice. Zayn realized that Keelan's terror wasn't directed at the matri, but at him. "I don't know what." The words trickled from his lips, then came to an abrupt stop as the strange matri grabbed Keelan's arm, pulling up the sleeve of his jacket. He slapped his cocoa skin, and a tattoo appeared on the inside of Keelan's forearm. A purple spider. It was the lady's mark. A measure of favor, and it meant that Keelan had joined the ranks of her watchers. Keelan spoke softly, his eyes rounded with sadness. "I'm sorry, Zayn. I should have told you." Chapter 14. Varna, July 2015. A mutual disagreement. Zayn stood beneath the sprawling oak canopies at the far end of the ladies' plantation, wearing his best suit, which was too small for him anymore due to his training in the academy. The handwritten invite in delicate calligraphy to the ladies' party had arrived a week before, giving Zayn ample time to decide whether or not he would attend. He knew Keelan would be there since he'd embraced the ladies' favor since the beginning of the summer. He'd gone back and forth about it, eventually deciding that he couldn't avoid the lady forever, plus he was curious about her nature. If he were to truly destroy her, he would need to understand her better, and attending the party would further his goals. With his Yakari motorcycle leaned against an oak tree, Zayn made the journey up the road to her plantation. Dozens of expensive cars sat on the lawn, including Keelan's silver Supra. Seeing his cousin's car made his heart jump. They hadn't talked since he'd stormed out of his house. Zayn took a deep breath and walked up the pristine white stairs. A watcher in a dark suit wearing dark sunglasses took his invitation. Once inside, Zayn tried to get his bearings, but he'd only been in the house for ceremony, and it had a dark, imposing feel then. The bright bows on everything, as if it were a wedding, confused him. He heard muted laughter from deeper in the house, but hesitated. A blonde girl in a servant's outfit came through the entryway with a tray of drinks in her hand. She looked so small and demure that Zayn didn't recognize her at first. "Gretchen?" Her eyes widened with fright until she realized who was speaking. "Hi, Zayn," she said, glancing warily towards the front door. Gretchen had been the head cheerleader, and everyone in school had thought she was a shoe-in to make the academy. At the time, Zayn had believed it as well, thinking she was his biggest competition. It had been a shock when instructor Olga didn't choose her, but now that he'd been at the academy for a couple of years, he understood why. Priyanka didn't take cruel people. But she seemed a shadow of her former self now, reduced by unimportance and the strain of living in Varna. "How are you?" he asked. "I'm not supposed to be talking to anyone," said Gretchen, her eyes never resting on one place as if she were on high alert. "It's okay, I'm not anyone," he replied. "When did you start working for the lady?" She shook her head tightly. "I'll work for Carl's Catering." "Can you show me where the rest of the party is?" he asked. As Gretchen led him towards the voices, cutting through expensively furnished rooms, she spoke in a lowered voice. "I never expected you would join the academy." Even though she'd wanted to join, she said it in a way that suggested she was disappointed. "I never expected it as well," he lied. "But sometimes we have to do what we can to survive." While his experience at the academy with seers and prophecies had taught him that his deception on getting chosen on ceremony night had likely not fooled the lady at all, he still preferred that the kids he went to school with believed the illusion. It wasn't that he wasn't proud of what he'd done in the academy, because he was. But what the world thought of the academy and what it actually was were two different things, and without that first misimpression, the second would be difficult to maintain. They entered the grand ballroom, the place where the ceremony was held, but it looked so different that he hardly recognized it. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, glowing with soft mage light. A white carpet stretched across the hardwood floor, muting the hard soles and high heels treading upon it. The well-to-do of Varna milled about the room, holding champagne glasses and chatting softly, wearing expensive clothing. Zayn tugged on his ill-fitting suit nervously. While he had no love for almost anyone in the room, he still felt their judging sideways glances keenly. He saw Keelan on the far side of the room with Aunt Lydia, laughing with Mayor Finch. They all looked like they'd just come from the opera, and that the mayor had told a delicious joke. Zayn wasn't ready to talk to his cousin yet, especially not in the presence of Mayor Finch. He considered using his sensing imbuement to listen in on the many conversations around the room, but thought that might be too obvious in a room full of former academy students. He didn't see the lady, not that he knew what she looked like, but he thought he would know if he saw her. There were rooms off the grand ballroom in which people were talking, so he assumed she was holding court in one of those. Zayn made a circuit around the room. No one made any motion to speak to him, but they gave him polite nods as if they knew how he ranked to the lady. As he passed one room, he saw a tall figure with one shoulder dipped wearing a pin-striped suit. He had his back to Zayn, but he sensed the man was not human. He was talking with the speaker, who was wearing a pristine white dress that made her blonde hair almost ghostly. They seemed to be in disagreement, but Zayn didn't linger long enough to discern anything else. He was considering going to talk to his cousin when he sensed a presence near him, mostly through the reactions of the guests around him. He knew the lady had entered the room by their averted eyes, but he didn't expect her to come right to him. The lady was beautiful and alien and human, all at the same time. Her skin was the color of lilacs, and her hair, an alternating silver and black, had been woven together into a braid that sat like a crown on her head. He'd expected, no, wanted, to hate her right away, but he found a burgeoning desire in his heart. He knew it was some foul sorcery that she was inflicting on him, but it was hard to fight. She was tall with curves that had been carved out of time. A vision flashed in his head, of her standing on a rising ziggurat with legions of followers on their knees in worship before her. A name breathed from his lips before he could restrain himself. Entana. She reacted with surprise, her purple eyes widening before narrowing. "I have not heard that name in a long time," she said in a melodic voice. "I go by Arcadia here." The spell that she'd put on him earlier, either through the force of her true name, or because she had dimmed her aura, no longer compelled him. He found himself free to act as he would. "Lady Arcadia." "Zayn Carter," she said with a secret smile as if they'd met before. She drank him in with her luminous purple eyes. He couldn't believe his fortune, or misfortune, to be standing before her, and for a moment in pure instinct almost summoned Abzu, the hidden blade, but remembered that if he did, he would have to kill her or it would turn on him, and then the whole town would die from a lack of her poison. There was a part of him that wanted to do it, to strike out for all the misery she had created, but the faces of his family, Sela, Masio, Nevia, Izzy, Max, Imani, rose up in his mind, reminding him of the price of his choice. So he calmed his beating heart, and set aside his animosity. Lady Arcadia watched him wrestle with himself, raising a manicured eyebrow in acknowledgement when he had stilled himself. "I see a great weapon in you," said Lady Arcadia. Zayn had to catch himself from reacting, because at first he'd thought she meant Abzu, the blade in his arm, but Anthika had told him that it was impervious to sight, so he realized she meant his training in the academy. "Priyanka Sai is a great teacher," said Zayn. "She is my greatest ally and longest-standing friend," said Lady Arcadia. The way she said it with chin raised high, suggested she was imparting a message. Zayn decided not to take the bait, but had nothing to say, so he looked around the room. "Your Aunt Lydia has taken to living in the gardens quite nicely. Have you considered moving your parents there as well?" asked Lady Arcadia. "They're happy with their living arrangements, and I wouldn't presume to move them," said Zayn. "Well spoken, but you don't have to mince words around me. I know Sela and Masio have no love for me," she said. She appraised him with a curl in her lip. He felt like a rat in a cage. They prefer their space, and I don't think anyone in the gardens would appreciate my dad painting murals on the sides of their houses, said Zayn. Then why did you accept my invitation today? Asked the lady. Zayn looked up into her purple eyes. I was curious. Curious about what? Zayn swallowed. He sensed the people around them moving away, as if they expected a confrontation. You. Lady Arcadia leaned back her head, and a melodic laughter rose from her lips in a smoky alto. The quality of her voice surprised Zayn. I like you, Zayn Carter. You're not afraid of me, unlike the rest of them. You marched into the enemy lair to scout the monster you aimed to kill, she said in a hushed voice, eager in her delivery. His whole body stiffened. He felt like he had his head in a trap. She watched him with such amusement that he had to will himself not to run. I'm not here to kill anyone, he said. Lady Arcadia studied him, her eyes reading him as if he were an open book. She lowered her voice until it tremored with excitement. You think I don't know? I have survived this long for a reason. I see. And I see your face in my visions far too frequently. Not today, not now, for you have your family to care for. Your brothers and sisters. Nevia. Max. Izzy. Imani. Your cousin, Keelan. The fear, the need to flee, evaporated in her threats. Then why don't you kill me and get it over with? You think you're the first to think of it. To try. Darling Zayn. If I killed everyone who didn't like me, there wouldn't be anyone left. Believe me, I am aware of how the majority of this town sees me. But unfortunately for you, and fortunately for me, I want to continue to live for a very long time. Even if it means killing people to get what you want, said Zayn. Lady Arcadia kept her face calm and serene, but he could see the steel beneath, the willingness to do what it took to survive. I've tried to minimize my impact to the town. Whatever you may think, I do not enjoy spreading misery, she said. Why are you telling me this? He asked, confused and hurt by this new knowledge. Because I would prefer we live in symbiosis, rather than opposition. You can be useful to me, to Priyanka especially, but only if you set aside your foolish quest, she said. He couldn't believe he was having this conversation with her. His mind felt like a soap bubble ready to pop. What does that even mean? He asked. Not everyone who works for me stays in Varna, she said. While my most loyal watchers stay here and protect the town, keep things running in order, there are those that work outside of Varna, sometimes at my direction, but mostly with Priyanka, furthering the causes she sees fit to influence. Before she'd spoken, he'd hardened himself against her words, but as soon as the offer was laid bare, he softened, mulling what she had to say. It had never been his intention to join the Academy of the Subtle Arts as a career path. He'd only joined to further his crusade against the lady, so that he could learn the arts necessary to kill her. But what he'd found with Priyanka Sai and the instructors, he enjoyed greatly. They were doing what he wanted to do in Varna, righting things that were unjust. But what if foiling the lady was impossible? What if there was no way to kill her and keep the town and his family safe? He would get to leave Varna, explore the world. Sure, there would be danger, but better than the alternative. This offer interests you, said Lady Arcadia. Priyanka has taught us to always consider all offers, he said. It was tempting to give up the hard path and take the easy one. But would that mean he was benefiting from a system that oppressed so many? How could he work for her by Priyanka's hand, while so many like Musgardinia or Bufadash suffered under her system? A twitch of amusement formed on the lady's lips. I see the conflict in your face. Let me sweeten the deal. If you agree, then I will let your family have their privacy in the stack. That she mentioned privacy meant she'd been observing them somehow. Maybe Keelan was right about the spiders. He felt dizzy with the weight of the decision. If she could observe them, she could do more than that. The threat was unspoken, but laid bare like a blade revealed. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Don't worry. I don't expect you to make this decision today. I want you to make the right one, because I see a great future for you. Just as you could be a thorn in my side, albeit a dead one, you could also go on to do great things in my service. In those visions I've seen you winning great battles against the foes of the halls. So I want you to make the right decision, but I see that will take some time to work out. You might even want to talk with your family. After all, it's their lives in the balance too. The threat was clearly delivered, not that he had any illusions as to the dangers of his path. By the end of your 3rd year, when you return to Varna, you must make your decision. If you agree to work for me, then I will let Priyanka know you can continue as her protégé, and in turn, your family will live long and healthy lives. If you cannot, then I suggest you say your goodbyes and take a long and final trip around the world, because if I see even one vision that involves your face sneaking into my home, I will make you and everyone you love pay with their lives. Chapter 15. The Eternal City, December 2015. No one ever likes the mist. The truth was that Zayn had already instinctively known Keelan had joined the Watchers. The house in the gardens for Aunt Lydia, the silver Supra, and other benefits, these weren't earned with empty promises. But Keelan didn't know that. He didn't even know about the lady's offer and threat, mostly because Zayn hadn't wanted to entangle Keelan with his decision either way. So he'd carried his guilt all summer and semester long, and Zayn had done nothing to ease it, because as much as he understood the cold calculation of his cousin's decision, he didn't like it. And there was also the fact that if Zayn accepted the lady's offer, then he wasn't sure if he could handle the rebounding guilt that his cousin would saddle him with, even if it was unintentional. Though with the stakes as they were, guilt was the least of their problems. Zayn gave his cousin the carry-on signal, which brought a flicker of confusion to Keelan's face before it was squelched behind a mask of duty. "We're not here about that, Kavano," said Keelan, glancing around. "Is there a quieter place to talk?" Kavano's visible eye roved across them as his head tilted, letting his cascade of dark hair shift further across his face. He jerked his head towards a side room. They jammed around the table with no one sitting too near Kavano. With the threat of violence reduced, the growling speech of the Dolgans resumed. "Speak," said Kavano, fingers drumming on the table, his visible eye staring back defiantly. He seemed twitchy, as if every movement around him might be a threat. "Why is the Diamond Court in the City of Sorcery?" asked Zayn. Keelan made a gesture which meant assassin. Kavano's lips curled as if he'd eaten something rotten. "I do not deal in information." He gave them a second appraisal. Fledgling hall mages out of their depths. "I am done." He started to get up. Zayn didn't want to come all this way for nothing, so he tried something different. "Then I want to hire you to kill someone." Kavano, who had half risen, arched an eyebrow before sitting back down. Though only one eye stared back, the other hidden behind his cascading hair, he was imposing. Zayn hadn't thought out what he was going to say next, so he said the first name that came to mind. "Capture head of the Diamond Court's guard." Kavano hissed, as if they had some previous history. "I do not take foolish requests." He shook his head and started to rise again. "Then tell me who you can kill. I want to send a message to the Diamond Court." "Why? Those preening gilded birds aren't worth my time, and they shouldn't be worth yours either. They spend their days with their plays and marionette shows. I would kill Prince Athelstar if I could, if only to see his pretty face beneath my boot, but I do not deal in fantasies," said Kavano. Keelan widened his eyes at Zayn as he put his hand on Zayn's arm. "We don't want to kill the prince. My cousin is messing around." Kavano's gaze roved across Zayn's arm. "So this is more than stupid hall mages." "We're on an errand," said Keelan. "You know the lady is a good friend to have." Kavano sucked on his teeth loudly and made a gesture with his eye that intimated a shrug. "Speak." "Why did the Diamond Court go to Invictus?" asked Keelan. "The lady does not care about this," said Kavano. "Of course she does. Where do you think all her watchers come from?" said Keelan. The strange matri looked perturbed about being questioned by them, but also seemed to respect the power of the lady. His nostrils flared as he answered. The young Prince Oronia is coming of age. Queen Zaire wishes to have a party for him, said Kavano as he stroked the table with his fingertips. He said it as if it was a private joke, sneering when he said the young prince's name. That can't really be the reason, said Zayn hastily. That's a huge expense. Queen Zaire spares no expense when it comes to her sons, each in their own way. Why, she has been cornering the gemstone market in the Eternal City, just because the elder prince thinks it's a good investment, even though everyone knows this is a foolish bet. The market is flooded, said Kavano. Why open an embassy in Invictus, if it's just for a coming-of-age party? Surely there's another reason you've heard about, asked Zayn. Maybe the queen is using it as a way to introduce herself to your feeble city. I don't know. I don't care. As long as she's not here, all the better, said Kavano, getting up from the table. He left the bar. Zayn sat in quiet with his teammates until Vin spoke up. I think we should be leaving. Now that Kavano's gone, our tenuous welcome has been retracted. I feel like I'm wearing a tutu in a biker bar, said Skylar. You go to the wrong biker bars, said Vin. A couple of the biggest Dolgants looked like they were working up the nerve to come over, so Zayn motioned for his team to leave. Collectively they got up and moved to the exit, and a few Dolgants followed them until they were outside. Away from the stone cipher, Zayn said, "Take us back to the portal point." Portia stared intently into an alleyway. Zayn, who was ready for it this time, saw the darkness shimmer, as if it were realigning with a new reality. As they headed into the new area, he heard the nightmare-pulled carriage that they'd avoided before turning onto the street. When they reached the new area, it was different from the previous visit. Most of the mage lights were burned out, and those working were pale eyes in a thin mist rising from the glistening stone street. "Where are we, Portia?" asked Zayn. I don't know," she replied, looking confused about their surroundings. "Why is the fog thickening?" asked Vin. Sure enough, the air was swirling, condensing around them, the watery mist like a caress against his skin. Distant mage lights, already dim, were swallowed by the growing whiteness, until they were mere glimmers. The hairs on the back of Zayn's neck rose in anticipation. Every nerve told him to run, yet he worried he would be running into danger if he did. But every moment he delayed, he felt like his chances for escape were being closed off. "I think we're in trouble," said Skylar. "This is a smoke eater, isn't it?" "Yes," said Portia. "Should we run or fight?" asked Zayn. I don't know," said Portia, clearly distressed. There was nothing about how to deal with smoke eaters, only warnings to avoid them. "Too late for that," said Keelan, edging forward. "I say we run through the fog, and try to get to our portal before it can get us." "No," said Skylar defiantly. "That's what it wants us to do. We need to stay put." The fog seemed to catch their voices and reflect them, as if they were in a small chamber. His vision grew fuzzy at the edges. Zayn blinked hard to clear his eyes. "Wait, think. Something's going on," said Zayn. "It's the fog," said Vin, who sounded very far away. "It's doing something to us." Zayn could only see a dozen paces around him. The world, even the sky, was one big white cloud. He felt like a tuning fork struck cleanly. "The fog, it's messing with us, trying to confuse us," said Zayn. It was like his own words echoed in his head. Zayn stared at the whorls in his fingerprints, holding his hand close to his face. The world dialed down to a tiny pinhole of existence. "Where's Keelan?" asked Vin. Mention of his cousin brought Zayn out of his fog. He wasn't with them anymore. Somehow he'd wandered off while they were talking, or standing and doing nothing. Zayn wasn't even sure how long they'd been there. Fear that had been suppressed by the smoke eater rose up, waking Zayn from his immobility. The others seemed to be coming to as well. Vin cupped his hands around his mouth. "Keelan." "Hush," said Skylar, eyes wide, still caught by the creature's spell. "It'll hear us." Portia slapped Skylar, who shook her head. "Thank you. I don't know what came over me." "Use your imbuements to locate him," said Zayn. Closing his eyes for a moment, Zayn opened up his hearing as if he were a satellite dish for the world. Behind him he heard the clack of hooves on cobblestones coming from the stone cipher street. The way was still open. But then further ahead, he heard crying. He didn't recognize Keelan until the sob broke. That way. Zayn gestured into the fog. His teammates moved with him. As they approached, Zayn sensed something fleeing ahead of them. They found Keelan curled into a ball on the cobblestones. He was unresponsive to their inquiries. Vin and Skylar hoisted Keelan between them on their shoulders. "Back through to the other area," said Zayn, holding Portia's hand and keeping his other on Vin's shoulder so they didn't lose each other in the thick fog. As they pulled Keelan away, Zayn sensed a rage from somewhere in the mist, anger that its meal was being taken from it. "Run! Quickly!" Portia led them back onto the other street, but the smoke eater followed them, funneling through the alleyway like a sideways tornado. They ran into the middle of the street, right into the path of the nightmare-pulled carriage. "Follow me!" yelled Portia, continuing through to another alleyway, which shimmered with dislocation as they approached. The smoke eater ran directly into the carriage, and the nightmare screamed, a soul-tearing screech that nearly knocked Zayn and his teammates from their feet. As the door to the carriage opened, Zayn felt a tugging, an encouragement to turn back, but the runed bracelet on his wrist burned as the countercharm worked to protect them. "Go. Go. Go," urged Zayn. Portia led them through to the place that contained their portal. By this time Keelan was more himself, aware and somewhat embarrassed about the smoke eater tricking him. Zayn activated the portal at first chance, dragging them back to their world. When they landed, slightly disoriented and still huffing from the mad run through the streets of the Eternal City, Keelan marched over to one of the rusty generators and kicked the steel with his boot. "What a wasted trip," said Keelan. "We didn't learn anything useful, and I nearly got us all killed." Zayn watched the flat expressions of the team. The empty-handed escape had demoralized them. "That's not true at all," said Zayn. "First of all, we survived, unharmed in all the important ways. Second, we learned a lot about the Eternal City. We know the dangers of failure, Dolgant's smoke eaters. We know how to travel the city now. If we should return, we'll be more prepared." They nodded, a little unsure at first, but then he saw how they seemed to brighten with the knowledge. "And that's not all. Every one of us showed off new skills. Portia was an excellent scout. Skylar shielded us with her shadowy cloak of deception. Vin charmed us into the stone cipher. And Keelan's trinket kept away the Maitre's beguiling enchantment when we were trying to escape." Smiles broke on their faces. Their eyes were lit from within. "In fact, during that trip I realized that while we're a good team, we're not anywhere near where we need to be. We need to start specializing in our skills. Portia, you're in charge of scouting and surveillance. Skylar is our deceiver. Vin is the faceman. Keelan is in charge of security and gadgets. I want each of you to give yourself homework, develop your specialties, until you're better than our instructors." He said every title with a capital letter, and he could see by their eyes that they heard it that way too. Whatever aches and pains they had in the Eternal City were washed away by this new challenge. "Hey Cos, you told us what everyone learned except you. What did you learn?" asked Keelan. "I learned what we're going to do to get into the embassy of the Diamond Court," said Zayn. Wrinkles of confusion passed across their faces. "You did?" "Yes. Cavano told us how to get into the embassy." There were a lot of shared glances that suggested they didn't believe him. "I don't recall him saying anything about how to get in," said Keelan. "Unless you had a secret conversation that we weren't aware of." "Sure he did." Zayn shifted, mimicking the Maitre assassin's awkward body position. "Those preening gilded birds aren't worth my time. They spend their days with their plays and marionette shows." Portia was the first one to get it, and she gave him a slow, understanding nod. "We're going to put on a play and get invited into the embassy?" asked Skylar. "You got it," said Zayn, a grin rising to his lips. The Queen is hosting a coming-of-age party for Prince Orania. Surely they will be hosting their favorite forms of entertainment. But we don't know anything about putting on a play, said Keelan. I was a drama kid, said Vin, raising his hand. Well, there we are, said Zayn. I see we have our play director. Vin's face lit up like a night of fireworks. Oh, this is going to be fun. They would soon find out how wrong they were. Chapter 16. 7th Ward, December 2015. Fizzy lifting drinks. A few weeks after the trip to the Eternal City, Zayn was in his room memorizing a spell for breaking into complex electronic locks when he heard a commotion on the lower floor. He threw on a shirt and went downstairs, finding the living room in disarray. Except for the couch, which contained a lounging Petrie busy on her phone, every piece of furniture in the room, love seat, tables, wall hangings, had been broken into pieces no longer than a foot and stacked into a tower. Skylar stood before the pile that formerly was their living room furniture, with her hands on her head. She launched a piece of what looked like a table leg across the room, where it embedded into the wall, vibrating upon impact. "Instructor Minoan?" asked Zayn as he crossed his arms. "Yep," said Keelan, sitting on the staircase with a frown. "What is this, the 5th or 6th time?" Portia, who came downstairs in her workout clothes with a toothbrush sticking out of her mouth, said, "5th. First was the food, then the box of mice, then the room full of packing peanuts, those awful pigeons which took forever to clean up, and now this." "Don't forget the butterflies," said Vin. "Oh yeah, those were nice though," said Portia. "So I guess 6th. Until they all died at midnight." "They were everywhere," said Vin, sticking his tongue out. Skylar was still raging, throwing pieces into the wall. "He walks through our defenses as if they're not even there," said Keelan with his palms on his temples. "I thought the rebounding charm might keep him from spelling his way in, but I checked it and it's still completely intact. I don't know how he's doing it. I'm terrible at this." At least it wasn't snakes like Eddie's group had to deal with. They got into everything. "Supposedly Eddie was opening a box of cornflakes and found a copperhead," said Portia. Zayn rubbed the back of his neck. "Maybe we're approaching it all wrong." Skylar spun around and extended her arm towards Petrie. "Maybe it would help if our guest would warn us when Instructor Minoan showed up to trash the place." Still tapping on her cell phone, Petrie glanced up long enough to say, "You told me not to get involved." "I was not involved." She shrugged. "Anyway, I was asleep when it happened." "Can't she be involved?" asked Skylar. "She's been lying around on our couch, doing nothing, not even helping out in the kitchen. She ate my whole jar of surprise berries last week." Surprise berries had been bred by an alchemy mage to taste like random berries with each bite. There were nods from the rest of the team. Away from the house, there had been increased grousing about her role in the house. For unity's sake, he asked, "Do you think you could help out more, Petrie? Last I checked, my Aunt Snow Owl said you were supposed to show me the town, but you've done nothing but go to class, study, and let that weird-ass professor trash your place on a regular basis." Zayn groaned internally. He'd been meaning to take her out, show her the city, but there was always one more thing to study, one more spell to prepare, and they hadn't even gotten anywhere with their thespian espionage plan. "How about tonight?" he asked. "Let me check my schedule," said Petrie. A little anger rose to his face, until he realized she was baiting him. "Yeah," she said. "I guess I'm free, if you're buying." "Then let me get the team going, and then we can go out," said Zayn. "So you're going to bail on us while we clean up this mess?" asked Skylar, eyes practically bugging out of her head. He was going to try calming her down, but realized that would only make things worse. She'd been tense lately, quick to anger, and lashed out at everyone at odd times. He'd thought it was just the additional load with everyone working on their specializations, but it hadn't diminished, and seemed to be getting worse. "Actually, you're coming with me," said Zayn. "Assuming that's cool with everyone else." The others rapidly nodded their heads. Everyone knew she needed a break, before she snapped on one of them. Skylar opened her mouth as if she were going to sling a new insult, but then she looked around the room at the additional destruction she'd caused by throwing pieces of the furniture into the walls. "Yeah, I guess I'll go out," said Skylar, moving up the stairs like a zombie. "Do you need to change or anything?" asked Zayn. "What? Are you saying you don't like my cut-off garbage King's t-shirt and sweatpants?" said Petrie with faux huffy breath as she went upstairs. "Just be ready in 15, he called. Keelan approached next, his mouth twisting with thought. "What am I going to do about Instructor Manoin? You put me in charge of security, but nothing I've done has worked. I'm really sucking at this. I'm sorry I let you down." Zayn opened his mouth, ready to give Keelan a few ideas he'd been mulling over, but realized that if he did that, then he'd continue to think he was a failure. Plus, he could tell it was more than the house defenses at stake. Since summer and their argument when Keelan moved into the garden, things had been awkward between them. Zayn patted his cousin on the shoulder. "You didn't let me down. The house defense is on all of us, and it's not like any of the other groups have figured out how to stop him. You'll think of something. See what you can work up with Vin and Portia. I bet by the time we get back tonight, you'll have the answers we need." Keelan nodded absently, not in disagreement, but clearly he was working through the problem. Vin and Portia had gone into the kitchen, so he went through the swinging door. The murmurs of conversation started up immediately. Zayn didn't bother listening in, because he had his own plans to make. Skylar and Petrie met Zayn downstairs when they were ready. He wore his usual black jeans and shirt. "Do I need to go change?" he asked upon seeing them. Skylar had on a shimmery dress the color of sapphires that hung comfortably on her slight frame. With her short hair and dangling earrings, she looked like she was ready to sing at an upscale late-night cabana. While not as elegant as Skylar, Petrie looked equally stunning. Her black dress had a girlish quality that contrasted with her ruby-red lipstick. He almost didn't recognize her lingering by the front door. "You look great, Zayn," said Skylar with a kiss on his cheek. "I lent her one of my dresses. How does it look?" Despite the smoky eye makeup, Petrie looked a little overwhelmed in her outfit. With her constant sarcastic comments, Zayn had forgotten she was a girl their age who'd never been to the city. He searched for the right word, not wanting to confuse her, and settled on perfect. They took the blue line to the green line into the second ward. There was a bar called the Levitating Mage that he'd heard about when he worked at the fish market last year. It was a kitschy tourist trap, but he thought she might enjoy it. The decor was fluorescent, and every drink came with a glow stick. Club music played at ear-splitting levels, so Zayn put on a charm that allowed him to hear through the music, applying the spell to Petrie as well. He grabbed them drinks and they stood at the end of the bar, people watching. "So what's your Aunt Amber like outside of the shop?" asked Zayn, trying to work up some small talk. "Snow Owl," said Petrie, a flatness returning to her lips. "Her name is Snow Owl." "Sorry, she told me to call her Amber the first time I went into her shop," said Zayn, trying to remind himself that he didn't need to shout over the music. "Her name is actually Snow Owl on an old grave, but I guess she doesn't want her name dirtied on your lips," said Petrie. Zayn looked to Skylar for help. She downed her drink already, and was waving at the bartender for a second. "So the Levitating Mage is more than a stupid name for a bar," said Zayn. "There's a room in back, well, multiple rooms, where you can drink a potion and float around the room. It sounds pretty cool. I got us some tickets for it, if you want to try it out." Without another word, Petrie grabbed the tickets and marched into the crowd. When she was gone, Zayn said, "Isn't she a ball of sunshine? It's not like you've done her any favors since she got to the city. The year is half over and you're finally taking her out," said Skylar. "Wait? You're on her side now? I thought you were mad at her back at the house?" asked Zayn. "Girls stick together," said Skylar with a wink. "And I lent her one of my dresses, which practically makes us sisters now." "It's nice to see you wearing some fashionable clothes again," said Zayn. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he'd said the wrong thing, as her nostrils flared like a bull ready to charge. He shook his head. "I'm an idiot. What I meant is that you really enjoy fashion, or you did, and it's good to see you getting out, said Zayn. Her lips curled. You're not improving anything. Zayn slapped his palm on his forehead. I guess I'm saying when you came back from the summer, you seemed really mad about those people that came into your store. Look, if you're past that, whatever you're doing, I support you. Skylar arched a delicate eyebrow. I'll give you a 4 out of 10. But you're trying. Thanks, I guess. After a slight shake of the head, she puffed up her cheeks, then blew them out. I shouldn't bust your balls like that. I'm not being completely honest about what happened last summer. He nodded to indicate she should go on. I was having the time of my life at the boutique. Sales were good, my designs were bringing in new customers. Everything was great until that stupid Giovanni Portalen walked past my store. This is the point where you explain who Giovanni Portobello Mushroom is, said Zayn. Her eyes widened with horror. You don't know who he is? He's only the most famous designer in the world. Zayn shrugged. I'm just a small-town kid from Varna. Anyway, she continued, as soon as I saw him walk by my store, I ran out and asked him if he wanted to look at my designs. He was annoyed by my interruption, but I knew he loved finding new talent, so he allowed me to bring out one piece that represented my style. Ecstatic, I brought him a silken floral petticoat that I thought was my best piece. He took one look at it and said in his haughty voice, "That is nothing but derivative trash, my dear. I would rather put a trash bag on one of my models than allow them to wear that." Skylar's eyes rounded with sadness, with a touch of anger flaring her nostrils. The fact that she'd memorized not only his words but the tone told Zayn how deeply his feedback had been ingrained. What a jerk. He's totally wrong, said Zayn. No, said Skylar. He's totally right. Once I took a look at the stuff from his catalogue, I found similar pieces from a couple of years ago, and they'd been trashed by the trendsetters then. Why did I think it would work now? Can't you make some new pieces? Like that shadow cloak you saved us with in the Eternal City, asked Zayn. Skylar stared into her drink with her lips squeezed to one side. After Giovanni, I just didn't have it in me to work on anything else. I guess I'm not as good at fashion as I thought I was. I think you're amazing, said Zayn. And didn't you say that Giovanni made the same petticoat years ago? If he can make mistakes, why can't you? A light twinkled in her eyes before turning dark again. He's got decades of experience, while I'm a noob. My dad says that experience is only when you've made all the mistakes you can make in a narrow field. He's an amazing artist, but I've seen his fair share of mistakes too, said Zayn. Skylar raised an eyebrow. Is that why you throw yourself into things without thinking? Trying to make all the mistakes you can? Yeah, sort of, though I think it's a little different with the academy. I need to survive my stupidity to learn. I've been lucky so far. He looked back to Skylar. Or more appropriately, I've had great support from my teammates. You've got that right, said Skylar, who was trying to smile even if it didn't reach her eyes. Zayn clinked his glass against hers. I hope you don't give up. I think you can do amazing things. They drank to his toast and had settled into a quiet moment of reflection when Skylar said, Do you hear screaming? It's not Petri, but I think we'd better check that out, said Zayn. Together they pushed their way into the levitation rooms. Petri was standing in the doorway, arms crossed, glowering at the ceiling. A small pile of electronics was scattered around her shoes, as if a cell phone had been torn apart. Are you okay? Fine, she said, even though it was clear she was not. The screaming was coming from the ceiling about 50 feet up. A guy in a mauve company shirt was upside down with his shoes stuck on the ceiling. Help please, I'm sorry, get me down. What happened? Asked Skylar. I drank the potion and was flying around when I looked down to find him taking pictures up my skirt, said Petri, face flushed with anger. Oh really? Asked Skylar, joining Petri in scowling at the ceiling. How did you stick him up there? Asked Zayn. When I pulled his phone out of his pocket, I found a bottle of universal temporary glue he used to stick his Bluetooth camera on the wall, said Petri. Skylar picked up the bottle which was on the floor and read, "Glue works perfectly for 30 minutes. Well then, I guess he only has another 25 to live, said Petrie, nostrils flaring. Skylar, can you take her back to the other room while I deal with this guy? Asked Zayn. He's lucky I didn't pull his entrails out through his mouth, said Petrie as Skylar led her towards the pulsing music. Zayn found the levitation potions on a table outside the room. He shoved one in his pocket, drank another, and immediately got a head rush that made him dizzy. He floated a few inches above the ground. Using a swimming motion, Zayn propelled himself towards the ceiling. Oh, thank you, said the attendant. I thought she was going to let me fall. With his hand holding him in place against the ceiling, Zayn said, You're lucky I don't drop you on your head. You're disgusting. It was only a joke, said the guy. No, it wasn't, said Zayn, thinking about leaving him up here and getting the manager, but he decided he didn't want the complications. After releasing him from his shoes, Zayn floated him back down. As he sat him down, Zayn realized the guy was a decent size and probably lifted weights. She broke my phone, said the attendant, dejected. You're lucky that's all she broke, said Zayn. How'd a girl her size do that to you? His eyes widened to whites. I don't know, man. What is she? I thought she was going to break me in half for a moment. I felt like a child when she grabbed me. You are a child, said Zayn, opening the guy's wallet that he'd taken on the way down and pulling out his driver's license. And here's what you're going to do, Chad Slyman. You're going to quit your job here right now, and go home immediately. Then you're going to go get help, therapy, whatever. You decide. If I find out you haven't been following my directions, I will make a visit to your house, and show you the error of your ways, and it will involve your entrails. So go now. Zayn produced a ball of flame in his hand, to remind him of the consequences. What about my shoes? Asked Chad, pointing to the ceiling. Go, said Zayn, making the flame burn brighter. Now. Chad hesitantly grabbed his license and wallet, before fleeing through the party. Zayn hoped there was broken glass on the way out. He found the girls at the bar doing shots that glowed like radioactive liquid. Petrie seemed to have recovered from the pervert, and as he grabbed a new drink, they ran onto the dance floor, lost to the crowd, leaving him alone. Zayn leaned against the bar, and thought about what Chad had said about her supernatural strength. He should have suspected that Petrie wasn't just a normal girl based on her aunt's snow owl on an old grave, but he didn't know what to make of it. His best guess about Amber was that she was a powerful witch, and maybe Petrie was a young witch. But witches tended to join the 100 Halls, unless they had another way to protect themselves from phase madness. He didn't think it was going to be a problem, as Petrie had been pretty low-key so far, but he would keep an eye on her just in case. When he was finished with his drink, Zayn joined them on the dance floor. One of the benefits of being an academy mage was the imbuements let him experience the music deeper than normal people, and allowed him to dance for hours, though his muscles would pay for it later. The three of them danced until the club closed, and they stumbled back to the train station arm in arm. Almost as soon as they sat on the benches, Petrie slumped over, laying her head on Zayn's lap, and fell asleep. Skylar, who had her head leaned against the opposite wall, eyes half-lidded from the long night, raised an interested eyebrow, but Zayn shook her off. He was definitely not getting involved with Amber's niece. Zayn carried Petrie back to the house. She was light as a feather, and kept her arms curled around his neck, making mewling noises the whole way back. Despite the night of dancing and sweating, she smelled sweet. When they returned, the lights were still on. Keelan greeted them at the door, eyes wide with excitement. Zayn carried Petrie to her room, and tucked her into her bed before returning downstairs. Keelan grabbed his arm right away, holding his finger over his mouth for silence, and dragged him to the kitchen. Then Keelan crouched before the cabinets, hooked his fingers under a wooden door, and tugged the whole thing forward. Rather than the door opening, the whole cabinet slid into the center of the room. Keelan indicated Zayn should peek over the edge, and when he did, he was rewarded with the sight of a tunnel going into the earth. The lip of the tunnel had runes around the edges that kept it hidden from magical detection. Once Zayn had seen the tunnel, Keelan pushed the cabinet back and led him outside to the patio. After activating a privacy charm, Keelan said, "It's safe to talk out here." "No wonder we couldn't stop him from getting into the house. He had a secret way built in," said Zayn. "I should have realized it before," said Keelan, shaking his head. "The best grifts are a setup. The instructors tricked us by giving us this house with a tunnel already built in." "That's pretty crappy," said Zayn. "No, it's not," said Keelan, eyes alit. "It's quite brilliant, actually. Because we can be told something time and time again, but learning it this way, wow, I'll never trust another place again." "What are we going to do about Instructor Minoan?" asked Zayn. Keelan put his hand to his chin. "Nothing yet. I went into the tunnel a ways. It leads to the sewer system, which branches out in so many directions that he could be coming from anywhere. But next time he breaks into the house, we'll follow him back to wherever he's coming from and deal with him." "Sounds like a plan," said Zayn, breaking into a stretch and a yawn. "I'm ready to sleep a few hours before sparring class with Allgood." On the way inside, Keelan said, "I'm really sorry about this summer. I should have told you we were moving into the gardens before we did." "I understand," said Zayn, thinking about telling his cousin about the lady's offer, but deciding it was too late for more serious talk. "I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. I said some terrible things. I'm sorry." They shared a fist bump and went into their separate rooms. As tired as he was, the instant his head hit the pillow, he was wide awake again with thoughts about Varna. Half the year had passed, and he was no closer to deciding what his answer was to the lady's question. Chapter 17. The Honeycomb, January 2016. Waking the Sleeper. "Can anyone tell me what a sleeper agent is?" asked Instructor Koenig, smoothing his moustache as he paced around the center of the room. "Zayn, when he missed class last semester," said Sophia, bringing laughter from the others. Zayn stuck his tongue out at Sophia, who winked back. She'd given up actively trying to sleep with him, but kept up her playful flirting. "A human asset," said Portia, who had raised her hand, "that is placed within an organization to be activated at a later date." "Excellent," said Instructor Koenig. "In this day and age, with ubiquitous magic invading every facet of life, and giving anyone with ample money or power the ability to foresee attempts on their life, wouldn't a sleeper agent be a wonderful way to get past that problem?" Zayn nodded along with his class. He found himself edging forward as if this lesson was meant for him, and him alone. "Imagine," said Instructor Koenig, holding his hands out as if he were telling a thrilling story, "the lone assassin, supplanted deep inside the enemy's network until the moment the code word is given, and then they spring into action, silencing their target forever." He raised his hands in victory, making "oh" and "ah" crowd noises. The class chuckled, which brought a smile to Zayn's lips. Beneath his beige exterior, Instructor Koenig had an infectious enthusiasm that had slowly but eventually won the class over. He didn't have the style or gravitas of the other teachers, but he knew his stuff, and Zayn appreciated that. Not all magic in the academy was going to be flashy. "Sadly," said the instructor, "sleeper agents don't work. Does anyone know why this is?" Zayn looked around at his classmates. He hadn't been reading ahead. There was already too much work, and he'd resorted to using the no-sleep imbuement trick to get by the last few weeks. But Portia raised her hand again. "Because hiding specific knowledge from a person's own brain creates unintended consequences," said Portia. "Yes," said Instructor Koenig, clapping his hands together once. "When you try and restrict that knowledge from the waking mind, it ends up causing other things to get lost within the spell. Your memories and thoughts are a web that creates the person that is you. If you cut parts away or hide them, it disrupts the whole thing. But better than explaining this concept, you're going to experience it. Before class, I got permission from one of you to be the sleeper agent." Instructor Koenig made air quotes and spoke in a heavy voice, but of course this individual is not actively aware of the fact that they are. Zayn looked around at his fellow third years. Everyone had conspiratorial expressions. He searched his own mind to see if he could find evidence that he might be the sleeper agent, but as far as he could tell, he wasn't it. I see by the looks on your faces that you're wondering if you are the sleeper agent. You might be. Or you might not. That's what you get to find out. I want you to talk to your classmates, ask them questions, try to figure out who it is. Try to find gaps in their knowledge, things they should know but can't seem to remember. At the end, once everyone has decided, I'll let you know who the real sleeper agent is. You have an hour. A general commotion followed, as everyone paired up. Zayn tried to talk to Portia, but Charla had already grabbed her. Then Vin tapped him on the shoulder. Are you the sleeper agent? He asked, stroking his chin for comic effect. No, I am not. Are you? Asked Zayn. Nope, said Vin. Well, I guess that covers it. Nice try, Agent Sleep. Where were you last summer? Vin made shifty eyes. Up to my neck in crocodiles and pack money, while looking 100% fly. What about you? Doing small town things in a small town, said Zayn. That's little vague, Mr. Agent. Why don't you elaborate, said Vin. Zayn sighed. Mostly helping out around the house, fixing my sister's food truck, helping Doc at the junkyard. Vin held his hand out and rocked it back and forth. You might be, Zayn. You might. He was about to ask another question when Marla grabbed Vin, and before he could look for anyone else, Sophia was standing near him, smelling like a goddess. Hey Zayn, said Sophia in an unusually sweet voice. How are you? Zayn blocked his smelling sense using his imbuement. Another busy year. She placed a hand on his arm, softly stroking it until he had to repress a chill. So, I know it's been a while, but I was wondering if you wanted to go out on a date sometime. Aren't we supposed to be figuring out who the sleeper agent is? He asked. She fluttered her eyes. Maybe I am. Maybe whatever Instructor Koenig did to you made you forget that you're supposed to be turning me down. It's not that I'm not interested, but I'm trying to stay focused on the academy, he said. It's a start, she said with a wink. Remembering that he was trying to figure out who the sleeper agent was, he asked, So what were you doing before class? Sophia paused, fluttered her eyes for a moment. I was doing the same thing I do every morning, naked yoga. I find it's the best way to start the day. He couldn't decide if her hesitation was purposeful, or if she really didn't remember, and filled in with something flirty. Before he could ask another question, Keelan tapped on Sophia's shoulder. The rest of the hour proceeded in a similar fashion. As it wound down to the end, Zayn found Sophia again. He had a suspicion, and wanted to test it. If Koenig had met with her before class and made her the sleeper agent, then anything tied to her morning ritual might be affected. Hey Sophia, thanks again for lending me those yoga videos this morning. I really enjoyed them. Sophia's mouth opened halfway, as the corners of her eyes crinkled with thought. I did. She looked around before wandering off in a daze, and not long after that Instructor Koenig called time. Standing in front of the class, the instructor said, All right, I hope everyone has decided. I'm going to count to 3, and on 3 I want everyone to shout out who they think the sleeper agent is. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. A chorus of Sophia filled the room. There were a handful of other names, and Vin said his own name, but the general consensus was on the Brazilian. Congratulations, for those of you that said Sophia, you are correct. She was the sleeper agent. Sophia looked a little bewildered, but the realization seemed to be slowly dawning on her face. As you can tell, with only a minor modification, she was affected enough that over half the class picked her out. He paused, letting everyone consider what he had to say. That's all for class today. Be prepared for class on Thursday by learning all 33 memory knockout charms and their effective counters. A collective groan filled the auditorium, to which Koenig added, Better prepared than dead, responded the class. As everyone filed out, Zayn approached Instructor Koenig, who was collecting his notes which he'd stacked on the floor. Can I help you, Mr. Carter? I had a few more questions about sleeper agents. As Koenig organized his papers, he nodded. Shoot. Is it really that impossible? Asked Zayn. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Nothing's impossible. You know what the patron likes to say. Yes, improbable, said Zayn, but I'm guessing there are practical limits. Maybe you have something in mind. Zayn lifted one shoulder. Professional curiosity. He had no idea if Instructor Koenig knew much about Varna, since he wasn't a regular instructor, but he didn't want to give away what he intended. If you're thinking about trying it to get into a specific location, I recommend against it, said the instructor, clearly meaning the embassy, though it wasn't what Zayn was thinking about. Why? Can't those challenges be overcome if the memory deletion was done properly? Asked Zayn. There are too many risks and unknowns. The mind is an unknown network. You never know what can happen, especially when you have to hide deeper intentions. If what needs to be hidden is integral to a person, even a little bit, it tends to modify the person in ways they can't expect. As I said before, practically it is impossible, even though theoretically, smaller things can be hidden. I see, said Zayn. Instructor Koenig patted Zayn on the shoulder. If you want to experiment on something small, feel free, but I don't recommend it with anything important. It's just too dangerous. Okay. Thanks, Instructor Koenig. He left the classroom frustrated. Once the instructor had started the lesson, Zayn had hoped that it might be a solution to his problem in Varna, but unless he could figure out a way around the unintended consequences, he needed a different solution. Chapter 18. 7th Ward, February 2016. The play's the thing. The auditorium caught the sounds of their conversation as they wandered in from backstage. The LaFay Elementary School on the north side of the 7th Ward wasn't being used on this Sunday afternoon, and more importantly, the custodian had taken a more trinket in trade for use of the facilities. Skylar moved to front center, put her hands on her hips and belted out, "All the world's a stage and I'm its oyster." "What was that?" asked Vin. "I don't really know," said Skylar. "Isn't that something from a play?" Vin's eyes fluttered as he placed the back of his hand to his forehead. "Amateurs." "So what are we doing today, Maestro?" said Zayn. "Maestro is for band. I'm the director, and the acting coach and probably the lead," said Vin despondently. From the left side of the stage, Keelan said, "I always wanted to be in a play." "See," said Zayn. "We're eager clay, ready to be molded. Lay it on us, what are we going to do?" Vin shook his head incredulously. "Gather round." So there's not a lot of information about the Maitre's theatre habits, or at least, not a lot of detailed information. They have plays that sound more like consensual group torture, and others that would probably be called performance art in Invictus. "That's consistent with my experiences in the Diamond Court Casino," said Zayn. "Right. Like I said, most of it has little detail, so it would be hard to perform, even if we understood the intent, which we'd probably get wrong due to cultural reasons. But there is one style of theatre that we might be able to pull off, and I say might. They call it Liebereisen, and essentially it means journey of discovery, heavy emphasis on the journey part. The plays are about someone going on a journey in the Eternal City, and what they encounter, and how that changes them and makes them into the person they are. It's a coming-of-age tale." "That sounds like something I would enjoy," said Portia, who was sitting on the stage stretching her legs while she was listening. "Yes, it sounds nice. It's not too different from the Odyssey, though Homer was an adult. But the journey part is the same," said Vin. Keelan had his face scrunched up. "How does that even work? Since the Eternal City has no directions, it's all based on intention. That's what makes the Liebereisen a uniquely Maitre sort of event and form of entertainment. Because the journey is different for everyone, and based on who they are, it becomes like fate to them. It defines who they are for the rest of their lives," said Vin. "I'm not seeing why this is going to be a problem," said Zayn. There are two major issues. One is that there aren't many of these plays translated into English, or any human language. And the ones that are involve events that I don't even know how we can pull off on the stage. In the one I read, the Hahn, which is like the hero, transformed into a fish monster during the first act, and ate the heart of a smoke-eater in the third, said Vin, exasperated. The other problem is that the Liberisen is a marionette play, which means we have to figure out how to create a rigging, and have strings hanging off of us, as if we're being moved by fate. We're going to be marionettes. That sounds cool, said Keelan. Vin threw his hands in the air. But how? We don't have a big budget like the Orpheum Theatre, and no one here except me has been in a play before. We can figure that out later. Why don't you walk us through some of the things we need to learn so we can practice them on our own time, said Zayn. Vin pushed on his stomach, as if he were trying to prevent an ulcer. I suppose that will work. All right, the four of you, line up over here and we're going to do some acting exercises. I need to see what I have to work with. For the next few hours Vin had them do mouth exercises, which involved them doing funny voices, flapping their lips and tongues and stretching their mouths. There was more than one instance of the giggles, which brought glares from Vin, which only made it worse since they'd never seen him so serious. The next 3 hours had them practicing how to be marionettes, which involved moving as if strings were pulling their limbs into motion, rather than the normal smooth flow of their bodies. Zayn tried to imagine that every movement involved a slight upward arc. Before they'd started, Zayn had thought this part would be easy for them due to their imbuements. But they looked like they were having seizures, rather than movement by string. Everyone take a break, said Vin, who looked like he'd gained 10 years in those short hours. The good news is you're not getting any worse, but the bad news is that you haven't gotten any better. This is going to be a complete disaster. Zayn saw the looks on the team's faces right away. His feedback had stung. He caught up to Vin, who had marched to the side of the stage and was drinking from a bottle of water. Hey Vin. What? He asked, spinning around. Easy man, said Zayn. You okay? No, this is terrible. I'm awful at this. We've spent half a day already and it's like I haven't done anything, said Vin. We're not going to get it all at once, said Zayn. But no one is getting anything. Vin brought his arm down in frustration, spilling water all over his shirt. Great. Now this. Look Vin. You're doing great. It's just going to take time. Feel free to give us homework. I bet after a week you'll be shocked how good we are, said Zayn. I guess that's fine, said Vin, taking a deep breath. I'm just worried, since we only have a few months to get ready. Zayn bit his lower lip. Actually. Vin shot his gaze at Zayn. What? We need to be ready by the beginning of March. I booked a theatre, nothing big, but it's in the second ward. I told them we're a travelling company, said Zayn. The moment the words reached his ears, Vin looked like he'd seen a ghost. A month. We don't even have a script yet, or roles, or even know how the marionette ropes work. Zayn patted him on the shoulder. It's okay if it doesn't go perfectly. This is a warm-up, but I thought it'd be good to get something on the schedule. But Vin sounded like someone had killed his dog. It's a community theatre. We probably won't even have an audience. I haven't told anyone yet, but it looks like there's going to be a big event at the embassy in May. That gives us time to improve our marionette play and get invited. Vin shook his head. It's a great plan, Zayn, but I don't think I can pull it off for you. Sure you can, said Zayn, but Vin didn't look confident about his abilities, and it wasn't that Zayn thought they were going to be able to pull it off without any problems, but he was willing to fail because to him to do nothing was worse. Vin hadn't gotten to that point yet. Nor had the rest of the team. If there was one thing Zayn knew that he was better at than anyone else, it was the willingness to screw something up. Failure hurt. Failure stung. And in his line of work, failure could kill. But failure was the best way to learn. Zayn glanced back to the rest of the team, sitting in a circle chatting softly, and occasionally looking over at Vin with tight-lipped frowns. The team worked great when he was leading them, but he couldn't be in charge of everything all the time. Each of them had strengths that, if unleashed, would make them even stronger. But they had to feel safe enough to fail to learn that truth. "Vin," said Zayn, squeezing the big man's shoulder. "If anything goes wrong, it's my fault. I'm the one who came up with this idea. I'm just asking you to put it into action. But I don't know anything about the theater, or plays, so you're going to have to show us what to do. Okay?" Vin rubbed his temples with his forefingers. "I can do that. I can do that." "Great. I think we're good for another round of lessons before we head back to the house," said Zayn. "But remember, we're new to this, so give us some room to grow." Vin nodded, as he took another drink from his water bottle. "Okay, everyone. Back up, we've got a lot of work to do before we can go home," said Vin roughly. Zayn cleared his throat, catching Vin's attention. "But you're all doing great," continued Vin in a softer voice. "It's been a good first day. We're going to work on the popping motions necessary for the marionettes, but don't worry if you don't get it today. We'll get better, all of us." Chapter 19. Second Ward, February 2016. Down the rabbit hole. The evening climb up the side of the Glinda Heights apartment building was completely unnecessary, as there was a staircase that led to the roof, but his muscles were sore in places he'd never considered from their marionette practices during the past week, so he wanted to work them out. The apartment complex had a good view of the Diamond Court Embassy, which had busy crowds outside the white marble steps day and night, speculating as to the reason for the Maitre's arrival and for the big event set to occur in a few months. In an exclusive release, the Herald of the Halls had announced that there was to be a great ball, a coming-of-age party for Prince Oronya, so named the Diamond Eternal Ball. And though his name wasn't specifically mentioned, everyone assumed that the party was also for Prince Athelstar, the elder of Queen Zaya's sons, and the heir to her throne, not that the Maitre lived short enough lives for succession to matter in any cases that didn't involve treachery. There was also a lot of speculation about why they would set up an embassy in Invictus, and concerns about a nefarious purpose behind it, but the city was filled with seers and fortune tellers, and the overwhelming consensus was there was nothing to worry about. The only seers that disagreed were crackpot mages who'd flunked out of the halls years ago and had succumbed to phase madness. Under normal circumstances, Zayn might have trusted the consensus. As Instructor Koenig had taught them, invasions required troops, which would create a mental signature so large even a dead seer could divine it. But Priyanka's strange absence, and the way the year had unfolded, suggesting that she was trying to get them to see something that she couldn't tell them about, had kept him suspicious at every turn. But as suspicious as he could be, he still didn't know what the Diamond Court's true intentions were. And he feared he wasn't going to learn the truth until it was too late. But until then he had to focus on more immediate concerns, like actually getting into the Diamond Eternal Ball. The word had been put out to theater companies and other entertainment groups that might attend the big event. Vin had heard that the Garbage Kings were invited. All this was a boon to Zayn's ears, letting him know they were right to focus on the play. After a brief stretch, keeping his muscles limber prevented injury, he pulled out a candle, a pair of drumsticks, and a container of salt. It had taken him a few months to track down the drumsticks from Katie's former band. He'd had to pose as a true fan to get them to send them to him, with a small donation, of course. Zayn put a summoning charm on the drumsticks, poured the salt in a small circle around the sticks, and started chanting. After a minute, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. There was no swirling green-lit portal this time. Katie stepped out of thin air, insubstantial in body but not on his heart. "Did you miss me?" she asked with her arms crossed. "I need some answers," he said. "You know everything comes with a price," said Katie. "I was hoping I'd already paid it." Katie shrugged, which he took as a signal to keep talking. "The presence," said Zayn. "I don't feel it anymore. It went away not long after you visited me." I thought maybe I was too busy and had grown used to it, but now either it's gone, or it changed somehow. You woke it, said Katie. I thought I was going to have to fight it, or deal with it somehow, said Zayn. She raised an eyebrow. Does everything revolve around you? The rebuke stung, but he forged ahead. I was the one that called it. I figured it would come after me. It will eventually, said Katie. What does it want? Katie looked away towards the spire. Does it want the 100 halls? The last time the sleeper was awake, the world was embroiled in 2 wars, said Katie. Did the sleeper cause them? Asked Zayn. Katie scrunched up her face. Start them? No, but the sleeper made them worse. They might have only been regional conflicts, without the sleeper's influence. Zayn walked to the edge of the building with his hands on his head. I knew there was a risk in staying in the Veiled too long, but I didn't expect it to be that bad. If it makes you feel any better, said Katie, you had really bad timing. The sleeper would have woken up soon, maybe in a few years or a decade, and might have gone anywhere in the world. But you brought the sleeper here. So the sleeper is already in the halls, said Zayn. Katie nodded. Can you tell me anything else about the sleeper? No, and not because I don't want to, but because I don't know anything about it. The sleeper was asleep when I came to the Veil, said Katie. But it offered you a choice, said Zayn. It was a voice in my head, after you spoke to me in that witch's place, said Katie. That's all I know. Great. So I've put the halls at risk from a powerful supernatural being that caused the last 2 world wars, said Zayn. The sleeper didn't cause them but used what was already there, Katie said cryptically. Same thing, said Zayn, sighing. He'd been hoping for answers that might clarify things, make them less confusing, not add a whole other level of difficulty. Is there anything else you can tell me that might help? Katie stared at the drumsticks. I'll give them to you if you can help me a little more, said Zayn. Katie extended her ghostly arm towards the embassy. The Court of Diamonds will play a role with the sleeper. His whole body tingled with this knowledge. He leaned forward. When? Or let me guess, is it at the coming-of-age party for the prince? The way Katie looked at him told him he'd hit the answer on the nose. Oh no. If the last time the sleeper was here there were 2 world wars, then this could be worse. If we get involved in a war with the Matri, it is not going to go well. No wonder Priyanka isn't teaching this year. Katie was standing near the salt circle. Thank you, Katie. Zayn smudged the line with his finger, breaking the circle, and in a flash of green light, Katie grabbed the drumsticks and disappeared, leaving Zayn alone to consider his next steps. Based on his visit to the casino last year, he had a good idea of where Priyanka was. He assumed she had returned to her role as Lady Sabella, which meant getting into the ball was even more important than before. Chapter 20. 7th Ward, February 2016. An unexpected night out. Zayn was working in his room, trying to place a delayed stunning spell on a half-eaten apple for his trinkets class with Instructor O'Keefe, when a soft knock rasped at the door. Come in, said Zayn, thinking it was one of his teammates. Petrie stuck her head into the room. He was only wearing his boxers, and while he'd gotten used to being semi-naked around his teammates, Petrie was a different story. A warm blush rose to his cheeks. Hey, what's going on? He asked, resisting the urge to cover himself. She stepped into the room, looking like she was about to go out for the night, which she'd been doing pretty much every night since they'd taken her to the levitating mage. She had glitter in her dark eyebrows and wore a shimmering dress that hung seductively on her frame. I need someone to go out with me, said Petrie, hanging on the door with a pouty expression. What about Skylar? You two go out all the time, said Zayn. She's busy working with Vin on the play, said Petrie. They'd been building a rigging that would work the marionette ropes, though from the cursing and banging he'd heard earlier, it wasn't going well. Everyone else busy? He asked, which immediately produced a frown on her lips. Why don't you want to come out with me? She asked, with an intensity that reminded him of the first time he'd met her in Amber's shop. I do, it's just. He looked at the half-eaten apple sitting on his desk. This project is due tomorrow, and I can't get it right. A flash of deeper anger ripped across her face, before being replaced with a sweet disposition. You promised Aunt Amber that you would show me the city. Do you really want me to tell her you haven't been living up to your end of the bargain? It was the last thing he wanted to deal with at the moment, but he had been neglecting her. When Skylar and Petrie, after an initial conflict, had become fast friends, it had kept him from having to personally deal with his year-long babysitting project. And he couldn't free up Skylar, not with the play in a few weeks. Not only would it screw up their chances of getting into the embassy, but it would put another big dent in Vin's confidence, which was tenuous already. He was doing a great job of teaching them the ropes of the theatre, but they were poor students. Only Keelan seemed to be getting the point of his role. Give me a few minutes, I'll meet you downstairs, he said. Oh goody, she said, clapping her hands in a schoolgirl fashion. The continuing switch between sweetness and anger gave him whiplash, but he supposed she was still figuring out who she wanted to be. After he threw on dark slacks, a rich purple button-down and a dark jacket, they rode the train to the 4th ward. Petrie said she knew a bar that she'd been wanting to go to. She clung to his arm the whole way as if they'd been dating for years, and Petrie asked him questions about his family in Varna, which he answered as truthfully as he could. As soon as they walked into the smoke and amber, Zayn recognized it as a place he didn't want to be. Most of the people were around his age and dressed impeccably. His clothes were sharp, but theirs were the kind of expensive that only the ultra-rich could buy. Is there another place we can go? He asked. She made a pouty lower lip. I really wanted to come here. Most of the people that come here are coterie majors, or coterie alumni. Not that I have anything against them, but this is sort of their turf, and I don't want to cause any trouble, he said. She kissed him softly on the cheek, which made his whole body break out in tingles. I want to try some of their alchemical smokes. Let's just stay a little while. I promise I'll behave. He glanced around the bar, which had a low-key vibe at the moment. I suppose it doesn't look too dangerous. For a little while, he said, immediately second-guessing his judgment. But she made him forget about the coterie majors when she entwined her fingers with his, dragging him to the end of the bar and ordering a sampler. The alchemical smoke sampler came in a wooden rack, with 2 sets of holes down the middle for the vials, which swirled with different colors. The one on the end had red flashes, and Petrie suggested they should save it for last. Bottoms up, said Petrie, handing over his half of the first pair. They uncorked the vial, which contained a pale smoke with blue swirls, and inhaled. For the next minute the world slowed down. The throbbing music turned into a sad tuba playing dreadfully long notes. Petrie's laughter stretched into infinity, like an echo traveling down a long tube. He felt each individual air current press against his skin, an ocean of touch washing against him. Then, as quickly as the feeling overcame him, it was gone. That felt like forever, said Zayn. What was that called? Torpor. It only lasts for 5 seconds, she said. Well, he said. That was odd. She reached for another, but he wasn't ready, so he asked her, what did you do before you came to Invictus? Her sparkly electric blue fingernails lingered on the cork of the second vial. Nothing really. Life before now was so boring. She said the word as if she'd taken a hit of the torpor smoke. Seeing that he wasn't going to get anywhere asking questions about her life before the city, he asked, What's your Aunt Amber like outside of here? Petrie squeezed her lips flat. She protects me. Seems like a strange sort of protection, to sign you up to hang out with a bunch of assassins in training, he said. Wouldn't those be the best people to protect me? She said with a shrug that knocked the shimmering fabric off her brown shoulder. She smiled, which brought out a little dimple that he'd never noticed before. Anyway, she continued, you can't live your life without danger. Speaking of, I've been meaning to ask you. Back when we were at the levitating mage. She cut him off by shoving another vial in his hand. This one is called Don't Scream." Before he could continue, she popped the stopper from both their vials. Zayn quickly inhaled before the smoke got away. The effect was instantaneous. A rocket ship of pleasure built in the base of his spine, then traveled upward, sending out sparks of bliss, until it blew through his mind like an orgasmic atom bomb. After it was over, he was aware that the couple a few seats down the bar from them was grinning at them knowingly. "I screamed, didn't I?" he asked. With a lazy-eyed stare, Petrie replied, "I think we both did. But who cares what they think?" She reached for another vial, but Zayn put his hand over hers. "Can we talk a bit? I need to recover after that one, and I'm not sure I like the sound of volcano," he said. She rotated her hand, making their palms touch, which sent after shivers through him. All the signals she was sending him confused him, so he pulled his hand away. "Sure, what do you want to talk about?" she asked as the corners of her lips tugged down. "After this year, what are you going to do?" he asked. Her shoulders squeezed inward. "I don't know. Your Aunt Amber has powers, and you seem like you do too. Are you going to join the 100 Halls?" he asked. A flicker of anger went through her eyes before she composed herself. "I changed my mind. I don't want to talk. I want to dance. There's music upstairs." She grabbed his hand, leading him upstairs, where the beats were frantic, and the dim lighting and atmospheric smoke gave the place an otherworldly feel. The dance floor made him forget his cares while they moved. Petrie threw herself into the music, almost violently, as if it were the last time she'd ever get to dance. At times she pressed herself against him, running her fingernails across the back of his neck. It was like being tortured by a goddess. The ebb and flow of the dance together apart, hands touching, spinning, the coy smiles. He reveled in the joy of dancing with her. When he needed a break, Zayn found the bartender and ordered a glass of ice water. Petrie stayed on the dance floor and was quickly lost to the crowd. He was leaning against the bar, quenching the heat in his chest, when he heard hollering from the far side. Petrie was standing on a table, dancing seductively while the crowd cheered her on. While the attention wasn't anything he wanted to experience, he wasn't about to ruin hers, so he watched from afar as Petrie gyrated across the table with swift movements that seemed almost battle-like. On the far side of the room, away from the dance floor, a sliding door opened up, revealing a bunch of coterie students. The handsome guy in front wore a blinding white suit, and immediately upon seeing him, Zayn's hackles went up. The coterie guy took one look at Petrie dancing on the table and made a comment to his friends, which brought snickering laughter. Zayn knew there was nothing good that would come of their involvement, so he pushed through the dancing crowd, hoping to remove Petrie from the scene before they could reach her. Along the way, he quickly threw an enchantment over his face, so no one but Petrie would remember him. When he reached her, Petrie looked at him with seductive grace, waggling her finger for him to join her on the table. When she reached out, he tried to tug her down, but she was strong enough to resist him. "We have to go," he shouted through the loud music. The hungry look in her eyes made him both frightened and excited. To his right, the crowd parted, revealing the white-suited coterie mage and his friends. Zayn heard one of his friends call him Alton. "Hey honey," said Alton, giving Zayn a dangerous glance, "why don't you come down and join us in back? You look like a party girl." "She's not coming with you," said Zayn. Petrie continued dancing, but made no move towards either of them. "Is that your girlfriend?" asked Alton, who, though he was the same height as Zayn, seemed to have mastered the trick of looking down on everyone he met. "No," said Zayn, "she's my friend. We have to get going, I have classes tomorrow." Zayn didn't want to get in a confrontation, but he also didn't want this Alton to think he could push him around. "What hall?" asked Alton, a curious glint to his gaze. "And why can't I see your face?" "It doesn't matter," said Zayn. "It was nice to meet you, but we have to go." Petrie was still dancing, hips swaying in a grinding motion while she had her attention locked on Zayn. One of Alton's cronies said loudly over the music, "I bet he's something dumb like Explorers or Serene." "Yeah, that's what it is," said Zayn. Alton seemed to sense that Zayn wasn't in either of those, but he had numbers, so he stepped between Zayn and Petrie. She's joining us, said Alton, then he glanced over his shoulder. Right, honey? Looking to diffuse things, Zayn asked Petrie, what do you want to do? As soon as he asked his question, a little smile ghosted to her lips before she stopped dancing and hopped off the table, right into his arms. I'm leaving with him, said Petrie, patting Zayn on the chest. Undeterred, Alton leaned forward to speak quietly to Petrie. As he did, Zayn saw his fingers move as he cast a spell. You want to come with me, said Alton. Petrie's expression blanked for a moment, then she put her hand against Alton's face seductively, and before anyone could do anything, raked her fingernails across his cheek, bringing blood. The crowd, sensing danger, went flying away from everyone. But Zayn was quicker, carrying Petrie from the bar using his imbuement before anyone could get a spell off. He ran for the 3 blocks, and upon reaching the train station set her down and cast a half-dozen anti-scrying spells to keep Alton and his friends from tracking them. Petrie watched interestedly, not saying a word the whole time. When he was finished, she held up her hand, the one that had clawed Alton, and breathed on her fingernails. The skin and blood from beneath her fingernails crackled like fat over a hot fire, and smelled far too much like roasting pig for Zayn's liking. When she was finished, she said, "Don't worry, he won't bother us." Bewildered by her naked display of power, Zayn let himself be mutely tugged into the open train car. It was a busy time of night, so they had to stand at a pole. She cradled into his arms, resting her head against his chest. He existed in an idyllic numbness the whole ride back to the 7th ward. When they got back to the house, she led him up to her room. Part of him knew that he shouldn't be going with her, but he couldn't muster a word otherwise. Their first kiss brought the heavens around his head. The vial of pleasure smoke had nothing on the way her lips felt against his, the way her tongue flitted against his tongue playfully. The veracity of Amber's warning struggled to penetrate their passion. Zayn convinced himself that if Amber had seen his future, and Petrie in it, then whatever happened couldn't be that bad. When they fell upon her bed, all doubts were washed away, and Zayn gave himself to her fully, as she did to him, and the night passed in a timeless state of unending bliss. Chapter 21. 7th Ward, March 2016. And the rowers keep on rowing. For the next week, no matter what Zayn tried, he couldn't put the night with Petrie out of his mind. He wasn't a virgin, but he wasn't that experienced either, and what had transpired left him at a loss for words. It didn't help that he hadn't seen her since. When he'd gotten up for class the next morning, she was already gone, even though it had been her room. After that, it never seemed like they were in the same place in the house at the same time. He might hear her in the kitchen, but be on the way to class. Or once when he came downstairs for a late-night snack, Petrie was slipping out of the house to go clubbing. In his logical mind, Zayn was realistic about what had happened. She was only in the city for the year to experience what it had to offer before moving on, and had spent the last few months going out each night, which meant that he was hardly her first. She was also the niece of a powerful witch who could talk to the dead, and more than likely there were aspects of Petrie that he didn't or couldn't understand. But his heart wouldn't listen to his logical mind. He had a hard time concentrating in class because his thoughts went back to her and that blissful night. Whenever he was in the house and caught wind of her perfume, which had an earthy patchouli smell but with a hint of flowers, he forgot what he was doing and had to backtrack until he could remember. It had been a powerful experience, one that he was a little worried about, for more reasons than the obvious ones. Zayn had to confront these thoughts after class with Instructor Koenig, when he went into the kitchen for an afternoon snack, and ran into Petrie coming the other way with a bowl of fruity crisps, spilling milk onto his arm. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said with a half-full mouth of cereal. "No, it was me. I shouldn't have just barged through the door," he said, not knowing where to put his hands and finally resting them on the front of his hips but feeling awkward about it. His breath caught in his throat as he looked upon her. Even though her hair had been tucked into a messy ponytail, there were food stains on her pink unicorn t-shirt, and she had a mouthful of cereal. It felt like his mind had been scrambled. She seemed embarrassed by his silence until he was finally able to spit out, "Is there any more cereal?" She smiled with relief, continuing to chew what she had in her mouth. When she finally swallowed, she replied while her shoulders pulled together. Sorry, it was the last of the box. No problem, I'll grab an apple or something, he said. Petrie made a face. Ate that too? She nodded. Does this mean you owe me dinner? He asked, immediately regretting it when she blushed and glanced sideways. Sorry, I didn't mean, I was just. Petrie gave him a look that he didn't know how to categorize. It was almost a cry for help, but it was different. Like there was something she couldn't explain, or he wouldn't understand. His heart thundered in his ears. The warmth in his face was so overwhelming, he almost missed the soft click in the kitchen. Petrie caught it as well, as her head twitched to the right. Was anyone else? He asked. She quickly shook her head, and turned to the side so he could rush into the kitchen to find Instructor Minoan with a bucket of industrial-strength paste in each hand. Zayn tried to hit him with a stunning strike, but the instructor was faster, swinging a bucket of paste around to knock him into the standing shelves filled with bowls and plates, which crashed into the ground, shattering at ear-splitting volume. Instructor Minoan fainted towards the back door, leaving a cloud of butterflies in his wake, but Zayn knew where he was going, and beat him to the hidden cabinet, keeping it pushed against the wall so the instructor couldn't escape. The sounds of many feet approaching brought a half-cocked smile from Instructor Minoan. Finally figured it out, eh? Zayn opened his mouth to reply, but the instructor mule kicked him through the kitchen door to land in the living room as his teammates came rushing down the stairs. That hurt, coughed Zayn, getting up as Petrie continued eating her cereal and watching with a bemused expression. His teammates stared at him as if he'd grown a second head until he said, Minoan. They rushed into the kitchen, and Zayn yanked open the hidden tunnel, throwing himself down it, barely using the ladder to slow his 50-foot fall. He landed in the sewer tunnel, splashing water around him, and sent out his senses to pinpoint the instructor's escape path, only to hear echoes coming from both directions. He's using a confusion charm or something. I can't figure out which way he's going. Portia, come with me while you three go the other way, said Zayn. With his senses maxed, the smells in the tunnel hit him strangely. He was expecting sewage and other disgusting smells, but the air had a sweet quality, like an ice cream shop. What the hell? He said, looking down at the foamy black liquid at the base of the tunnel. That smells like root beer. When he heard a sound ahead, his head came up. Zayn darted forward, faster than Portia could get her hand out to stop him. He saw the faint warding glyph hanging in the air the moment before he crashed into it, triggering the spell. A spray of white gooey liquid splattered onto him from all directions, freezing into place, and before he could take another step, he'd been locked into a crystalline membrane. A giggling laughter echoed down the tunnel at them, clearly a taunt for setting off the trap. I tried to stop you, said Portia unapologetically. I should have let you go first, you're the scout, said Zayn. Can you get me out? Portia broke a thin stalactite off his shoulder and gave it a tentative sniff. Smells like sugar. I'd take a nibble, but it could be an illusion. She punched the sugary web, freeing Zayn from the membrane. It exploded into white powder, which fell into a dusting on the brown liquid running through the tunnel. Zayn was about to run off first again, when he remembered that had gotten him into trouble in the first place. After you, he said, directing Portia in front of him. She moved quickly, nimbly hopping from side to side in the curved tunnel, avoiding the liquid at the bottom. Zayn matched her motions, though it pained him not to sprint forward with reckless abandon. But her patience was rewarded when she stopped, craning her head to the side and pointed to runes on the ceiling. She disarmed the trap with a couple of gestures. When they came to a tunnel, Portia glanced either way. A cackling laughter erupted from the left passage, but she frowned and led him right. The faint voice of the instructor wafted into the tunnel like a fog. Sugar and lies. And everything nice. That's what I'm made of. Find me or divine me. But surely don't bind me. Or you'll get nothing at all. This maze is a test. And if you're the best, then you'll win the grand prize of it all. Portia squinted behind them where the voice had originated. "That was interesting," said Zayn. "Yeah," she said absently, clearly focused on figuring out how to navigate the maze. After a moment of examination and spell casting, she once again went in the opposite direction. The occasional laughter flitted into the tunnel every few minutes, but Portia followed her own instincts, disarming the various traps she found along the way. When they saw a figure ahead racing towards them, they both brought spells to their lips, only to realize it was Skylar. "Where are the others?" asked Zayn. Skylar was soaked to the bone in what smelled like some sort of cherry-flavored liquid. "I fell in a pit, and when I swam out, I was in a different location. I heard Keelan and Vin laughing hysterically moments ago, but I couldn't find where they're at. This place is one crazy-ass maze. I think Instructor Minoan read too much Roald Dahl as a kid," said Zayn. The three of them, led by Portia, traversed the tunnels for another hour before they found the other two, who had gotten stuck in a loop with a confusion charm on it. "Do we keep searching for the instructor or go back?" asked Zayn. Portia crossed her arms. "We've been through every area of this maze, mostly looping back around until I could figure out the counter to the charm. At this point, I'd rather get into some dry and non-sticky clothes and come back later." "What about the grand prize?" asked Zayn, thinking about new tools to help him with Varna. "I think I'd rather take a bath," said Skylar with nods of agreement from the others. When they got back into the kitchen, Zayn went looking for Petri, but she was no longer in the house. He thought about messaging her, but realized that if she'd left, it meant that she was not interested in talking about their night, and that he should just forget that it had ever happened. Chapter 22. Second Ward, March 2016. They brought the house down. The Orpheum Community Theatre was smaller than Zayn had expected, only capable of holding 40 people at small tables rather than auditorium seating. The place doubled as a comedy club on the weekend, which explained the smell of old whiskey and the scraps of stale popcorn between the tables. Zayn glanced out between the curtains, spying 6 whole customers, which included the owner, who had been curious about their marionette rigging and had come in from his day off. "Why did I think this was a good idea?" asked Zayn, biting his lower lip. Vin, wearing dark clothing and a chalky grey makeup to simulate the look of the matri, yanked the curtain closed. "You've looked out there a dozen times. It's not going to change." "How are you so calm?" "I feel like I swallowed a rabbit," said Zayn, tugging on his black shirt. They tried to put the chalky makeup on him, but it looked like some sort of reverse minstrel show, so they decided not to bother. "All the hard work is past. Now we get to shine on stage," said Vin, eyes glittering with anticipation. "You okay, Cos?" asked Keelan from the back, doing calf stretches as if it were a football game. "Why aren't you nervous?" asked Zayn. Keelan popped his head from side to side, cracking it loudly. "Dunno. I always wanted to act. More excited than nervous." The theatre manager came into the back, tugging on his loose tie. "I think this is about as big a crowd as you're going to get. You can start anytime." Zayn held his side. "I think I'm going to throw up." Vin patted him on the shoulder. "As soon as you get out there, you'll be fine. You won't even be able to see the audience, because of the lights. Don't worry." Before they started, Vin gathered them into a circle, and they put their hands in the middle. "I know I've been pushing you all pretty hard this last month, but I think everyone's made a lot of progress. You're all going to make mistakes. Don't worry, just keep going, and everyone else will pick you up." With the pep talk, Zayn felt his nervousness reduce from boil to simmer. "I hope we make you proud," said Zayn, giving Vin a big smile. "Break a leg, everyone." They lifted their hands up. "Go team," said Portia. Getting into their marionette rigging took a few minutes. They'd built scaffolding over the stage that would allow the ropes to travel across it, while keeping them taut, to complete the illusion of the strings. The scaffolding was hidden by a curtain that hung in the front of the stage, creating a viewing window. Zayn was glad that his character, the narrator, didn't have to wear the rigging. The lights flickered on and off twice, giving Zayn the signal to begin the show. He pushed through the curtain, which gave him a scratchy polyester feeling like he was sliding through a membrane until he popped out on stage. The can lights warmed his face, but unlike what Vin had promised, they did nothing to hide the audience from his view. "Greetings," began Zayn, his voice cracking. Their ambivalent stares were acid on his skin. "Greetings," he said louder. "It is I, Perseus the Sage, who has come to tell you a tale that may serve as a parable to some, or a warning to others. While in this lark you will hear great deeds and thrilling escapades. You will also know the pain of conflict and the ache of loss." He'd rushed through his first lines, but took a moment to breathe and slowed his delivery. Though common in Shakespearean plays, the announcer was unknown to the matry construction of the theatre. It was an addition made for human audiences to help them make sense of the strange narrative structure. "For today I tell you the story of Canadari the Young on his Libereisen, which in this tongue means a journey of discovery, for he is a lad of uncommon strength and wit, on his quest to find what fate has in store for him." Zayn backed away from the center stage and in a booming voice declared, "Behold, Canadari the Young comes forth." Keelan burst through the curtains, which caught momentarily on the rigging, and for a moment Zayn thought the whole structure would come down. But the wooden scaffolding held, and Keelan made his grand entrance. From the other side of the stage, Portia appeared as the queen in silvery robes, leaning on an ivory cane. They dressed her as the Silver Court, even though there was no such thing. "Canadari, my love, you are too young for this journey," said the Silver Queen. "You will not survive." "You cannot turn me away," said Canadari. "I must prove myself before I can take my place in the court, and it is my destiny to take this path. You cannot deny me." "No, I cannot, but you are not ready, and the Eternal City will gobble you up and spit you out like the bones of a foolish Dolgant," said the Silver Queen. "I must meet my destiny," said Canadari. "But why must you rush into your Libereisen?" "Please, my dearest child, wait but a few years," said the Silver Queen. "If I could tell you, I would," said Canadari with his head dipped in sorrow. Before she could respond, he marched forward, and the Silver Queen disappeared behind the curtain. The next part involved Canadari encountering minor obstacles, events designed to give the audience an idea of his character. While Keelan went through his scenes and lines, Zayn watched the audience for clues to how the performance was being received. No one seemed bored so far, but he sensed they didn't know what to make of it either. As he prepared to deliver his next lines, Zayn noticed a figure in the back of the room that he hadn't seen before. The tall figure was hidden by the house lights and wore a dark hood. The hairs on the back of Zayn's neck stood up, but he dismissed it as nervousness. Upon that bridge a figure rose out of the gloom, obsidian black armor gleaming in mage lights, eyes glowing with dread, said Zayn in his deepest voice. Wearing the obsidian black armor Zayn described, Vin stepped onto the stage, the marionette rigging sliding smoothly for his entrance. This matry was known and feared by all who had ever heard his name, the Black Butcher, said Zayn, raising his hands as if the air was vibrating with power. Supposedly this matry had slaughtered the Ebony Court many years ago, though Zayn thought that story had probably been embellished with time. It was more likely that he was a ghost story for young matry, which was why Vin had included it in the narrative. During this part, Keelan and Vin mimed a brief battle with Canadari, fleeing after being resoundingly beaten. Despondent, he wandered the streets. Only through luck did he survive the creatures he passed, but as he neared the palace, he remembered his declaration. Canadari paused and gave a soliloquy about choices and destiny. Zayn rather liked this part, and he thought Keelan delivered it well, but once again the audience seemed unmoved. At the end of the speech, Canadari resumed his journey, but as the Eternal City changed with intention, he encountered a different creature on his way out. This time Skylar, covered in broken concrete with a porcupine back of steel rod, ambled onto the stage on all fours. Zayn was so busy watching Keelan's reaction that he didn't see the rigging get caught on a piece of steel rod. When Skylar lurched forward, the whole rigging tipped. Zayn rushed to the side to support the structure, but he was too slow, and the wooden scaffolding collapsed like a folding chair onto the stage, wrapping the three actors in rope and curtain. Miraculously, no one got hurt, but by the time they extricated themselves from the mess, the audience had fled, except for the owner and the manager. Having removed his black butcher visor, Vin had his hands on his head, staring at the destruction with his mouth hanging open, shaking his head almost as if he were an automaton. "It worked in all the practices," he said. The owner came up to them with his arms crossed. "It was an interesting start. I was intrigued by the story, but it's a shame about the rigging." He paused, a frown tugging the corners of his lips downward. "You will have to reimburse me for any damages, of course." "We will," said Zayn, unwrapping a rope from his ankle. "What a disaster," said Vin. "That was awesome," said Keelan, eyes wide with wonder. "I mean, sorry about the rigging, but the rest of it was amazing." "I totally let you down," said Vin. "No you didn't," said Zayn. "That's why we scheduled it at the community theater. No one of any import saw it. We can figure out a solution to the rigging problem, and try again in a few weeks. It'll give us time to work on it more." "I don't know," said Vin. "This was my best idea. If the rigging doesn't work, then the play is toast." And I was watching the audience from the back. They looked bored. Zayn could see that Vin's confidence had been shot. He'd have to work on that before the next practice, or it'd bring everyone down. "Keelan, can you help Vin with the rigging? Maybe you can find something magical that can do the trick, rather than this slide and pulley system," said Zayn. His cousin nodded thoughtfully. "I'll do that." "Great, thanks." Zayn turned to Vin, who was squeezing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "Don't beat yourself up, Vin. We got the play on stage and we learned some things. But nobody liked it," he said. "Maybe they're the wrong audience." "I bet the matri will like it," said Zayn. "But how do we get them to come if no one cares about the play?" asked Vin. "One thing at a time," said Zayn. "And I've got some ideas that might help next time, to ensure a larger audience." "That might not be a good idea," said Vin. Zayn didn't bother responding, but put his arm around Vin's shoulder. The problem with the play would have to wait a few days. There was another problem he wanted to solve first, which would require a slight detour on his way back to the house. Chapter 23. 10th Ward, March 2016. A job for an old friend. The bodega smelled like grape, seed oil and antiseptic. Zayn let the door slip shut behind him, rattling the little bell on a string. The place hadn't changed much in the last 2 years. The black, green and gold cross flag was still plastered to the wall behind the counter, which appeared currently empty. From the middle aisle, a smooth voice softly sang a Bob Marley tune. Zayn peeked down the aisle to find Uncle Larice working a mop in big circles, along to the beat of the music which seemed to be playing in his head. "Uncle Larice, how are you, man?" asked Zayn, feeling the cadence of the Jamaican patois return. "Hey, if it isn't my old friend Zayn," said Uncle Larice, his grin turning his wrinkles into deep valleys. They clasped hands and shared a hug. When Larice pulled back, his hazy eyes studied Zayn while his mouth skewed to the side. "I see you survived another few years," said Uncle Larice. "I have," said Zayn, finding it was hard not to grin. Coming back to the bodega after a few years felt like visiting a high school teacher after graduation to show them how he'd succeeded. "I'd tell you some stories, but I don't think we're supposed to," said Zayn. Uncle Larice glanced towards the door. "Hey man, it's good to see you, but you know you're not supposed to be coming back around here. Karen likes to use this bodega every few years after everyone's forgotten the last relative. If they see you around, it's going to ruin the game." Zayn had forgotten that instructor Allgood paid Uncle Larice to let the academy students embed in his bodega. He didn't take on dangerous mages in his store for charity, but to help make ends meet. "I wouldn't come by if it weren't important," said Zayn, reaching to his wallet. "And I'll compensate you for the help." "Now you speaking my language," said Uncle Larice with a wink as he accepted the handful of bills. "The little Kalolo Marley," said Zayn. "Does he come around here anymore?" "Aye Marley he does, but not lately," said Uncle Larice. "Do you know where he lives?" asked Zayn. Uncle Larice nodded. I've seen him climbing the apartment building across the street. Maybe he lives on the roof, or with a family. Thanks, Uncle Larice, said Zayn. I appreciate it. The old man held up the bills. If you're bringing this, you can come back any time. Zayn went straight to the apartment building, climbing up the emergency scaffolding and back as quietly as he could. While the Kalalo had come to his rescue at the warehouse, it had been a few years since he'd seen him, and he didn't know if he'd remember him. Pulling himself onto the roof, Zayn surveyed the area for potential nests. A brick maintenance building resisted his attempts to examine the inside, so he hopped onto the roof to find no sign of alternate entry. He was about to get down when he noticed the edge of the roofing material had been cut and could be peeled back. When he looked inside, he saw a cozy bed of shredded blankets, chocolate bar wrappers, coins, and other baubles. That's definitely Marley's home, said Zayn, hopping down, only to find the Kalalo a dozen paces away, staring at him intently. The chubby orange tabby's paws had morphed into hands, whether in greeting or readying for an attack, Zayn couldn't tell. Hey Marley. It's me, Zayn. I never got to say thank you for what you did a few years ago. I hope you enjoyed the chocolates at Uncle Larice's. Marley ambled forward, crossing the short distance and leaping upward. Zayn had a brief moment of panic, but once the Kalalo was purring in his arms, Zayn knew Marley had missed him too. As Zayn scratched Marley's back, the Kalalo kneaded his arm with his tiny hands. Thanks, buddy, said Zayn. After a few minutes of petting, Marley jumped down, moved back a few paces and sat on his haunches. The complete attentiveness would have looked strange if Marley were a cat, so it gave Zayn a little visual dislocation, but he knew the creature's supernatural capability. Do you like your home here? Asked Zayn. Marley tilted his head to the side. Interested? I need your help with something, and I would provide home and food in return, said Zayn. A little bark came out of Marley's feline mouth, which startled Zayn because it wasn't the noise he was expecting from the Kalalo. But as he thought about it, he realized he'd never heard the creature make a noise before. Is that a yes? Marley strolled forward and placed his front paws, having changed back from the tiny hands on Zayn's leg. They climbed down the emergency exit scaffolding. Marley moved like a monkey at points and a cat at others. When they made the street, Zayn asked, "Would you like to walk or ride on my shoulders?" Marley scampered up his side, taking residence on his shoulders. The Kalalo's whiskers tickled Zayn's ear, and the light purring soothed him on the journey back to the house in the 7th Ward. Petrie was in the living room when he got back, wearing a handkerchief skirt and a crop top. He opened his mouth to say hello to her, but she blew past him before he could get a word out. Standing in the doorway with Marley on his shoulders, a sudden unexpected rage took hold, and if it weren't for his good mood, he might have said some things he'd have regretted. A ghost taxi pulled up, and she slipped into the back. By the time she was out of sight, his anger had dissipated. That was weird, he said, closing the door behind him. It was nice not having to rebuild the wards every time he returned home. Since they'd chased Instructor Minoan into the lower tunnels, he'd stopped bothering them. The marionette rigging from the play sat broken and tangled in the corner, which was better than the dumpster out back, where Zayn thought it would have ended up after the play. At least Vin hadn't smashed it to bits in frustration. Portia came out of the kitchen, nodding her head to the music in her earbuds with a bowl of dill dip and a bag of salty chips in her hands. She nearly dropped them when she saw Marley. "A cat!" she shouted, throwing her stuff onto the table and rushing up to Zayn. Marley leapt into her arms, purring right away. Portia buried her face in the Kalalo's fur. "He's so soft," she said, still shouting because she had her earbuds in and music at full volume. "Do you remember him? He's the Kalalo that helped you guys find me our first year," said Zayn. "Or?" Portia melted around Marley, rocking him like a baby and making cooing noises to him. Zayn was a little surprised that the Kalalo didn't leap out of her arms from the smothering. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Zayn leaned over and popped her earbuds out, right as his teammates came downstairs. "What's this I heard about a cat?" said Keelan, who was the first to arrive. "Hey, kitty. I always wanted a pet, but you know how my mom was allergic. His name is Marley, and he's a Calolo. Vin and Skylar came down at that moment, saving him from having to explain again. He's also not a pet but a guest. Think of him as our 7th housemate. Everyone crowded around Portia and smothered Marley with attention, and he seemed to be soaking it up. He was purring so loud it sounded like a lawnmower. Bringing Marley back to the house had an immediate effect on everyone's mood, which had been down after the disastrous first play. After a few minutes, Marley leapt out of Portia's arms and climbed onto the back of the couch. Vin moved in front of the Calolo and made gestures that Zayn interpreted as sign language. Marley's eyes went wide, and then the Calolo raised his front hands, which had been paws only moments before, making a fist and nodding it forward. I asked him if he knew sign language, and he said yes, said Vin, face split wide with a grin. How do you know it? Asked Keelan. My high school used interpreters for the kids that needed it. I got interested in learning what the crazy movements meant, so I started asking questions, said Vin. Marley sat up straight like a meerkat, and when his little furry arms went through a series of more complex movements, Vin snorted out laughter before replying while his arms shook with mirth. What did he say? Asked Keelan, forehead scrunched. There's quite a bit of slang involved, and I couldn't make out all the gestures since it appears he's out of practice, but basically he asked, when am I gonna get some chocolate in this furry belly, fam? Skylar retrieved some chocolate from her stash, and broke off a piece for the Calolo, who shoved it in his mouth with both hands. When he was finished, he held out greedy hands like a raccoon asking for more. While Skylar fed him little chocolate squares, Keelan asked, so why did you bring Marley here? Instructor Minoan, said Zayn. I think Marley could help us track him. But don't Calolo only track shapeshifters? Asked Portia. Minoan seems like more than your ordinary instructor. He seems like a trickster of some sort, and they're often shapeshifters, said Zayn. Vin snapped his fingers. That's it. I knew that seemed familiar from my high school mythology classes. Minoan Crete was a home to many ancient gods, including Dionysus. I don't get the connection, said Skylar, as she handed another piece to Marley, who had bits of chocolate stuck in the fur around his mouth. Don't. Dionysus, said Vin with his hands wide. Get it? Wait a sec, said Keelan. Are you suggesting our instructor is a god? I don't think there are gods, like in the religious sense, said Vin. I think they're just old, powerful beings that people probably treated like gods, because they didn't know how else to deal with them. Probably an immigrant from another realm. I mean, we are supposed to be the hall tasked with protecting Invictus from other realms, said Zayn. I wouldn't put it past Priyanka to enlist supernatural help. Instructor Pennywhistle is a doppelganger, after all. I still don't understand, said Portia. Who is Dionysus? Are there trickster gods in Mexican culture? Asked Zayn. Huehuecoyotl is one, said Portia. His name means very old coyote. So Dionysus is like him. See, I understand. We're not going now, are we? Asked Vin, shoulders pinched. No, said Zayn. Let's give Marley some time to settle in, plus I think he's going to need a nap after all that chocolate. Marley looked up from his chocolate feast and signed his agreement. But we'll go soon enough, said Zayn. I want to get this behind us, so we can focus on the play. What about classes? Asked Vin. Those two, of course, said Zayn, but to him the play was more important at the moment, because it was their way into the embassy. After the discussion with Katie, he suspected it might be the only important thing going. Which was why he wanted to get this instructor Minoan thing put behind them. His teammates filtered back to their previous activities. Skylar was going to take Marley on a tour, but Zayn asked her to stay back. There was another distraction that seemed to be lingering, and he wanted to discuss it with her. What's up? Asked Skylar, crossing her arms. Have you noticed anything different with Petrie lately? The exasperated eye roll said everything that Zayn needed to know. It's like she's in her terrible twos, said Skylar. She came up to my room earlier and asked if I wanted to go out. I told her I was busy, but suggested I could go tomorrow night when I had some free time. She made a huffy breath and stormed past me as if I'd done something wrong. The worst part was that it made me snap, and I yelled at her. I don't know what came over me, but it felt awful. I don't know what that means, but it worries me. I had the same reaction when she went past me on the way out. Her aunt is a powerful witch, so maybe she's coming into her own powers. My reaction was primal and she didn't cast any spells, said Skylar. Maybe she's got supernatural blood or something, he said, shaking his head. Can you help me keep an eye on her? How? She sleeps all day and goes out at night, said Skylar. Then maybe we should join her, said Zayn. We can try to figure out what's wrong. It's probably nothing, said Skylar. Maybe her aunt contacted her and said something that made her mad. Family has a way of doing that. Yeah, let's hope it's something temporary. Zayn noticed Skylar's sudden expectant expression. Yes, you can go play with Marley now. Yay, she said as she sprinted upstairs at face speed. Zayn scratched the back of his head. Like Skylar, he hoped it was nothing, but he didn't think so. Petrie's moods were getting stronger, not weaker, and the bleed-over effect on him and the others was not a good sign. Chapter 24. Varna, July 2015. Trust issues. A host of gnats hovered around Zayn, trying to get through his enchantments, but every time they flew near, an invisible wind pushed them away. It had a secondary effect of providing a cool breeze across his skin, which was soothing in the blistering heat. He slammed the trowel down, dragging it across the soil, creating a little trough. The sandy soil spread easily but wasn't a great bed for seeds, so he scooped in fresh loamy soil afterwards. Ms. Gardenia watched from the shade of a nearby pop-up, dragging on her cigarette. He saw her suspicious gaze but ignored it. Buford worked the row next to him, wiping his forehead off with the back of his hand, smearing dirt in the process. He eyed the gnats with an exhausted smile. It sure is handy to have you around, said Buford. I hate those damn things. Nods of agreement came from the other residents of the Castlewood Trailer Park, as they looked up from their parts of the community garden. It still feels weird to be planting in the middle of July, said Buford. That's the beauty of alchemy, said Zayn. Beneath the pop-up, sitting on a folding table someone had brought out, sat 3 large plastic jugs that contained a mixture that could help plants grow in any season, giving them resistance to bugs and the rough environment. The mixture had been expensive, and Zayn had no plans to tell them how much it cost. Zayn took a moment to check on everyone, cupping his hand over his face to block the sun. It didn't take his sensing imbuement to see that the brutal sun was wearing on them. Let's take a break, he said. The others, about 15 men and women, gathered in the shade of the pop-up, while sucking down cold water and spilling it on their chests and faces. Though they probably didn't realize they were doing it, no one stood near him, except Buford. It's really great of you to do this, said Buford, washing his face off with a wet rag. Before Zayn could respond, Ms. Gardenia cut in. He's just doing it so he can spy on us. Her distrust hurt, but it wasn't unexpected either, especially since Keelan and his Aunt Lydia had taken up residence in the gardens. That's not fair, said Buford, squaring off. He didn't have to do this. Everyone else that's ever gone to the halls treats us like we don't exist anymore. It's okay, Buford, I understand. She's just being cautious, said Zayn. It still ain't right, he said. Ms. Gardenia put her cigarette to her mouth, keeping her gaze firmly planted on him, as if she were expecting him to do something suspicious at any moment, and she didn't want to miss it. You know he went to her place last week. Ms. Gardenia's lips flattened. Oh, that's right, honey. Don't you think you can play both sides and for us little people not to know? Buford looked at Zayn as if he'd betrayed him. Did you? I was invited and curious, said Zayn, frowning. The lady's challenge to him, that he either give up his quest to kill her or she would kill him and his family, sat heavily on his mind, and made him regret the visit. Not that she wouldn't have found another way to deliver the message, before he returned. You met her? Asked Buford with equal parts awe and horror. She wasn't what I thought, And maybe exactly what I expected, said Zayn, receiving nods of agreement from Buford even though it was clear he'd never been within 1,000 feet of her. I always thought she was, said Buford. Shut up, Buford, you don't know shit, said Miss Gardenia. You're just sucking up to him to save your ass, just like you're being a guard at the gardens. You don't guard a damn thing. They just like to have you there, so they have someone to look down on. The smirks and sideways glances from the others said more of them agreed with Miss Gardenia than not. He's just doing what he needs to do to survive, said Zayn, putting a comforting hand on Buford's shoulder. Just like we all are. Exactly, said Miss Gardenia. Which is why we shouldn't trust you. He was beginning to regret helping them, though he didn't want to stay away just because of a lone opinion. She wins when she divides us, said Buford defiantly. He's right, you know, said Zayn. Miss Gardenia flicked her half-a cigarette into the dirt where they'd been tilling. You're young enough to be naive, Buford, but you, she pointed at Zayn, you should know better with all your hall learning. Don't think us old-timers haven't seen a thing or two. She's divided us all right, and it's best to keep it that way. If we try mixing with them, it always ends bad. Always. Mark my word, he will betray us eventually. That's how it works. The lady done fixed the game, and there's no use playing it because we always lose. Always. Miss Gardenia stormed off, leaving a wake of bad feelings behind. A few of the others moved back into the garden to prepare the soil. You won't betray us, will you, Zayn? Asked Buford with wide-wounded eyes. The lady's question weighed heavily on his mind as Zayn looked Buford straight in the eyes and said, I won't. I wouldn't. I will never betray you. Buford seemed to accept this answer and returned to the garden. But for Zayn, he couldn't shake the idea that betrayal was inevitable. Not because he wanted to, but because he couldn't conceive of a way out. The lady held all the advantages. She had the people, the power, perfect information, and a failsafe in her poison that prevented anyone from rising up against her. The only way he was going to beat her was to do something she never expected. Something impossible. Something that would risk everything, even them. Chapter 25. The House, April 2016. Strings attached. Zayn was sitting in the living room studying when Keelan and Vin came running downstairs as if the house were on fire. Zayn sat up fast, knocking Visions and Deception onto the floor. What's wrong? Wrong? Vin scrunched up his face. What is right is the question. Keelan solved the rope problem. Keelan breathed on his fingernails and then polished them against his chest. Ain't nothing but a thing. Before Zayn could protest, Vin dragged him towards the stairs. You have to come see. He hesitated because he wasn't just studying, he was keeping an eye out for Petrie, who usually went out around midnight. He wanted to see if he could join her. She'd been going out later and later, and coming back after morning. He was worried about her, and the effect she was having on the rest of them. But he couldn't ignore Vin and Keelan's excitement. They'd been trying different spells for weeks to find a way to simulate the marionette ropes, without resorting to mechanical means. I'm coming. Vin's room had been completely upended. The bed, dresser, and everything else had been moved into the hallway. The ceiling had been painted black and covered in runes. Lengths of rope lay around the floor. And what am I supposed to be seeing? Asked Zayn. Talking too fast, Vin said. Well, there's the rope and it's enchanted, and the ceiling. Keelan, you explain. A much calmer Keelan picked up the nearest piece of rope. It was about 8 feet long with a metal end. Using a spray bottle with a swirling blue liquid inside, Keelan coated the rope, spraying along its length, until it was completely covered in a glistening slime that immediately soaked into the line. It's a mixture of demon ichor and the pulp of sequoia bark. The ichor gives the rope bounce, to simulate the marionette rigging, and the bark the rigidity. There's also a touch of gargoyle blood which extends the effect, but I don't have it dialed in yet, so it only lasts for about 30 minutes, but I'm confident I can get the whole 2 hours. Zayn resisted the urge to tell his cousin to get to the point. It was clear that Keelan was proud of what he'd come up with, so he let him talk. "The spell is something I found that snake charmers use, and it seems to work for the rope as well," said Keelan. "And the ceiling. We enchanted it to have a slight magnetic force, so the metal ends ride around without getting hung up. We tested with multiple ropes and they did great," said Keelan. "So let's see it," said Zayn, thinking he just heard the door downstairs slam shut. The spell only took a few gestures. A snake charmer wouldn't have much time to capture the snake's attention. Once done, Keelan shoved the frayed end into his shirt through the neck hole. "We can cut holes in our costumes," said Keelan, tapping his shoulder. As soon as he lifted the other half, the metal end rose up to the ceiling, connecting with a little click. Keelan demonstrated the versatility of the rope by walking around using the twitchy marionette motions. It almost looked like he was dancing to dubstep. "Great job," said Zayn, giving them both fist bumps. "It looks like we're all ready." Vin looked visibly relieved. "And you all aren't completely embarrassing on the stage anymore," he said with a wink. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," laughed Zayn, glancing outside to see Petrie getting into a ghost taxi. "This is great, but I need to get going. I think I need to deal with Petrie, or her aunt is going to kill me." They gave him a thumbs up. Zayn went straight to Skylar's room. "What's up?" she asked, looking up from her laptop. "Petrie went out again," he said. "She goes out every night," said Skylar with a sour expression. "I wanted to join her, but she left while I was upstairs with Vin and Keelan. I was going to see if I could find her, but you know her haunts better than I do," said Zayn. Skylar nodded and closed the laptop. "Give me 5. A short time later, they were both on the red line to the 7th district. There were 3 separate areas with a heavy concentration of bars, but they couldn't find her in any of them. "There's no way we can search the whole city," said Zayn, standing on the corner of the Canal District. Attendants in fancy uniforms poled small barges around the watery streets under the glow of mage lights. "It's already 1:30, said Skylar, wearing navy billowing pants and a white tube top that showed off her pierced belly. "I'm tired, and you look like you're about to march down a Paris runway," said Zayn. "Thanks," said Skylar, holding back a grin. "You look like you found your stride," he said, gesturing towards her overall look. Skylar ran her hands over her shortly cropped hair. "I was planning on growing it out after the year, but I think I like it short like this. It's beginning to feel more me." Zayn had a map open on his cell phone. "What do you think, 2nd, 10th or 1st Ward?" "There's not enough time to check everywhere, even if we split up," said Skylar. "I'd rather stay together. The way she's been lately, I think it's best we both confront her." "This isn't about when you and her hooked up, is it?" asked Skylar, raising an eyebrow. "No. It was an amazing night, but she wasn't interested afterwards," he said with a shrug. "I'm not looking for a relationship anyway. Right now, I'm just worried about Petrie as a friend." "Not because her Aunt Amber scares you?" asked Skylar with a smirk as she idly thumbed through her phone. "Well, that certainly encourages an attention to detail, but no, Amber sent her to us for a reason. She's got powers that we don't understand, and they're growing. I don't want anyone to get hurt, Petrie included. Not that it matters, since we're never going to find her in a city this big," said Zayn. "I found her," said Skylar, pointing to her phone. "You have?" Skylar had the Mage app open on her phone. "There's a place in the 5th Ward called Lair of the Serpent that has reports of multiple fights." "That could be anything," said Zayn. "Also a girl in a silvery dress, levitating in the middle of the dance floor with black smoke leaking from her hands," said Skylar. "That's our Petrie," said Zayn, hugging Skylar and kissing her on the cheek. "You rock. She was wearing that dress when I saw her get into the ghost taxi. Let's go." The whole ride to the 5th Ward, Zayn was worried that she would have moved on by the time they arrived, or that a squad of Invictus PD would be on the scene, but they only found a velvet roped line with well-dressed mid-20s waiting to get in. Zayn guessed it took more than one levitating girl to bring the authorities in the City of Magic. Zayn went right to the front. As he approached the rune-armed bouncer, He cast a charm, only to receive a disdainful look from her. "Back of the line, pups. I don't let anyone in unless I want him to go," said the bouncer. Zayn glanced back to Skylar and said one word, "Veil." The bouncer's eyes went wide as they slipped into the veil out of sight from the human realm. As the hazy veil rose up around him, looking like the world through thick out-of-focus glasses, Zayn regretted it right away. A powerful headache hit him, like a red-hot drill being jammed through his ear. Zayn stumbled forward past the bouncer and into the club before slipping back out of the veil. He appeared right next to a dark-haired girl with a bare midriff selling fancy cocktails for ridiculous prices. "How did you?" she asked and did a double take when Skylar appeared next to him. Zayn winked at her. "Do you really have to ask?" Away from the drink station, Skylar said, "What the hell was that in the veil? That was awful." "I don't know. Maybe there's an interference nearby. Percival did warn us that it wasn't to be used long," said Zayn. "I wasn't there a millisec before that slammed into me," said Skylar. "A mystery for later," said Zayn, scanning the press of bodies in the late-night rave. "Let's find Petrie." Zayn felt it as soon as he stepped onto the dance floor. Petrie was no longer levitating, so he couldn't see her, but he felt a manic energy course through him. "Look at them all, it's practically a mosh pit," said Skylar, eyes wide with concern. Everyone was jostling and dancing, as if it were their last night alive. The music wasn't even that intense, but visually he would have guessed that it was industrial metal. "Let's split up and look for her," said Zayn. Skylar turned on him with a lip-curling sneer. "I don't have to do everything you ask." Electricity rose to Zayn's fist. An overwhelming rage rose up, until all he could imagine was punching Skylar in the face. Slowly her expression turned into wide-eyed horror. "Oh no. I thought I was ready to resist that, but all of a sudden I was so angry." Her admission snapped the mood that had taken control. "Me too," said Zayn. "I still feel like I want to bite someone." "At least we know she hasn't left yet," said Skylar, scanning the crowd. "There she is." Skylar pointed to the upper floor, which appeared to be a VIP lounge. Zayn couldn't really tell what was going on, except that Petrie was the center of everyone's attention. The bouncer at the base of the steps laughed when he tried to charm him. The guy had muscles on his muscles, and pulled an amulet from his shirt. "Nice try, scumbag, move along," said the bouncer, showing off the protective runes on his arms just like the bouncer outside. He wasn't a mage, but he'd invested in runic tattoos to keep him safe from minor magics. Since there was no way he was slipping into the veil again, Zayn considered taking him down physically, but Skylar put her hand on his shoulder. "Let me take care of him." The bouncer sized her up with a scoff. "Little Miss Furiosa." While the bouncer watched with sneering interest, Skylar reached to her shoulders as if she were pulling off a cloak, and when she did, a shadowy fabric appeared. The bouncer let a half grin rise to his lips as if she were no threat to him. "Are we gonna have a picnic on that?" laughed the bouncer. With a flourish, Skylar snapped the shadowy cloak, and it rose into the air as if it were a living creature. "What the?" The bouncer swallowed his words as the cloak attacked, wrapping around him and pinning him to the wall. When the struggling stopped, it looked like a deep shadow hung in the corner. Muffled cries came from beneath it, but they sounded distant. If Zayn hadn't seen it, he wouldn't know anyone was there. "Is he going to be okay?" asked Zayn as they moved upstairs. "I don't know," she said with a shrug. "It's the first time I've used that." They found Petrie at the center of a throng of what Zayn could only call worshippers. She sat on a chair being held up by two broad-shouldered women, while the rest of the men and women looked to Petrie with rapture. Zayn felt compelled to throw himself on the ground before her. He was stepping forward when Skylar stopped him. "Gorge yourself," she said. He put up a countercharm, and they approached Petrie. A flicker of annoyance passed across her face. "Hey Petrie," said Zayn. Her nostrils flared while her lips remained flat. "Why are you here?" "We're worried about you," said Skylar. "I don't need your concerns," said Petrie as one of her sycophants handed her a champagne glass. She took a sip and handed it back. And clearly you don't need me. I'm sorry we've been so busy, said Zayn. No, you're not, said Petrie right away. You're only worried about making Amber happy. I can make my own friends. Petrie showed them her palm and swiped it in front of her, indicating her room full of worshippers. These aren't friends. You've charmed them to like you, said Zayn. They're better than friends. They do what I want, said Petrie, lifting her chin. That's what I've learned from you and your team. The only thing that matters is power. That's not what we're learning at the academy, said Skylar. We're there to protect the people who don't have power from those who have it. The realms are a dangerous place, said Zayn. There are powerful beings out there that would take what they want without asking. Beings like me, said Petrie. Cracks formed in her angry mask, revealing a trapped look in her eyes. He could see the girl their age, trying to regain her composure. He looked to Skylar, who seemed as bewildered as he was. I don't know what kind of being you are, said Zayn. But I know you're my friend. Our friend, said Skylar, nodding. Zayn wasn't sure how it was possible Petrie could appear to be on the verge of tears, and also ready to roast them in a pillar of fire. What does friend even mean? Asked Petrie, glancing away. Zayn opened his mouth to speak when he realized what was wrong. They'd been treating her like a house guest, a burden that had to be dealt with. When they went out with her, it was only to watch her, not to truly hang out as he did with the rest of his team. You're right, Petrie, we've been terrible friends, said Zayn. Skylar gave him a what are you doing look, but he forged ahead, because Petrie for the first time looked at him with what he could only call her human eyes. We've been busy and that's no excuse, and you're right. I've been more worried about making Amber happy than making you happy. Real friends don't do that to each other. A dreadful pause invaded the air. Zayn had gotten this far, just speaking from his heart, but he needed to reach out to her in a meaningful way. But as soon as he thought of an answer, he knew that Vin was going to kill him. What do you think about helping us with the play? Asked Zayn. A strangled cough emanated from his left, while Petrie's face lit up as if a spotlight had been shone on it. You'd let me join the company? She asked, her voice as soft as a little girl's. Absolutely, said Skylar, recovering from her surprise. Petrie tilted her head. This isn't just to appease me, is it? You're asking me, because you want me to be a part of your team. He and Skylar nodded enthusiastically at the same time. Yep. Great, said Petrie, clapping her hands once, the earlier menace gone from her demeanor. She hopped off her throne. Let me use the ladies' room, and then I'm ready to go back. I can't wait to get started. As soon as she left, her worshippers snapped out of their stupors and glanced at each other in a daze. Go home, said Zayn, hoping they were still suggestive. You drank too much. Like a crowd of zombies they trudged down the stairs. Zayn looked out over the dance floor, which tamed in Petrie's absence. Good call, said Skylar, but Vin's gonna kill you. The play is ready. How are we going to add Petrie in without screwing it all up? We'll figure that out later, said Zayn. What's more important is that she's part of the team now. I agree, even though I don't understand why she's so important, said Skylar. I don't completely know either, said Zayn. I feel like I'm missing something. I wish I knew what she was, or why she has so much power. Why don't you ask Amber? Asked Skylar. Zayn nodded. He'd ask Amber, but he needed to do it in a way that got him the answers he wanted. Chapter 26. Amber's Shop, April 2016. Truth stranger than fiction. Zayn didn't go to Howling Madwoman Fortunes and Spells until a week later. As expected, Vin was frustrated about the change in the play, but he agreed to write Petrie into the story. This upended everything about the story, requiring everyone to relearn their new lines for the next showing, which was in a few days. After a class with instructor O'Keefe, in which they made ventriloquism stones, allowing the user to throw their voice to a fixed point, Zayn headed into the 10th ward. Amber was dealing with a customer at the counter, a man with a bad comb-over who smelled like menthol cigarettes. While holding the customer's hand, she drew lines on his palm with her fingernail. And this line means that you'll have a long life and die in your sleep peacefully, well into your 90s, she said in a sweet voice that made Zayn choke when he heard it. Her gaze flickered up at Zayn, an angry reprisal that the customer didn't notice, and so he placed his hand over his mouth. "Tell me about the women again," said the customer with the comb-over. The tone of the guy's voice alone made Zayn shiver in disgust. Amber looked him straight in the eyes and said, "Oodles of women. You're really coming into your own." She reached beneath the counter and handed him a vial of dark liquid. "If you take a drop of this once a day, you'll find they can't resist you." "I can't wait," he said breathlessly. Amber patted his hand. "That'll be 200 for the reading, and another 300 for the vial. Cash only, please." The customer nodded furiously, pulling out his wallet, as if he couldn't wait to give her the money. Thank you. You're as good as advertised. I can't wait to find those girls. I'm gonna have a real lot of fun," he said as he handed over a thick stack of bills. Amber threw the money beneath the counter as the guy hurried out the door clutching the vial of liquid as if it were made of gold. "What's in the vial?" "Soapy water," asked Zayn once the guy was gone. "Monkey piss mixed with a touch of ink," said Amber. "And he'll probably be dead within 10 years. "You saw that from the lines in his palm?" asked Zayn. "No," she said. "He's a 3-pack-a-day smoker, has an exaggerated view of his own attractiveness, and likes to visit the high-end bars in the First Ward. If cancer doesn't get him, he'll hit on the wrong coterie mage and find himself wandering the world without his memory if he's lucky." Zayn thought about his own fortune. "Why did you give me the real thing when I walked in?" "Who says I did?" said Amber with a wink. "Really?" "No," she said, an amused tilt to her half-smile. "Then how did you know?" "Intuition serves me well," said Amber, the playful manner slipping beneath her normal mask of indifference. "Why did you come here? And how is my niece doing?" He hadn't known how to interpret the light mood from Amber, and was almost relieved when she returned to her more direct manner. "She's doing well now, and that's why I came to talk to you. There's a lot you're not telling me," he said. "Of course," said Amber, dark eyes glinting. "You never explain everything to your mark. It's more fun when they figure it out before it's too late." "Figure what out?" he asked. "That's not how it works," she said. The way she was looking at him, he couldn't tell if she had returned to her playful mood or was actually messing with him. Or something else entirely. Magic and intention made a mess of figuring out what people were after. Especially knowing she was a powerful seer. Clearly she had been manipulating him, but to what end? "Was my fortune a lie too? Just more skillfully delivered?" he asked. "No. I've rarely seen a fortune more clearly," she said regretfully. "Though that doesn't always mean it will all come true." "You're a ray of optimism," said Zayn, sighing. "If you won't tell me that, will you at least tell me who or what Petri is? She's growing more and more powerful by the day. She enslaved a late-night rave last week, making them her worshippers." Amber's lack of reaction to the news suggested she already knew this, or at least suspected it. She stared back at him blankly. "You're not going to tell me anything, are you?" "You're a bright boy, figure it out yourself," she said with lips pinched. "I'm guessing she's going to continue to grow more powerful, which means the danger is only going to get worse. Why again did you send her to me?" "I already told you that," she said. Amber watched him carefully, as if she were looking for evidence that he might figure it out, which suggested he knew everything he needed to know already. As soon as he realized this, he knew the answer. "Petri is the sleeper," said Zayn, feeling a tangible relief when Amber's lip twitched with agreement. He paced away from the counter, shaking his head. "And I was the one that woke the sleeper." "That for certain I did not see," said Amber, "but events like these tend to be tangled together." "Which is why you wanted her to hang out with us this year. To give her a better reflection of the world than last time," he said. Amber raised an eyebrow. You continue to surprise me with what you know. But yes, I wanted her to come into this world with friends. The last time did not go so well. She is very impressionable when she is young. I've failed miserably then, said Zayn. Not yet, she said. You're not even her aunt, are you? Snow owl on an old grave. This is a role you've had for a long time, he said. Too long, replied Amber. Even your American name is about what you do. Amber. Like flies in amber. You keep the sleeper until it wakes again. Zayn kept shaking his head. How did I not see this before? But now that you have, what are you going to do? She asked. Nothing different than I've been doing. I mean, what can I do? I've got the fate of the world hanging out with us as a moody teenager, with powers that easily outclass us. Sounds simple to me. He buried his face in his hands. I still don't understand. Why me? How did I wake her from being in the veil too long? Surely that's happened before. There's more to it than that. Think of Petri as an aspect of change, which most people interpret as death. She changes with the world and the world changes with her. Each new age brings a different version of her. It's why she returns to slumber from time to time, then awakes anew. A simple process really, said Amber. Says the immortal woman who keeps watch over a demigod, said Zayn a little too forcefully, receiving a raised eyebrow from Amber. I have not always watched her, and I'm not the first to have this role. And being in the veil alone did not wake her. She had to be nearing her time, which made her more vulnerable to outside influences. And you, Zayn, you are a powerful lodestone of fate. Many things revolve around you, things that will determine the direction of this world and others. As an agent of death and change, a member of the Assassin's Guild, you were a powerful draw to her. When you lingered too long in the veil, you woke her from her slumber. But the only person I ever killed was Levi. How can I be an agent of death? He asked. Remember your fortune, she said. The details of that day came back to him, as if he were hearing it again for the first time. Amber had recoiled from his fortune at first, and knowing what she was made that reaction worse. I tasted death in your blood. So much death. I don't understand. But now he understood. If he agreed to the lady's deal, then he would become an assassin for Priyanka, dealing untold death in the realms for however long he lived. Or if he killed the lady without solving the problem of her poison, then the town of Varna, and the thousands of residents within it, would die. Not only them, but every assassin from Varna that did not become a watcher. It would impact Priyanka's organization, unleashing even more death. Now he finally understood why so many events hung in the balance because of him. When he vowed to kill the lady, he'd put many things on the scales of fate. I understand, said Zayn, looking into Amber's eyes, and she stared back with what could only be pity. Be careful, said Amber. Zayn walked out her store with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Chapter 27. Third Ward, April 2016. Fretting their hour upon the stage. For the second showing of the Liberation of Canadari, Zayn had booked the Wayward Theatre, which was in the Third Ward, but right on the edge of the second, to still be considered a part of the theatre district. This time the play had been advertised with flyers, and in the back pages of the Orpheum Review. While the theatre was small and off the normal circuit, it sold enough tickets, and had a regular patronage to give them a good idea of how their play would be received by a larger audience. Zayn had targeted the place because he thought he would be able to get away with using some influence magic to get a Thursday night slot, which wasn't prime, but worth more than a community theatre viewing. If they did well, the owner said he'd book them again the following week. There was only a month until the Diamond Eternal Ball at the Diamond Court Embassy, so time was running short. As they prepared in the back, Zayn noticed that everyone was less nervous than last time. Everyone but Petri, that was. She was sitting by herself with her hands jammed between her knees, rocking back and forth and mumbling to herself. After the all-night rave event, she'd thrown herself completely into the play. Zayn worried that if things didn't go well, it could knock her back into her previous habits. "Don't worry, the jitters go away once you get on stage," said Zayn, sitting on the makeup table next to her. Her face was painted to look like a stained glass window, and she wore a head covering that hid her hair. Her part had originally been Skylar's, except Vin rewrote it away from a porcupine. "It's not that," said Petrie a little maudlin. "I was realizing that the year is almost over. Preparing for the play has been wonderful, but I missed so much already." Knowing that she was as close to a demigod as it got always made it hard for Zayn to calibrate his words when talking to her, but in this instance, he saw her for the teenaged girl that she was. "That's my fault," said Zayn. "I wish we would have included you earlier. It's been a lot of fun working with you on the play." He wasn't lying when he said this. She'd been an attentive student, picking up the nuances of acting much quicker than any of them. "Thanks, Zayn," she said, looking away. "I know I can be difficult." "You know, I'm not sure why you can't hang out with us after this year," said Zayn. "Really?" she asked, her face lighting up like a stage before catching a streak of darkness. "I'm not sure if that's possible." She put her hand flat on her chest. "I'm changing. I might not be able to stay." The lights dimmed for a moment, announcing the start of the play soon. Zayn glanced through the doorway to see the others gathering behind the curtain, adjusting the marionette ropes that floated above their shoulders. Do you know?" he asked. "What I am," she said right away. "No, but I'm remembering more and more every day." "Do you remember a girl when you first woke up?" he asked. Petrie wrinkled her face, but didn't have time to answer before Vin came in. "Come on, you two. Time to go on." With the marionette ropes solved, and Petrie's immediate taking to the material, Vin had been a ball of energy. He gathered them together. They put their hands in the middle. "I was going to give a big pep talk, but you don't need it. Our last rehearsal was completely wands up. So I'm just gonna say, let's go out there and kick some ass. Break a leg, everyone." A full load of nervousness dumped into his system the moment before he went through the curtain, and he had to hop up and down and shake his hands out to shed some of it. He looked back to see Petrie near to tears, so he ran over and gave her a quick hug, being careful not to smudge her stage makeup. "Thanks," she muttered as she stared at her feet. When he burst through the curtains, the size of the audience surprised him. It had been a little while since he'd peeked out, so he wasn't expecting a half-full room. The place was about twice the size as the community theater, and had auditorium seating. "Greetings." He felt his voice reach the far edges of the room, and the audience sit up a little straighter, as if they'd been called on by their teacher. This was a good sign. "It is I, Perseus the Sage, who has come to tell you a tale that may serve as a parable to some, or a warning to others. While in this lark you will hear great deeds and thrilling escapades. You will also know the pain of conflict and the ache of loss." When his part was done, Zayn stood back and watched the reactions when Keelan came forth. The audience's lips twitched with mirth during the opening soliloquy. Vin had tweaked it for a bit more humor to soften the brash arrogance. The enchanted marionette ropes worked better than Zayn thought they could, completing the illusion for the audience. When Portia came onto the stage as the Silver Queen, a few whistles of admiration came from the audience. Their banter was well received, though a few lines fell flat, and Zayn mentally noted them to give Vin feedback for next time. This performance was going much better than their previous one. Either they'd fixed some of the narration problems, or the audience had come prepared, reading up on the form of the Libereisen. Zayn had made sure the posters had included a Matri Libereisen play, in case the name itself didn't give it away. As the first act neared Petrie's part, Zayn found himself growing more nervous. It seemed strange until he realized it was coming from Petrie, especially as he noticed Keelan growing less sure about delivering his lines. The audience, who had been laughing and clapping along with the action, had left their hands in their laps. The mood in the theater had dimmed. A stab of worry went through Zayn as he realized what was about to happen. If Petrie's role in the play went south, then it could set her back on her previous path. When Petrie ambled onto the stage as the sludge caterpillar, her form hidden by a brown bulbous robe, and only her stained glass-painted face to hint to her later form, the audience grew deathly silent. Transfixed by the audience's indifference, Petrie stopped mid-stage, jawing at the empty air, her lines forgotten. Standing at stage left, Zayn felt the fear accelerate in a feedback loop. Hoping to prod her into action, Zayn whispered her first line sotto voce, "On oil, on grease." Petrie glanced towards him, her eyes pleading to be rescued, so he said it again, "On oil, on grease." But Petrie did nothing. She was a statue on the stage. It had gone on long enough that the audience knew something was wrong. He heard a forced cough. "Bring back the Queen," said someone in the audience, receiving a spat of laughter. Petrie looked like she was going to break in two. A wave of fear slammed into Zayn that, had he been anywhere else, would have left him curled in a ball. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few members of the audience leave. He looked to Keelan, who raised his eyebrows as if to say he didn't know what to do either. Zayn eyed the room, looking for a way out to save Petrie from the embarrassment. He had a ball of flame in his fist, ready to ignite the sprinkler system, when a meek voice emanated from center stage. "On oil, on grease, these are my treats, a life in the sludge, my viscous streets." A collective breath broke through the theater, as everyone had been psychically linked to Petrie. A wave of relief crashed through Zayn, leaving him dizzy as she continued with her next line, growing stronger as she spoke. By the time it was Keelan's turn to respond, the earlier silence had been forgotten. The rest of the play continued as it had begun, with much laughter and excitement and tears. Petrie grew more confident in her role, especially in the third act when her true form was revealed, a giant stained glass butterfly that rescued Kanadari from the Black Butcher. It went so well that Zayn had pangs of worry that they'd tailored it too much for a human audience, and the matri wouldn't connect with it. But they could tweak it later if necessary. Before the end of the play, Zayn noticed a tall dark figure in back. He saw the figure with enough warning that he was able to use his sensing imbuement to examine them from a distance, catching the hint of smoky grey skin beneath the hood. When the play ended, they received a thorough applause that lasted for a full minute. Standing with his teammates under the can lights of the theater as the audience cheered them, a rush of adrenaline filled him that was better than anything he'd ever experienced before. As they stumbled off the stage, giddy laughter slipped out of his lips. The rest of the team looked equally gobsmacked. "That was amazing," said Skylar breathlessly. "Better than sex," said Portia, and when everyone gave her a look she added, "I mean it." Petrie looked on the verge of tears, so Zayn pulled her against him for a long hug in which she let go of some of the emotion built up while she was on the stage. As she shuddered, he felt the projection from her lessen, and while everything had gone well, there'd been a moment of difficulty. Before next time, they needed to find a way to insulate themselves from her powers so they could better help her. The owner of the theater, a slight man with a lazy eye, rushed into the back, clapping his hands and patting them on the back. "That was wonderful. I've never seen anything like it. The merging of matri and human playforms was nothing short of brilliant," he said. Upon hearing that, Vin looked like he was about to float against the ceiling. "You will come back next week. On Saturday." "I'm not giving you an option," said the owner. "Now I need to go break the news to the other theater company." After he left, they crowded together in a circle, laughing and crying. "Great job, everyone," said Vin. "That went better than I thought it could. I hope everyone doesn't mind, but I've made some notes on improving for next time." "Let's work on that later," said Zayn with a wink. "Can we celebrate for a few hours first?" Laughing, Vin responded, "Oh yes, sorry." As they gathered their gear, Zayn peeked from behind the curtain to see if their matri guest was still there, only to find his seat empty. It was clear that their human audience thought the play was a hit, but he had no idea if their matri audience was just as intrigued. As good as the performance went, none of it mattered if they didn't get invited to the Diamond Eternal Ball. Chapter 28. Third Ward, April 2016. The Minotaur in the Maze. With the trials of integrating Petrie into the play over, Zayn focused the team on preparations for Instructor Minoan's maze. He would have liked for them to have more time to prepare, but with the Diamond Eternal Ball coming up in a few weeks and finals after that, he wanted to take this problem off their plate so they could focus. Zayn gathered them in the living room, where Portia was already sitting on the couch opposite Keelan, scratching Marley's back as he lounged in her lap. Skylar was last to arrive, but Vin was still sketching new lines for the play at the dining room table, so Zayn had to wait to get his attention. What if Keelan said instead, "Fate is not a cruel mistress but a disinterested lover whose time was at an end"? "No, that's not right either," said Vin, lips bunched to one side as he scratched out new lines. "The play can wait, Vin. We've got an annoying instructor to deal with first," said Zayn. Vin looked up as if he were going to argue, but noticed the others had arrived and closed his mouth. "Before we go back into the tunnels beneath the house, do we have everything?" asked Zayn. Keelan opened up a velvet bag, revealing bronze bracelets with jade runes, and started throwing them to everyone. As Skylar caught hers, she said, "Isn't this the same one you gave us for countering the Matri charm?" "It is, but I've improved it since then," said Keelan. "It's a catch-all against passive charms and influence spells, which includes the Matri, the confusion charm in the maze, and some other things." At other things, Keelan nodded towards Zayn, letting him know they should work against Petri as well. "What about our scouts?" asked Zayn. "We're ready," said Portia. "We made some practice runs, tracking down all the gelato shops in the area. Not only are we a good team, but mango gelato is delicioso." Marley stood on his hind legs, made a fist before his mouth as if he was holding an ice cream cone, and mimed licking motions while making the yes sign with his other hand. Turning to Skylar, Zayn asked, "Deceptions? I see everyone got my memo about attire. Nothing you're not willing to burn afterwards due to Instructor Minoan's confection fetish. Otherwise I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." With a magician's flourish, Skylar pulled a shadowy card from her sleeve, and when she tossed it into the air, it broke into tiny shadowy sparrows before flying up the stairs. "Nice," said Keelan. "All right, now we can." "What about me?" asked Vin. "You've been busy with the play, which is way more important. If we don't get into the Diamond Eternal Ball, none of this matters," said Zayn. "All right," said Vin with a self-satisfied grin. When they opened the cabinet to the tunnel beneath their kitchen, Zayn had a moment of worry that Instructor Minoan had blocked it, but the way was open, and they made their way into the tunnel without incident. Behind him, Skylar muttered, "I always wanted to go through a wardrobe to another world, but definitely not a cabinet to a confusing sugar maze." Once they were all below, Portia and Marley took point, marching ahead through the sticky liquid at the center of the tunnel, and though the Kalolo had a major sweet tooth, he made no indication he wanted to drink, which said a lot about the power of Instructor Minoan's illusions. The pair stopped frequently as they encountered traps, which Portia quickly disarmed. At regular points they placed tracking beacons, which they'd developed with Keelan's help. They navigated the sugary maze with ease, finding an opaque door that looked similar to a glazed window at the end of a hidden passage. "Get ready," said Portia, about to open the door. When she flung it open, Zayn expected to see another room in the maze, but instead they were confronted with a ladder going down. On the back wall, peeking through the bars, was a graffiti version of the instructor's face with a stupid smile on it. After Portia climbed down it a ways and then back up to them, she pronounced, "It kept going, maybe all the way down to the Undercity. But that's not the biggest problem. There's a stronger confusion charm down there, heavy enough to overcome my bracelet. I came back up, before I couldn't figure out which way was up." "Sorry, Keelan." Vin groaned. "Not more mazes. I thought we were through this." The team looked generally demoralized, except for Marley, who somehow had a bite-sized chocolate bar in his hand, nibbling at the edges. "If I'm being honest, I'd say that I don't want to go down there." "Screw this Instructor Minoan," said Keelan, receiving nods from the others. "It just feels like an endless con, designed to drive us mad. I bet there's no grand prize either." Zayn had both hands on top of his head. Something about what his cousin said sparked a thought. "What was it that he said to us in the maze last time?" asked Zayn, who already knew it but wanted to hear someone say it out loud. Doing her best impression of the condescending instructor, Skylar said, "Sugar and lies. And everything nice. That's what I'm made of. Find me or divine me. But surely don't bind me. Or you'll get nothing at all. This maze is a test. And if you're the best, then you'll win the grand prize of it all." As soon as she was done speaking, everyone went quiet. Glances passed between them which told Zayn that they'd heard what he'd heard as well. He kept quiet until someone finally said it. "Find me or divine me," said Vin, shaking his head. "We've been playing this game all wrong," said Keelan. Skylar smacked her hands together as if she was squashing a bug. "We've been playing by his rules." "I think that's the lesson," said Zayn. "We're thinking like students, but life isn't like that. There's not always a textbook answer." "So how do we find him?" asked Vin. "Ignore what he said," said Zayn. "It's meant to confine our thinking. If you're going to find someone who doesn't want to be found, how would you do it?" "Depends on where he is," said Portia. "We know he's in the city," added Keelan. "Do we?" asked Zayn. "He's always shown up on his time. He could be coming from anywhere." "What about what we know of him? You know that he's like Dionysus, or maybe is Dionysus," said Keelan. "Then we're looking in the wrong spot," said Skylar. "Ain't no way the god of wine and parties is in the Undercity. He's probably in a bar in the city." As soon as Skylar said it, everyone's eyes widened with understanding. "And we know someone who knows like all the bars in the city," said Skylar. They hurried back to the house, finding Petrie in the living room on the couch eating a bowl of cereal with an overlarge spoon. Her mouth was full when they burst in. She stared back at them, looking like she had been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. "What? Do you know any bars with a heavy wine, honey and madness theme?" asked Skylar. Petrie crunched down on the cereal and proceeded to finish the bite in her mouth while they watched. When she was finished, she asked, "Asylum grapes?" "That's got to be it," said Zayn. They rushed out the door, headed straight to the Green Line, checking their phones for the location of the bar. When they made it to Asylum Grapes in the 5th Ward, they realized Marley was still with them, but no one questioned the orange tabby as they burst into the bar. The place was a mix between a harem and a mental hospital, with padded walls covered in vineyard designs. Thankfully, it was still early afternoon, so the place was relatively empty, except for a private room in back. They found Instructor Minoan in robes, lounging on a bed of pillows with 3 half-naked attendants, 2 female and 1 male, conversing quietly while sipping on wine and nibbling on fresh bruschetta. As soon as they burst in, his eyes widened with surprise. He dismissed his attendants, poured a glass of wine and held it up to them. "Congratulations," slurred the instructor, clearly a little drunk. "We've won the game," said Zayn. "Hand over the grand prize." "Have you now?" he said as he took a sip from his glass. The instructor's form wavered slightly, indicating an illusion. Zayn moved towards the door, but Skylar was faster, throwing a shadowy rope around Instructor Minoan before he could escape. "Gotcha," said Skylar. "Not quite," said Instructor Minoan with a victorious smile on his lips. "As I said in my riddle, you cannot bind me." "But you're not bound," said Skylar with an equally victorious smile. "This is but a shadow. You're free to leave at any time." The instructor tested the rope of shadow around his waist, finding it insubstantial. "Clever girl. I thought that clause would keep me safe." He sighed. "I guess I actually have to hand over the prize. Priyanka warned me there were some cunning teams." "You've talked to Priyanka recently?" asked Zayn hopefully. "Ah," said the instructor, passing his fingers across his lips as if they were a zipper. "I cannot say." When Instructor Minoan reached into his robe, everyone reacted as if he were about to escape. But he pulled out a stopper jar and handed it to Skylar. 6 doses of ambrosia," said Instructor Minoan. "1 for each of your team." "What does it do?" asked Skylar, holding up the jar to the light. "A glistening orange liquid, almost like a marmalade sloshed around inside the glass. "It gives protection for a short time," he said. "Use it wisely, for you will never receive it again. Farewell, it appears my time is at an end." Instructor Minoan gave them a flourishing bow. At the same moment a waitress in a toga came in with a tray of fruits and cheeses. When they looked back, he was gone. The waitress frowned. "So, who's going to pay his bill?" Chapter 29. Wayward Theatre, May 2016. The Golden Ticket. With the sounds of applause still ringing in his ears, Zayn slumped into the makeup chair, throwing his boots onto the counter. In their final week at the Wayward Theatre, they'd performed 5 shows, including 2 on Saturday. With the Sunday matinee complete, they were done with their obligations. The others weren't as worn out as he was. They were having drinks with the owner in the green room. Zayn had left because he didn't want to bring down their mood with his aggravation. The play had been a smashing success. They'd had packed audiences every night after the first show, but they'd failed at the one thing the play was meant to do: get them an invite to the Diamond Eternal Ball. Zayn crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it at the calendar on the wall. The picture for the month of May was a cat on a stage doing what he assumed was Hamlet based on the tiny skull in the cat's paw. But that's not what he was mad about. There were only 3 days before the Diamond Eternal Ball. Not enough time to do another show, one that would get them an invite. He sensed a presence lurking behind him. The owner kept coming back to drag him into the other room, not only for drinks, but to extend the run of the play. But as successful as it had been, they hadn't come to Invictus to be on stage, and so he'd declined, regardless of the rising percentage of cut-off at each time. "I told you I'll join later," said Zayn, ripping another flyer in half before crumpling it into a ball. "I just don't feel like celebrating right now." "Are all human actors this moody? Especially after a successful play?" asked a cold voice from behind him. Zayn nearly fell out of his chair as he pulled his boots off the counter, looking up into the almost golden eyes of the hooded matron he'd seen at the back of previous shows. "Precept." Zayn recognized the matron from when he'd broken into the embassy. "May I help you?" asked Zayn. Precept tilted his head, a sign that something was wrong. When Zayn remembered the bracelet on his wrist blocking the matron's passive charm, he let his face slacken, and his eyes take on a glossy quality. The change brought a slight creasing around the eyes. "Your play is quite remarkable," said Precept. "Thank you," said Zayn, trying to sound like he'd just been drugged. Though no match for the proper forms in the Eternal City, it was amusing enough. Precept handed him a glass ball that glowed with a golden warmth. "This will get you into the Diamond Eternal Ball 3 days hence. You will perform for the prince, but do not presume to make eye contact or change anything from what I have seen thus far." It was good for a human play. Zayn thought he was going to say more, but the tall matron swept from the room as if the walls themselves would obey his commands. Holding the warm golden ball on his palm, a profound sense of relief overcame him. He'd been pursuing the idea of the play getting them an invite for so long without fruition, he'd thought that he'd led the team wrong. Even in that moment, with the invite in his hand, it didn't feel real. He found the others in the green room, with the owner. Petrie was perched on the back of the grey couch with a mug clutched between her hands, still in her stained glass face makeup. Her dark hair had been untamed and hung around her shoulders. She looked like she was trying to hold back a smile, but doing a terrible job. Skylar was alternating between taking drinks and wiping silver paint from her face using a handy wipe, while laughing and talking with the others, who stood at the center of the room in their costumes. The owner, upon seeing his arrival, raised a glass in salute and slipped from the room. "About time you joined us, Cos," said Keelan, wrapping his arm around Zayn's shoulder. "Good you came," said Portia. "It wasn't right celebrating our last play without you." "It's not our last play," said Zayn. No one reacted at first except for Keelan, who punched him in the arm and said, "As fun as this has been, we really need to get back to focusing on the academy. I'm so behind on my homework for O'Keefe. If I screw up another trinket," she said she was going to partner me with Eddie next year in the advanced class. "No," said Zayn, holding up the golden ball, we're not performing at the Wayward Theatre. Is that, asked Keelan, eyes white with excitement. An invite to the Diamond Eternal Ball, yes. The others whooped and hollered, patting him on his back. You were right, said Vin. They invited us. I was beginning to doubt they would. Me too, said Zayn. Which means we're not done. We need to prepare for the next show, but this time the stakes are higher. We're performing for the prince. Skylar let out a low whistle. Keelan shrugged his shoulders. What's the worst that can happen? We'll be in the embassy where we want to be, even if we bomb. Zayn saw where their thoughts were going. Remember what we're learning in Koenig's class. Focus on the play, nothing else. We're there for a performance, just like we've been doing for months now. Right, said Keelan, shaking his head, looking sheepish for his comment. Sorry. No worries, Zayn said. But make sure we're prepared in 3 days' time. No talking about it, or thinking about it. Focus on the play and only that, but bring some extra gear in case we get asked to do more than the Liberisen of Canadari. When Zayn moved to leave the room, Keelan said, but you just got to the after party. If we're headed to the Diamond Eternal Ball, I have some things to do before we go. Nothing big. I just need to check on things. They seemed to accept his lie, or knew there was no point in asking because he wouldn't tell. Zayn had one more thing to do, but it didn't have anything to do with the Diamond Eternal Ball. It had to do with a certain question he'd been asked by the Lady of Varna. He didn't have an answer yet, but he was close. Chapter 30. Honeycomb, May 2016. Winding up the agent. A day before the Diamond Eternal Ball, Zayn was standing in the back of Instructor Koenig's class, barely paying attention to the lecture about how quasars are used in some divination rituals, because he knew this section of the classwork tome by heart. He was busy thinking about Varna, and waiting for class to end so he could ask the instructor a few questions. He'd nearly made up his mind on how he would answer the lady's question, but it was a matter of which method. But these are the recorded and generally known procedures of divinations. But don't forget that prophecy or fortune telling can be wrong. As we've discussed time and time again, when a seer peeks at the future, they're not seeing a version of the future that's written in stone, but a likely probability based on the intentions of those involved. Sometimes intentions tangle, creating a tipping point. Koenig made a T with his hands, rocking the top portion. A nudge here sends the prophecy this direction, or a bump here sends it the other way. This can happen when there are competing intentions, creating a multifaceted future. Of course, a good seer can see through these conflicts and suss out the answer to this complex statistical conflux, but going down this path takes you into the deeper mysteries of the Oculus Hall. For the Academy, it's enough to understand the possibilities. Instructor Koenig glanced at his watch. And that should do it for today. Remember, next class, your divination stone should be ready. I will test it, and grade accordingly. If it cannot predict a randomly chosen and rolled dodecahedron within an 86.7% hit rate, then you will not pass this portion of the class. You are dismissed. As his classmates shuffled towards the door, Zayn pushed through the crowd towards the instructor who was gathering his notes from the floor. Hello, Mr. Carter, what can I do for you? Zayn checked to make sure most of the class was almost gone. I have a question, theoretical of course, about some obfuscation strategies, said Zayn. You know I love a good spitball session, what you got for me? Asked Instructor Koenig, his bushy moustache waggling. I've been thinking a lot about the sleeper agent class, said Zayn. The instructor's lips flattened. Yes, go ahead. Zayn hesitated, and not because he didn't want to ask the question, but because there'd always been a nagging doubt in his head about Priyanka's loyalties. Was she truly a friend to the Lady of Varna, or was she being blackmailed or held by an irrevocable curse? He wanted to believe the latter, that Priyanka hated the lady as much as he did, and was quietly helping him in his quest by providing the knowledge and magic to defeat her. But another part of him thought that he might be projecting. That because he liked her, he believed her good intentions. But that might not be the case. In fact, Priyanka might be testing him for the lady by providing knowledge, delivered by an unwitting or witting instructor Koenig, that would only lead to his failure. These two images of his patron warred in his head. Was she a friend or foe? Was she helping him against the lady? Or was she setting him up to fail? What if, rather than memory deletion, new memories were added that contradicted the first, suggested that someone's mind had been made up in a different way at one point? Then later, that false memory could be removed, and the original intention would take over. Would that work? Instructor Koenig tapped on his chin as his eyes roved back and forth. I suppose I understand what you're asking. It's a little different twist to the sleeper agent gambit. You're not deleting anything, but I still think the issue of unintended consequences would be in effect. You never know how the subconscious mind will react to forced changes, creating built-up forces that could eventually break the mind. What if those unintended consequences are palatable? Within the allowable risk profile, asked Zayn. That's always the question. How much are you willing to risk? Asked Koenig with a throwaway shrug. But these are all theoretical questions. It's impossible to create an ethical experiment to test the hypothesis, so we'll never truly know. I see, said Zayn. I have one more theory, for fun. Instructor Koenig smiled, but his eyes were gravely serious. Yes, go ahead. You talked about conflicting intentions. What if there are multiple competing intentions, not a few or even a dozen but lots? Could that obfuscate a prediction? Asked Zayn. Instructor Koenig nodded, as if he'd heard this question before. Yes. But then you run into the issue of the Archibald paradox, which basically states that once you get past even 2 or 3 competing intentions, that having more intentions, regardless of the variety, makes it easier to see the eventual future. That doesn't make any sense, said Zayn. It does if you recall that a seer is seeing the future based on what's in people's minds. If there are more people thinking about something, then it's easier to get a better picture of it, no matter how good they're hiding it. It's like taking multiple versions of a fuzzy picture and comparing the common points to get a better view. He snapped his fingers. Which is why conspiracies are more difficult the more people you get involved, for the same reason. The more people you have thinking about a goal, the easier it is to see it. Which is why there are no large-scale wars between the realms, because it would be easy to predict. But what about the Diamond Court Embassy? It arrived and no one knew what it was for until they announced it, said Zayn. That's because it's a benign intrusion into this world. If Queen Zaire had bad intentions for the city of Sorcery, the seers in Oculus would have seen it. He wrinkled his forehead. Is this what this is about? The embassy. Are you worried about it? Because there's nothing to be worried about. No, not at all, said Zayn, looking at his shoes. Like I said, I'm just curious. You teach a really good class and it makes me think. Instructor Koenig patted him on the shoulder. Wonderful to hear. I'm quite pleased. Anyway, if there was going to be an issue at the Diamond Eternal Ball, I wouldn't be going. Zayn's head snapped up. You're going to be there? Yes, indeed. I received an invite last week. The Queen invited a number of dignitaries from the city, including representatives from every major hall and a few of the lesser ones. It's my good fortune that Priyanka was busy, so I could attend. Someone from nearly every hall, repeated Zayn. He wasn't sure why this seemed significant, but it bothered him. Did I answer your questions to your satisfaction? Asked Instructor Koenig with a cheery smile. Yes, I think you did. Thank you. You've given me a lot to think about, said Zayn. Instructor Koenig's smile wrinkled with a passing thought. Before you go, may I ask a question of you? The sudden hesitancy in the instructor made Zayn pay attention. Instructor Koenig swallowed heavily. What did you think of my class this year? Before Zayn could answer, he held his hand out, stopping him. I'm sorry, this seems rather silly. I know I should have more self-confidence than this, but I never felt like I fit in during my time in the academy, and with my government job I felt like I was mostly in the way. This year has been a terrific experience for me, and I feel like I might have found something that I could do, a way that I could contribute. Have I, done a good job? The way Koenig looked at him with hopeful concern made Zayn reply right away. This has been a great class, Instructor Koenig. I've learned a ton, and so has the rest of the class. I know my team in particular has talked about how valuable this class is. You've done a great job, and I'd be happy to tell Priyanka that. Instructor Koenig blushed, looking away. Why, thank you, Mr. Carter, I do appreciate it. Though please don't actually say anything to Priyanka. She'll think I put you up to it. It would be the truth, said Zayn. No. It's enough for me to hear it. She has her ways of figuring these things out. If I truly did a good job, she'll know, and if she doesn't, well, it was enough for me to hear it from your mouth. You've been one of our best and brightest, Mr. Carter. It's been an honor to teach you, and maybe someday I'll get a chance to make a difference like you have. Thank you, Instructor Koenig, said Zayn, moving towards the door so it didn't get any more awkward. Have a great day, Mr. Carter. You too, Instructor Koenig, and have a good time at the ball. As Zayn left, he wondered if the instructor's attendance was going to be a complication when he saw them. But there was nothing to do about it now. Zayn had to hope that despite spending his career as a behind-the-scenes logistics planner, the instructor was professional enough not to make a big deal of it. Besides, Zayn was distracted thinking about his answer to the lady's question. He couldn't give up his quest to stop her, but he wasn't sure which method was the best way to get past her seers. He wished he had more time for research, but between the Diamond Eternal Ball and the end of the year, he had to make a decision. Chapter 31. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. No worse than the TSA. Early the next morning, Zayn and the rest of the theatre company stood outside the Diamond Court Embassy, in a long line of entertainers that had been booked for the event. He held a black duffel bag of costumes on his shoulder, while yawning away his lack of sleep. Stop that, Zayn, said Skylar, fighting back her own yawn. I actually got to bed at a reasonable time last night. He was momentarily distracted by the amber light of morning hitting the top of the spire, sending up a flash like a lit beacon. Last-minute prep, said Zayn as he eyed Petrie in the back of the group. He wasn't at all excited about bringing the sleeper into the Diamond Court Embassy, but he couldn't turn her away now. He and Skylar had barely pulled her back from the edge a few months ago. Skylar caught his glance towards Petrie and made a knowing nod. They talked about the risks of bringing her, but decided it was a bigger problem not to bring her, especially when their invite had specifically referenced that their play should have no changes. Not taking Petrie would have been disastrous on both fronts. Petrie looked up at the imposing architecture, the gilded scrolling, the massive columns, with her forehead furrowed as she munched on a sesame seed bagel. Zayn interpreted her expression as apprehension, so he approached her. Nervous? She swallowed her bite of bagel. A little. No need to be, said Zayn. It's like you've been acting your whole life. She flinched slightly at his phrasing. It's not that. Her gaze flickered to the team as her lips flattened. The year is almost over, and I feel like nothing's different than when it started. After this is over, you guys won't have any reason to hang out with me. Zayn didn't say anything at first, mostly because he didn't want to expose them as students of the academy, but he realized he couldn't ignore her concerns. I can't deny that our schedules after this are going to be very challenging, said Zayn. But working with you on the play has been amazing. I don't know how it would work. I don't know how your situation is going to change, but we'd be happy to have you around. The others nodded their agreement, but Petrie appeared unmoved. Her face was pinched, her eyes dark with worry. It's not that, she said, her voice trailing off. Zayn followed Petrie's gaze to find a tall matron wearing a brilliant umber robe approaching. The image of molten glass being pulled from an oven appeared in Zayn's head, not only based on what the matron was wearing, but the general sense of his personality. The marionette play. Zayn nodded. The maitre held out his hand, keeping it there until Zayn put the glowing glass ball in it. "Follow me." They'd been standing in the middle of the line, so he was a little surprised and worried about being pulled ahead of the others in front of them. They received scathing looks from those already waiting. Getting an invite to the Diamond Eternal Ball had become the highest status symbol in the city, especially for entertainers who planned to use it in their marketing, and now they seemed to be getting special treatment, or so he hoped. "It's nice we're getting pulled ahead, but the others have been waiting longer," said Zayn, hoping to get an explanation, but the maitre said nothing. The main entrance to the embassy was in the front, but that's not where the maitre took them. As they circled around to a side entrance, Zayn began to get worried that they'd been spotted as academy mages, and that it had been foolish for them to think they could just waltz in without extensive disguises. The others shared his worry, especially Vin, who made faces at Zayn behind the maitre's back. When they reached the side entrance, the door opened without anyone touching it, and the maitre swept his arm towards the revealed darkness. "Why the separate entrance?" asked Zayn, nodding back towards the front. The maitre stared back. "If you would like to renounce your invite, I can offer it to another company." A spike of worry went right through him. He felt like the maitre knew who they were, and that they'd be walking into a trap if they went in, but he worried more if they didn't go. The others seemed equally concerned, but they gave him nods to show their support. "Is there a problem?" "No, sorry." "Yes, we're ready. It does a lot more for our reputation if we go in the front." "I wanted to see the looks on their faces," said Zayn, hoping to cover his initial reluctance. "Very well." The entrance brought them to a small room with two diamond court guardians standing ready, holding wands made of a strange material. It didn't look like wood, but like magnetic filings on an iron rod. Thousands of tiny spikes on the wands shifted in a hypnotic sway. When the maitre in the umber robe saw him eyeing the wands, he said, "To ensure you're not bringing dangerous weapons into the embassy." The two guardians waved the wands over Zayn and his black duffel bag. The little spikes moved randomly as the wands were waved over him. When they were finished, they nodded him through. Skylar and Portia went next, quickly getting the approval to pass. When it got to Vin, who was carrying a heavy trunk full of their marionette gear and all their magical contraband, the little spikes on the wands pointed directly at the trunk. "What's in here?" asked the umber-robed maitre in a haughty tone. "We're a marionette show," said Vin. "It's the ropes and boards we use to create the illusion of being puppets." "Show me." Zayn's stomach tightened, but he kept his face calm as Vin pulled out a key that was around his neck, placed it in the lock, and turned it to the right until there was a satisfying click. The lid wheezed open, revealing a pile of enchanted ropes on top of a stack of black rune-covered boards. As the umber-robed maitre poked his hand into the ropes, his lips curled further towards the floor. "Dump it out." Grunting for effect, Vin lifted the trunk and tipped it over, spewing metal-ended ropes onto the floor. The maitre stepped away as if they were snakes. The lead maitre grabbed one of the wands and pointed it back at the trunk. The filings pointed into the box. "What is in there?" he asked. "Those are the enchanted boards we'll attach to the ceiling," said Zayn. "Bring them out," said the maitre. "Here," asked Zayn. The umber-robed maitre nodded while his nostrils flared. He seemed to be staring intently at the trunk, as if he knew contraband was hidden inside. Zayn nodded towards Vin. "You heard him." The big man flipped the trunk over and the boards crashed out, spilling towards the three maitre, forcing them to leap out of the way or get their ankles smashed. Then Vin handed the trunk to Keelan and Skylar, while the others crouched down to collect the boards. "You imbeciles," said the lead maitre, scowling. "You asked us to dump it out," said Zayn, stepping close to block the view of Keelan and Skylar, who were quickly removing the box of magical trinkets from a secret compartment in the back of the trunk and stashing it in Skylar's backpack. "I said to take them out, not injure my person with your ineptitude," said the lead maitre, who seemed to sense that something was wrong and tried to look around Zayn. "My apologies," said Zayn, reaching out if he were going to shake his hand. "We mistook your command." The maitre looked at the extended hand with unvarnished disgust. "Bring me the trunk now," he said, holding up the wand. Zayn hadn't heard the signal from Keelan that told him the items were safely away, so he tried to stay in front of the maitre, but he shoved Zayn to the side. "Now," said the maitre to Keelan, pointing the wand like a rapier. Keelan waddled it over, and the wand was stuck into the empty space and moved around. The filings remained their chaotic selves, pointing in all directions, which brought a sense of relief to Zayn, though he did not sigh. Crossing his arms, the umber-robed maitre stared at them as they returned the gear to the trunk. When they were finished, they were led through a series of corridors until they were brought to a small theatre. While the marble floors and exquisite scrolling on the bas-reliefs were opulent, the size of the theatre confused Zayn. The chairs in the theatre seemed made for a child, and there were only about 20. "Your quarters are in back," said the maitre. "The play will begin at 1 o'clock your time. Do not disappoint me." The others seemed equally confused, so Zayn cleared his throat. "Is this the correct theatre? I thought we would be playing to the prince, his retinue, and the invited," said Zayn. The umber-robed maitre stared down at Zayn, until his lips wriggled with ugly amusement. "The prince, yes, you will be performing for. But not Prince Athelstar, he will be meeting with his treasured guests. You will be performing for the younger, Prince Oranya. He has heard of your Liebereisen play, and wishes to be amused by a human's take on it. And after the play is finished, you will be escorted out of the building." Giving Zayn no chance to argue, the maitre swept from the room in his voluminous robes, a high reedy laughter trailing behind. Zayn's stomach sank with the realization they would be given no chance to stay in the embassy after they were done. Chapter 32. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. A portent of sound and fury. "What are we going to do?" Vin asked Zayn as they were attaching the black rune-covered boards to the ceiling of the theatre scaffolding, using a drill. Vin was standing on a ladder that Zayn was holding. He could have installed the boards using his imbuements, but they had to keep the illusion that they were just a regular theatre company. Zayn didn't answer right away, even though he knew exactly what Vin meant. It was the main thing on their minds. He could see it on their faces, the tight lips, the worry lines around their eyes. They'd successfully gotten into the embassy, but weren't going to be allowed to stay for the important events. "I'll think of something," said Zayn. Earlier, he tried to explore beyond the theatre, but guards had been posted at the exits, and the back area had everything they needed to prepare, which left him no plausible reason to leave. And the whole setup made him feel odd. The little theatre had all the accoutrements of a larger one, but done in miniature. Even Skylar, who had the smallest hips of the group, couldn't wiggle her way into the seats. As they worked, he noticed more details like the balcony and the loge boxes that were too small for anyone to fit inside. When they'd first arrived, Portia pointed out with far more glee than horror that the designs in the scrolling were misshapen skeletons and gaping-mouthed skulls. The whole theatre had a madhouse feel to it beneath the gilded exterior. "It's almost like there were two designers warring with each other," had said Portia as she'd run her hands across the detailed scrolling. Petri, on the other hand, seemed completely muted during their preparations. She was in charge of the makeup desk, and had the most detailed work to paint onto her face, so Zayn hadn't seen her much, but she carried herself with a sense of dread. While it warmed Zayn's heart to know that Petri wasn't ready for the year to be over, that she'd enjoyed her time, however fleeting, with them, he worried about what it meant for her as a powerful supernatural being. His worry doubled when he heard a thump of a fist against wood in the back area, followed by a powerful wave of angst that left him cross-eyed for a few painful seconds. Zayn checked to make sure he was still wearing the brass bracelet. "What's that?" asked Vin with his forehead wrinkled. "I'm going to check on her," said Zayn. Skylar was organizing the costumes, making last-second repairs with a needle and thread, while his cousin was painting Portia silver for her role as the mythical Silver Queen. All three of them gave him looks of concern. When he found Petri, half her face had the stained glass panels drawn in with a black eyeliner pencil, but she was furiously rubbing away a line on her cheek with a rag. "Everything okay?" Does it look okay? She said, the words coming out like a jet of fire. It looks great actually, said Zayn, hoping to diffuse her frustration. He sat next to Petrie as she rubbed so hard she made her face contort. You're going to rub your face right off, said Zayn, smiling, but she didn't return the gesture. Another wave of emotion slammed into him, fear mixed with a hollow dread. Zayn staggered on his stool. It was like being at the epicenter of an earthquake. Her eyes were dark with terror, so he fought through the dread, reached out and captured her hands, pulling them away from her face. The psychic assault lessened but did not abate. It's going to be okay, said Zayn. No, she said, her voice carrying in his head like a 1,000,000-watt megaphone. It's not. I'm changing. Her fear was escalating in a feedback loop, spiraling higher and higher. Zayn felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff that was perched in the stratosphere. A tear formed in her eye as she looked at him. Look what I'm doing to you. This is what I'm going to do to everyone. I remember last time. I remember the gas rolling across the battlefield, silencing the men in their trenches forever, tanks bursting through houses in a cloud of debris, storms of unnatural lightning charring men into pillars of ash, the blood and screams when the demons tore from the earth, the children with hollow bellies and eyes. That was me. Zayn, I don't want to be that person again. You won't, said Zayn. And that wasn't you. You don't know that. You can't know that. I can't. Sitting so close to her, he felt his mind tearing apart. It was like standing at the door of a blast furnace. The psychic winds blowing from her were tearing him apart. If she couldn't calm herself, he'd be torn to shreds. Petrie, I need you to think about when you're on stage, a spike of fear, when the audience is smiling and laughing and all the world loves you. She fought against her feelings, but it wasn't working. His thoughts were beginning to disintegrate. Or think about Marley in your lap while you're eating a bowl of fruity fireballs, and Portia is on the other end of the couch, singing a song from her favorite K-pop band, said Zayn breathlessly, and as he spoke her emotional hurricane slowed, giving him a chance to keep going. And Vin has his leg up on the kitchen table as he's doing one of his limbering exercises, while reading a spell book he's holding in his hand. Keelan's sitting on the fireplace hearth, a crackling fire at his back as he's whispering new spells into the tiny gears of an open-backed watch, while Skylar's thumbing through her cell phone snarking on the latest Giovanni Portalen designs. And I'm... When he referenced himself, a vein of their passionate night together opened briefly, but mostly he felt a keen admiration, like the awkward freshman having a crush on the popular senior, and realized that during this whole year mostly what she'd wanted was his attention. And I'm sitting with you, and you're regaling me with the story of how you stole that car after we left your Aunt Amber's store, and you tell me about the hilarious look on my face as you drove away. When he finished speaking, the emotional assault had subsided. She reached out and he took her hand. They sat quietly for a time, during which the others came to check on them, but left without comment. After a while her head came up as if she'd just realized something important. Zayn, said Petrie, eyes wide with understanding. Yes? The veil. A frisson of concern passed through him. You know what you are. You shouldn't have brought me here, said Petrie softly. I was more worried about leaving you out. She squeezed his hand, a measure of thank you. I'm sorry. Some things weren't apparent to me before. Now they are. Why shouldn't we have brought you? If you know what you are, can't you do something about it? Petrie bit her lower lip. Later, yes, but right now I'm changing. I can't control it. I'm more of an amplifier. I really should leave. We can't leave until after the play, said Zayn. So until then you have to try and hold it together. I know this is hard, but please try. She squeezed her shoulders in and her face was pinched, but she nodded. The aloof girl who stole a car on her first day in the city seemed so far away. Growing up was like that. It hurt in all the ways you never expected. We're here for a reason, he said, putting his hand on her arm. I don't quite know what that reason is, but Priyanka pointed every sign she could at this place for us. And there's been weird things with the seers and prophecies, a lack of consensus. I think someone, or something, has figured out how to hide their intentions. Which interested Zayn for more reasons than the safety of the 100 halls. It might be a technique he could use against the Lady of Varna, so he had to stay, even if it was only to learn that one thing. I feel something as well, said Petrie, her face contorted with thought. I can taste it. It's acrid like blasted soil and torn steel. I hear screaming in the distance. I'd look around but these damn guards won't let me past, said Zayn. Petrie's face broke into a smile like a spot of sunlight slipping through the clouds. His face warmed. Zayn, the veil. What about it? Go there, she said. You know about that. She blinked. I'm remembering that you woke me. But I can't just walk around here in the veil. I'm not supposed to stay long, he said. Petrie patted his hand like a grandmother consoling a weepy child. You already woke me. And as for the other things that live there, I'm their queen, so while you're with me, nothing will bother you. Go, explore the embassy. Find out what's going on. I'll stay here and let the others know. He almost bowed, which seemed strange to him, until he realized that in that moment she held herself as royalty. The impression didn't last long, as Petrie was still finding herself, but he sensed the various possibilities of who she might become. It was both wonderful and frightening. I will. Thank you, he said, and they fell into a hug. She squeezed him tight and whispered in his ear, no thank you. A glistening tear had formed in the corner of her eye, threatening to streak down and smear her makeup, so he reached out and dabbed it away, bringing a smile to her lips like sunlight hitting a spring-fed pond. Be quick and come back safe. And don't leave the structure of the building. Eldritch magics hem this place in like a fortress, she said. Yes, my queen, he said with a wink. When he shifted into the veil and the walls turned wavery like a blacktop road in the desert, he was stunned. Amber had called her Rain after dry spell or petrichor. While this name fit, it did not adequately describe her. Petrie was both fell and beautiful, much in the way a summer storm might wash away a village in a flood, but also provide nourishing silt to a fallow field. She was the lightning strike that killed, but also the wondrous electricity as it streaked across the sky. She was dark and terrible, and also at a crossroads, and Zayn knew that whatever happened in the embassy of the Diamond Court would change the world forever. Chapter 33. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The real price of diplomacy. As Zayn moved through the embassy by way of the veil, it didn't take long for him to realize the tiny theater was a separate part of the structure. Rooms nearby had maitre guards and closed doors, which meant he couldn't easily explore, but the difference in architecture suggested they were the apartments of Prince Orania. The three courts held their place in maitre society. The Ruby Court consorted with the criminal element, the Jade Court controlled high technology and magic, and the Diamond represented the wealthy interests of the Eternal City. The rest of the embassy met the traditional view of the Diamond Court, a palette of gold and white, revealing opulence and excess. Guests had already begun to filter into the building. Zayn noted a few patrons of minor halls, Alistair Cornwall, who was the mayor of Invictus, Camille Caldwell, the owner of the Herald of the Halls, important mages from the city, minor celebrities and dignitaries. Zayn even saw Instructor Koenig, who looked out of place with his bushy moustache and look of wide-eyed wonder. They milled about the grand hall. Along the walls, display boxes beneath glass showed off important artifacts from the Diamond Court's history. The display boxes themselves were exquisitely made of dark witchwood edged in golden vents. Most of the artifacts in the cases were jeweled chalices, gem-studded crowns, or other gaudy items that were rarely functional. Zayn had watched a documentary about the Vatican, and the display of wealth reminded him of it. It was strange to wander amongst them without receiving so much as a glance sideways. If circumstances were different, he would have enjoyed staying to covertly listen to their conversations, but he felt like what he needed to find was not in the grand hall, so he searched the side passages looking for unguarded doors. After a few rounds of the main area, he heard a rumble of voices from across the room. He looked up to see a tall, broad-shouldered matri march into the room with a jeweled scepter in one hand, and a retinue following him. There was no doubt in his mind that it was Prince Aethelstar, though his size and physical presence defied Zayn's expectations of the lithe race. His clothing was militaristic, unlike the softer robes of the other matri. His retinue included the matri guards Zayn had evaded on his first visit to the unfinished embassy, Capture and Precept. Prince Aethelstar strode through the room like a rock star, greeting his guests in the glad-handing style of a human politician. Zayn had noted that the guests each wore identical brooches, which he assumed were protections from the matri's latent charms, but they did nothing against the prince's natural charisma. Zayn stayed near the prince, hoping to catch something of interest, but the exchanges were uninteresting. What was of more interest was the way Capture and Precept seemed to note the crowd with their eyes, a mixture of thoughtfulness and concern. Whatever was going on behind their eyes, it left Zayn biting his lower lip. When the prince was about halfway finished working the room, he whispered something to Capture, and she grabbed Precept and headed towards a side passage. Zayn hurried to catch up to the fast-walking matri guards. As they neared a doorway, Zayn sidled up behind them, matching them lockstep, not only to hide his footfalls but to keep him close enough to slip through the door behind them. Zayn focused on keeping his feet only inches from Precept's. The guards swung open the door, and the two matri went right through. A few strides into the next hallway, Precept halted. Zayn seized up every muscle to keep himself from crashing into the matri, who then spun on his heels to glare directly behind him. Zayn had just taken a breath, and desperately wanted to exhale, but the gold-flecked grey eyes of Precept searched the hallway only inches away from him. Perched on the balls of his feet, while his heartbeat thundered in his ears, Zayn expected Precept to reach out and bump into him at any moment. "What's wrong?" asked Capture, who had paused further down. Precept squinted. "I don't know. I felt a trickle of wind against my back, and thought I heard a foot scuff. It all feels so familiar." Zayn turned his body like a ballet dancer, silently thanking instructor Allgood for the years of work in the dojo, while balancing on one foot until he had pressed his back against the wall. Still holding his breath, he sucked his gut in, making himself as small as possible. "Do you remember the intruder we chased at the beginning of the year?" asked Precept. Capture grumbled. "My failure to apprehend the individual still burns." "This feels similar," said Precept, still searching the short hallway with his eyes as if he expected to catch a sign of Zayn. "Let it go, Precept. There is no way to reliably stay unseen for this long," said Capture confidently. "But yet?" "We have a timetable," said Capture. Shaking his head, Precept followed Capture, glancing back a few times before they turned down another hallway. Zayn allowed himself to breathe finally, clenching his hands to make the shaking stop. The two matri went ahead, and Zayn followed from a more comfortable distance. When they went into a storage room, closing the door behind them, Zayn put his ear against it. He caught sounds of something mechanical, then the finality of a click. After waiting a minute, Zayn dared to open the door, half expecting the two matri to be waiting on the other side, but it was a room filled with shelves containing the brooches he'd seen the guests wearing. Zayn shoved a couple in his pocket in case he needed them later. There was no sign of Precept or Capture, which meant there was a secret door in the room. Zayn felt around the walls, before eventually finding a hidden panel with a keypad beneath. The 15 buttons each had a matri hieroglyph. Zayn brought himself out of the veil, before casting a spell that would allow him to see heat signatures. 6 of the buttons glowed faintly. He didn't know the matri hieroglyph language, so he couldn't determine which order to press them in. He stared at the buttons, scratching his head, trying to determine how to figure out the order, when the wall split open. Zayn barely fled back into the veil before Precept and Capture came walking back into the room. "Wish he would have told us this plan before," said Precept. "You should understand the reason why he could not," said Capture, stepping into the storage room. "And it is not for us to question him, only to obey." "I would never question him," said Precept. "He has my utmost loyalty, but I hope he is prepared for what is to come." "When the coronation begins, then we shall know," said Capture. Come, there's nothing more to do. Before Capture could punch a button closing the door, Zayn slipped through it. The wall shut behind him, leaving him in darkness. He sensed a vast room. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed there was a faint reddish light in the room. Based on their conversation, Zayn guessed no one else knew about this location, so he dared a mage light. As the ghostly illumination flooded into the room, his breath left him. Zayn stood on a balcony above a massive room. When the embassy had been built, the talk in the city had been about how quickly they'd constructed such a massive building. Looking into the room that went down multiple levels, Zayn could only think about how wrong they were. The embassy was larger below the city than above it. It looked like a silo going down, with floors as far as the light revealed. Zayn hurried down the first set of stairs, coming face to face with a room full of bone men with gemstone eyes. There were thousands upon thousands of them. They looked grown, like the pillars. Bone magic was a particular skill of the Diamond Court, but he didn't know it could happen on such scale. Zayn remembered that the Matri assassin Kavano had told them that Prince Athelstar had cornered the gemstone market. Kavano had thought this foolish, but now Zayn understood why. These gemstones could give sentient life to inanimate objects. In the Eternal City, the Phaler had chips of them as eyes. "It's an army," said Zayn breathlessly. Not only was it an army, but it was an army without thought, with no way to give away their intentions. A surprise invasion was thought impossible, because it required the coordination of too many people. Prince Athelstar had gotten around that problem by creating an army that didn't think, and he hadn't told his trusted lieutenants about his plan until the last possible moment. Everyone else within the Diamond Court probably thought this was a party for the prince as well, which hid the true reason. And the guest list ensured that there were less people to defend the city, as well as provided prisoners to ensure compliance later. Zayn wondered if this was what Priyanka had suspected. It seemed odd that none of the patrons of major halls were in attendance, which suggested they had been concerned. "This is really bad," said Zayn with his hand on his forehead. He went back up to the secret entrance, hoping there was a simple release button to get him back out the door. The play for Prince Orolnya was to start in an hour, and he needed to get back to prepare since he was the narrator. But when he opened the panel, he was confronted with a similar display of 15 hieroglyphic buttons. And while he knew the 6 buttons to press, he didn't know in which order, leaving him trapped. Chapter 34. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The play must go on. Zayn slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. The play was going to start in 30 minutes. If he couldn't get back, the guards would know something was wrong. He didn't know how Prince Athelstar and Prince Orolnya got along, but the younger was sure to tell the older. He leaned his head against the door, trying to remember a spell that would help him figure out the combination. If the technology had been something human-made, he knew a few tricks, but the city elves had different ways of creating electronics that made them much harder to defeat. Sure, if he had time and preparation, he could get through the door, but getting locked in a giant chamber with thousands of death machines wasn't in the plan when he'd come to the embassy. Think, he said, tapping on the door with his knuckles. How can I get through you? Time was slipping away from him. He rubbed the back of his neck, examining the control panel for the 50th time. What do I know about this door? 1. It has a nearly unbeatable Matri-style control panel. 2. It's a secret door. 3. I'm on the wrong side of the stupid thing. He was about to go look for another exit, but something about his list bothered him. If it's a secret door, even from the other Matri, would it have an alarm if I put in the wrong combination? No, that wouldn't work because there's at least 45,000 combinations for a 6-digit code. But if there's no alarm, then I can try and brute force my way through. Stepping back to get enough room for power, Zayn sighed, kicked the panel, sending up a spray of sparks and residual magical energy. When no alarms sounded, he kicked again, continuing to bash the panel until it was demolished. Without the buttons and electronics, the panel was an empty hole, through which he could reach the door mechanism. Reaching through the hole, and using his imbuement, Zayn pushed the door wide enough to fit through. Zayn slipped into the veil and started running back the way he'd come. When he got to the closed door, he knocked once, and when the guard opened it, finding an empty hallway, Zayn ducked under his arm and back to the party. He dodged around the partygoers, noticing that in that short time the crowd had thickened, including a number of the Diamond Court. Zayn almost ran into the mayor when he saw Lady Sabella chatting with Camille Cardwell, while her latest consort, a pale man with no eyebrows, stood at her elbow. The pair were laughing between sips of champagne. If he had more time, he would have detoured to talk to Priyanka as Lady Sabella, but it was encouraging that the patron had made it into the embassy. After the play, he would seek her out to let her know what Prince Athelstar was planning. When Zayn appeared behind the stage in the midst of his teammates, who were dressed in their costumes, grousing about his absence, they looked ready to fall over in relief. "I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you," said Keelan. "You need to get into your costume now. Prince Orania is out there, and the play is already late." Zayn started throwing on his costume with help from Vin, and he spoke as rapidly as he could. "This isn't an embassy, this is a fortress. There's an army of killing machines in a massive basement beneath the grand ballroom. Prince Athelstar is about to start a war, and we've supplied a room full of hostages." With his shirt over his head, Zayn threw Vin a handful of brooches. "I grabbed a couple of these. Check them out while I'm on stage, and see if you can find any extra enchantments hidden on them." His gaze fell upon Petri, who stared back tight-lipped. "And you, we have to get you out of the embassy as soon as the play is over. We'll use breaking down the equipment as a reason to stay, but you need to get out. It's too dangerous for you here with what's about to go on." To his surprise, Petri didn't argue. "I'll go straight to Aunt Amber's place. She'll know what to do next." "Good idea," said Zayn. "What are we going to do about the army and Prince Athelstar?" asked Skylar. "I don't know," said Zayn. "Concentrate on the performance while I try to think of something. We need to make sure they don't think anything is wrong." "Anything else?" asked Vin. Zayn blew out a breath. "Break a leg?" Chapter 35. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. Exit stage. Between kicking the secret door panel open and running through the party while hidden in the veil, Zayn hadn't had time to worry about the play. Nor had he a chance to rehearse his lines, so it was something of a shock to his system when he stepped onto the stage to find the theatre empty, save one chair in which sat a small, grey-eyed matron wearing a brocade jacket. "Greetings." The words died in the miniature auditorium. Zayn found it hard not to stare at Prince Orania, and fearing the gesture rude, shifted his gaze towards the empty balcony. "Greetings," he said again using his performing voice. "It is I, Perseus the Sage, who has come to tell you a tale that may serve as a parable to some, or a warning to others. While in this lark you will hear great deeds and thrilling escapades. You will also know the pain of conflict and the ache of loss. For today I tell you the story of Canadari the Young on his Liberisen, for he is a lad of uncommon strength and wit, on his quest to find what fate has in store for him." Zayn backed away from the center stage and in a booming voice declared, "Behold, Canadari the Young comes forth." Keelan burst through the curtain to begin his argument with his mother. Zayn watched his cousin perform for the first few lines, expertly twitching as if he were being controlled by ropes. The dozens of performances had honed their acting, and they'd learned which lines brought applause or laughter. Getting that instant feedback, especially as their crowds grew each night, charged their performances. But now they were acting before an audience of one. While trying not to appear to stare, Zayn examined Prince Orania from his place on the stage. If the older brother, Prince Athelstar, was a paragon of physicality, then the younger was the opposite. The reason for the extra small seats became apparent. Prince Orania appeared the size of a human 10-year-old, even though Zayn knew he was much older. He held his arm against his side as if it pained him, and his mouth tilted to the side as if he'd eaten something horribly sour. And while other matri had smoky grey skin, it still contained the vibrancy of their energy and power. Prince Owain seemed sickly with a chalky pallor, and stringy thin hair hung loosely around his small face. The longer Zayn watched the prince, the more he was convinced that the performance was going terribly. Without an audience, everyone seemed to get swallowed by the empty room. Zayn was worried that the prince would get up and walk out, but that changed the moment Petri stepped onto the stage. In her misshapen body she limped into view, and Prince Oranya sat up straight. As Kanadari interacted with the caterpillar, like Phaler, the prince was enraptured. This change extended even when Petri wasn't on stage, as if the prince was waiting anxiously for her to reappear. Zayn exchanged his nerves for relief that they were going to get through the play without incident, giving them a chance to spirit Petri from the building. He had decided that at worst, Prince Oranya might want to speak to her before they left, delaying her slightly. All this changed in the third act when the door to the auditorium burst open, and Prince Athelstar ducked through with Capture and Precept behind him, and then trailing behind them the matri in the umber robes. The older royal said nothing, but Prince Oranya slumped into his chair as if he were melting. The imposing prince had an effect on the actors too. Both Keelan and Skylar flubbed their lines, which brought cutting laughter from Prince Athelstar, and a return of the sour expression on Prince Oranya. The focal point of the room had changed from the stage to an area directly between the two brothers. With the jeweled scepter under his arm, Prince Athelstar began to make comments, directing them towards his brother. The third act of the play seemed irrelevant, but they delivered their lines. When at last they finished with Keelan and Petri's characters marching away on the Liberisen, and then everyone returned to the stage to bow, Prince Athelstar gave slow, sarcastic applause while the younger prince glowered in his seat. "A thrilling performance," said Prince Athelstar. "It was better than the time the Jade Witch stabbed me in the heart with a sharpened bone." Without turning his head, Prince Oranya said, "Kindly please leave, brother." The older snorted derisively. "Why? I thought the point of the play was to have some fun. You wanted a little fantasy of how your journey might go. I hope you enjoyed it, because that's the best it's going to get. The only good thing that's likely to come out of it is that I won't have to deal with such a worthless brother anymore." Still holding his arm against his side, Prince Oranya faced his brother and said, "Your arrogance will be the death of you someday. If the queen wouldn't be angry with me, I would kill you myself." The prince's gaze flickered to the stage. "But maybe I can have some fun." Zayn's stomach tightened as Prince Athelstar approached. A few gestures passed between the others. "Flee." "Fight." Zayn gestured back, "Stay." They had no choice but to wait to see what was going to happen. Even if the six of them jumped him, Zayn knew they had no chance, given that Capture and Precept stood at the door. "Which one is your favorite, dear brother?" asked Prince Athelstar, moving behind them with his hand over each, waiting for a reaction. When his hand hovered over Petri, resplendent in her multicolored butterfly wings, the slightest twitch formed at the corner of the young prince's eye. "I see that," said Prince Athelstar. "More than a favorite. I think I detected anger. Do you dare to face me again, dear brother?" More gestures passed between them, but Zayn motioned for the others to hold. There was no way they could defeat even one matri, let alone 5, including the prince and his 2 lieutenants. When Prince Athelstar put a hand on Petri's shoulder, she shrugged it away. "Don't touch me," she said, her voice dripping with venom. A wave of distress passed through them. Zayn had to fight for his knees not to buckle, and though he couldn't see the prince's reaction, he heard his inhalation. "What do we have here?" "Brother, were you aware of what stood before your very eyes?" asked Prince Athelstar. Petri flinched away when he tried to touch her again, spinning around and throwing out her hand as if she might fling him away, but the gesture did nothing. The prince stared back at her, as if he were truly seeing her for the first time. "What fortune to find this underfoot, at a moment of great importance," said Prince Athelstar. "I don't quite know what you are, but I see the power in you. Power that I can use." He grabbed Petri by the throat. She fought back like a wildcat, swinging her arms and legs in reckless abandon. When Zayn moved towards her, the prince brought down his scepter, and the 5 of them were slammed to their knees. Zayn struggled against the invisible force that held him in place, but it was like struggling against the earth itself. The others strained equally, but with similar results. "Do not presume to oppose me, especially in my house," said Prince Athelstar. "Brother," came a weak voice from the audience. Then again, but stronger, "Brother." "Hush," said the older prince as he lifted Petri by the neck and examined her, as if he were pricing a prized article of clothing. "Put her down," said Prince Oronia, his hands as fists at his side. "Stop hurting them." The corner of Prince Athelstar's lips curled with amusement. "I'm feeling generous today, dear brother, so I will not hurt them. But her I'm taking with me. This is too big of a prize for you." Prince Oronia marched towards his brother, though his limp made his anger almost absurd. When he climbed onto the stage, the older prince kicked him in the face, sending him sprawling onto the front seats. Before he could get up again, Capture and Precept took the young prince by the arms and led him stumbling from the room. "I told you not to oppose me," said Prince Athelstar to his brother's back. "And you? Stop fighting me. You might think you're powerful, and maybe someday you will be, but for now, you're mine." Petri kicked out, barely skimming his leg. When she didn't stop, no matter how hard he squeezed, the prince said, "If you don't stop fighting me, I'll kill one of your friends." Petri went still right away, her eyes wide with concern. "That's better." The prince nodded towards them. "I'm going to let go of your neck. If you do one thing wrong, I'll bash this one's head in." Keelan knelt closest to the prince, and glared at him as much as his immobility would allow. Petri nodded once, and the prince released her neck. "Good. This will work out nicely." "Ola," said Prince Athelstar to the matri in the umber robes who had brought them to the theatre, "you're going to stay here and watch these pathetic fools. If one of them even makes a single wrong move, kill them all." Then the prince turned to Petri, lifting his jeweled scepter. "Do you know what this is?" he asked, lifting up the weapon. She shook her head. "It's a little tool I made to help me with people like you." He snapped off the bottom of the scepter, revealing a hidden compartment, from which he removed a diamond-studded chain. "Put this around your neck." She held the necklace, but made no move to put it on. Prince Athelstar lifted his scepter over Keelan's head. Petri's lips squeezed to a point, but she placed the necklace around her neck. As soon as the clasp snapped together, her eyes lost focus. "Very good," he said. "Now come with me. You're going to be very useful in the festivities to come." Zayn watched in horror as Prince Athelstar, with an obedient Petri in tow, marched from the room, leaving Ulla and two matri guards. As he realized the extent of his mistake, his body faded to an empty numbness. He'd brought Petri to the embassy, thinking they'd be able to hide her during the play, but he was wrong, and now the whole world was going to pay. Chapter 36. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The understudy, revealed. About 5 feet in front of Zayn, there was a little spot on the floor. A nick in the hardwood, possibly from them when they were putting up the ruined ceiling, or maybe during the construction. While the umber-robed matri Ulla paced across the front of the stage, Zayn stared at the little spot and tried to think of nothing at all. It was comforting to let his mind go, to unfocus, to forget they'd ever come to the Diamond Court Embassy. It was comforting, but it wasn't right. He looked up when he felt Vin nudge him in the side. The big man stared at him, as if he'd grown a second head. He knew that look in his eyes. Vin thought he'd given up. Zayn hadn't, even though he sorely wanted to. Did he feel like every choice he'd made had turned to disaster? Yes. Did he want to strike out against the Diamond Court? Absolutely. The only problem was that he didn't know what it would accomplish. There was no way to get out of the embassy at this point. A massive gemstone golem army lay waiting in the basement, and Prince Athelstar had enslaved Petri, a fledgling goddess of death and destruction, to his will. The result of which would turn the prince's war into a global bloodbath. Even if they could take down Ulla, there was no way to get to the prince. Or stop his army. Or... Vin motioned again. "What do we do?" Thinking. Allah cuffed him upside the head. No moving. Behind the maitre's back, the others gestured for them to attack. Zayn considered the request, but knew that Allah could quickly call others. When the door opened, Zayn expected capture or precept, or maybe even Prince Athelstar, but was surprised by the diminutive Prince Orornia. Zayn heard the derisive snort from Allah as the young prince approached. Prince Orornia hooked his stringy hair out of his face as he looked up at Allah, who towered over him, even when he wasn't on the stage. "I would like to speak to the actors," said Prince Orornia deferentially. "Your brother told me not to let anyone near them," said Allah. "That is true, but that command doesn't apply to me," said Prince Orornia. Allah wrinkled his face as if he'd smelled something awful. "Why do you want to speak to them?" The prince made a small gesture, a squeezing of his shoulder to his body. "I wish to speak to them about the craft of the play. After all, they were here upon my request." Allah blinked, as if he couldn't understand why a maitre would want to converse with a human. "It is your choice, Prince Orornia," he said, then started to walk towards the stairs on the far side. "Help me up," said Prince Orornia, holding his hand out. Allah gestured towards the stairs, but the prince shook his hand insistently, so the umber-robed maitre reached out to pull the small prince onto the stage. As Prince Orornia clasped hands, allowing himself to be tugged upward until he was on the stage next to Allah, he quickly produced a tiny blade in his other fist, stabbing it into the meat of Allah's forearm as if he was squashing a bug. He didn't stick the knife deep into his flesh, but the effect was immediate. "You!" Allah's voice seized up, followed by his limbs. His expression flitted from surprise to anger, before ending on shock. The umber-robed maitre pitched off the stage as stiff as a board, landing hard onto the first 2 rows of seats. Zayn leaned backwards as Prince Orornia carefully returned the blade into a hidden sheath beneath his coat. "Smoke eater poison," said Prince Orornia with an odd little smile. "Is he dead?" Prince Orornia shook his head. While the cloud that surrounds the creature disorients prey, the poison immobilizes them so they can eat at their leisure. "He's paralyzed. For a few hours." "Thank you," said Zayn, motioning for the others to stay kneeling so they were at the same height as the prince. "May I ask why you have come to our rescue?" Prince Orornia worked at words in his mouth, but nothing came out for a few moments. I felt bad for the way my brother treated you, and I worry for your friend." "We worry for her too," said Zayn. The prince's eyes searched them. "Did you know?" Zayn quickly decided he was going to play it as truthfully as possible. If the prince was opposed to his brother, then they might have an ally. "We did," said Zayn. "And we are not as we seem either." This news seemed to surprise the prince. His forehead creased as he looked deeper into them. "We're not regular actors," said Zayn. "From the Guild of Dramatics?" asked Prince Orornia. Zayn shook his head. "The subtle arts." Prince Orornia's eyes widened with understanding, and maybe a hint of hopefulness. "Priyanka's brood. I should have known." The recognition bloomed in Zayn's heart. They sorely needed a break if they were going to stop Prince Athelstar. "You know her?" asked Skylar hopefully. "No," said Prince Orornia. "But Mother complains about her regularly, blaming her for any trouble within the court." His warming mood dimmed upon hearing that news. If the Queen was opposed to Priyanka, then it might put a damper on the younger prince's willingness to help. A minor war within the young prince surfaced as twitches at the corners of his lips, and nervous adjustments to his stringy hair. "Do you have a plan?" asked Zayn, gaze resting on the fallen Allah. "I don't." The prince shook his head. "I shouldn't have done this. My brother will kill me. He's been looking for an excuse for a long time." Prince Orornia backed away from them, as if they'd developed a bad case of leprosy. "Don't go." "You did the right thing," said Zayn. "If you don't have a plan, we do. We're here on Priyanka's orders. She's in the grand ballroom with the others in disguise. Now that you've freed us, we can turn the tide against your brother." Prince Orornia paused, his fingers kneading each other. It was clear he'd never gone this far in his opposition. "I don't know," said the prince. "You can do this. We can do this, said Zayn. We'll save Petri in the process, and she'll be eternally grateful, especially when she hears about how easily you dispatched Ulla, who was quite rough with her earlier today. Prince Oronia glanced back at the fallen Ulla with pride. She would like that. She would, said Zayn. But she's in danger. And we need to help her. Prince Oronia nodded, his expression almost painfully enthusiastic, as if he'd rarely the opportunity to feel joy. The minor light that shone from his face told the tale of how his brother and Queen Zaire treated him. The Matri were not known for their softness, mirroring the eternal city in which they were raised. Zayn could imagine that it had been difficult for Prince Oronia to survive under those circumstances. That Prince Athelstar had wished for his younger brother's death during his Libereisen showed the cruelty of their world. Zayn looked to his cousin, with whom he shared a brother-like bond, and felt heartbreak for Prince Oronia that he lacked the same. What can I do? Asked Prince Oronia. Zayn heard breaths of relief from his teammates. Well, first I need to know if you have any allies or anything else that can help us, said Zayn. There are few guardians loyal to me, but none that would oppose Prince Athelstar if it came down to it, said Prince Oronia. I see, said Zayn, wishing they had more to work with than a diminutive prince with a penchant for poison. Is there a problem? Asked the prince. No. It only makes it more challenging, said Zayn. It's going to be hard to fight through all his guards, not counting what any other allies can bring. Only the prince needs to be stopped. If he's dead, then the rest will listen to me, said Prince Oronia. Kill the prince. He made us look like marionettes for real, said Skylar. Zayn glanced at his arm where Abzu, the hidden blade, rested in wait. He hated to think about using it for anything but the Lady of Varna, but if he didn't survive to that time, what was the point? You don't have to kill him, said Prince Oronia. I doubt you could anyway. And it would be unwise. My mother would stop at nothing to get her revenge. You would only trade one problem for another. Great, said Vin. So we lose even if we win. Not if I am the one wielding the dagger, said Prince Oronia. Court intrigue is an acceptable reason for a sibling death, assuming that a non-royal does not strike the final blow. You would kill your brother? Asked Keelan, suddenly quiet. If it was required, said Prince Oronia. Zayn caught a glance from his cousin. Due to his cousin joining the Watchers and his desire to kill the lady, their paths might eventually lead to a similar situation. But Zayn knew there was no way he would strike a blow against Keelan. Will that trick of yours with a poisoned dagger be enough? Asked Zayn. No, said Prince Oronia. First, the scepter must be taken from him. He's transferred some of his power to it, so taking it will serve two purposes. The first is to weaken him, and second, it will keep him from using his gemstone golem army. You know about that? Asked Zayn. He bragged about it this morning, not specifically, but enough for me to go looking. I found an open door with the panel bashed in, said Prince Oronia. I know he means to bring war to the city of Invictus. So if we take the scepter from him, you'll kill him and we win? Asked Zayn. I think so, said Prince Oronia, who didn't look as confident as Zayn would have liked. A heavy feeling settled into him. It seemed too easy to work, but sometimes the best plans weren't complicated. Prince Oronia continued, There will be an announcement in an hour. That's the moment you should strike and take the scepter from him. It'll be when he's most distracted. I assume after that's over, he'll use that moment to announce his plans and attack. Will the Queen, your mother, be there? Asked Zayn. No, said Prince Oronia. She detests leaving the Eternal City. It's possible, likely, that she doesn't know about his plans. What about Ulla? Asked Portia. We can drag him in the back and hide him beneath the equipment, said Zayn. Prince Oronia nodded. He won't wake up until after the fight. Great, said Zayn, nodding. I think this might work. Though his face was pinched with pain, Prince Oronia gave a firm nod. I think it will. He paused. And Petri will be okay. Zayn had almost forgotten about her. Yeah, she will, he said, though he worried that she could be an unseen complication. Even from a distance, Zayn felt fear radiating from another part of the embassy. After Prince Orania left, Zayn turned to the team. Everyone needs to switch into their party clothes. Did you find anything on those brooches, Vin? Vin's eyes widened. I almost forgot. He ran backstage, appearing moments later with a handful of the artful brooches and 5 vials of a glistening orangish liquid. He handed the ambrosia to everyone. This should help us against the Matri, said Vin. When the fight comes, drink this. Then he picked up a brooch, holding it up between forefinger and thumb. There's an enchantment hidden on them that makes the wearer more susceptible to charms. I removed it on these, so they're safe to wear. Vin threw one to each of them. That still doesn't explain how he's going to pacify a room full of hall mages, said Keelan, shaking his head. Everyone worth their salt should be protected against enemy spells. Even the little helper in the trinket isn't going to bridge that gap. It doesn't make any sense to even give them out. They'll never work. There's got to be a reason, said Zayn. Just like I know there's a reason they grew this place using their bone magic, rather than building it with human construction. Maybe it's to hide the army, asked Portia. Maybe, said Zayn, feeling like he was missing something. What about Petri? Asked Skylar, expression etched with worry. No one knew Petri better than Skylar. There's nothing we can do until we free her, said Zayn. But what if this experience changes her? Asked Skylar. One problem at a time, said Zayn. But I believe she'll pull through. The good times she had with us will tide her over until she's free. Skylar nodded but didn't look convinced. Let's focus on taking the scepter from Prince Athelstar. Then when he saw their shoulders clench and jaws tighten, he added, Look, I know this seems difficult, but this is what you've been training for. Think about how far we've come this year. We got into the embassy when no one else could. We smuggled in magical trinkets and disguises. We even found an ally in the royal family. And when we let Priyanka know what the plan is, we're really going to kick some ass. We can do this. I know we can. Zayn looked to each of them until they gave him a nod back. When he resumed speaking, their heads were held higher, and they each had a sparkle of determination in their eyes. What we're going to do is this. Before the big announcement, I'm going to contact Priyanka, who's disguised as Lady Sabella. Then at the appointed moment, Keelan and Vin start a distraction. I don't care what you do, start a fight, anything but get Capture and Precept to move away from the prince. Then Skylar, I need you to use your shadow cloak on him, just enough to blind him. Then I, Portia, Priyanka and any of the other instructors we're able to contact are going to hit him at full phase speed. Portia, go for the knees, Priyanka can go for the head, and I'll go for the scepter. If we do it fast enough, he'll never know what hit him and the scepter will be ours. Sounds like it'll work. But what if Prince Orania doesn't kill his brother? Asked Keelan. Zayn put his arm on his cousin's shoulders. Then we'd better think of a new plan, and fast. Chapter 37. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The unlikeliest of places. The 5 of them filtered into the grand ballroom one by one, using the veil to enter without being noticed. Zayn wore a dark suit with a dark tie, the only splash of color being a purple carnation. He left his face mostly intact, using only minor enchantments to modify his cheekbones and lips, giving himself a trendier look. His backstory was that he was a member of the 10th Ward Council. He figured his time spent at the bodega gave him enough knowledge to improvise past any complications, not that he thought it would come up. With a glass of champagne in his hand, Zayn moved through the grand ballroom looking for Lady Sabella, taking note of the number and spread of Matri. When the time came, they might have to evade them, and he wanted to know how many to expect. The massive room held hundreds of men, women, Matri and a smattering of other beings. On the north side of the room was a dais tall enough to be seen in the back. Zayn counted himself lucky he saw no runes or other magical devices that suggested Prince Athelstar would be protected during the ceremony. He probably thought himself invincible in his own embassy. The only structures that broke up the sightlines were the huge pillars that Zayn had first seen when they broke into the embassy at the beginning of the year. Completed, they didn't look as much like they'd been grown as when he first saw them, but he still didn't know what they were made of. Bone, maybe? Around the outside of the room were the gaudy displays of diamond-caught wealth beneath the glass cases of gold, vented dark witchwood. When Zayn walked past one, he felt a waver of familiarity, like some magic was affecting him. Beneath the glass was an angular crown encrusted in gems. Zayn covertly checked it for magic, finding it as plain as the glass that contained it. Frowning, Zayn reflexively touched his runed brass bracelet. Whatever magic had tried to affect him must have come from somewhere else, and he hoped that the trinkets they'd smuggled in would be enough protection. He found Lady Sabella talking to an older woman in a sparkling gold dress. The older woman was carrying on about how excited she was to meet a royal matri, oblivious to the look she was receiving from Lady Sabella. The smoky-skinned matri looked like she was contemplating murder and barely disguising it. Zayn stood nearby and cleared his throat to get Lady Sabella's attention, but when her dark eyes rolled over him, there wasn't even a glimmer of recognition. "Excuse me," said Zayn. "I need to speak to Lady Sabella." The older woman held her hand to her neck. "I was talking to her first. You'll have to find another one of them to speak to." The possessive language brought a wrinkle to Zayn's lips, but he persisted despite the lack of support from Lady Sabella. "No, I must insist. I must speak to the lady right now," said Zayn. When the older woman kept talking, he resigned himself to using magic. It wasn't the best place, but he had little time. Zayn covertly put a charm on her. "You really need to use the ladies' room. Like the worst you've ever needed it," he said, and her eyes bulged. The woman waddled away with her thighs clenched together. After the display, he had Lady Sabella's attention. "I need to speak to you," he whispered. Lady Sabella's face pinched. "Do I know you?" Zayn glanced around to make sure no one was standing close. "We don't have time. I need to speak to you, he said. As soon as Lady Sabella stood taller, eyes glancing nervously towards the dais, he knew it wasn't her. Priyanka would never allow her emotions to slip out like that. Whenever Priyanka reacted, it was for a reason. "You're not her, are you?" he asked. She gave a tight shake of the head, her gaze lingering on the room, scanning for trouble. "She was supposed to come in my place, but something happened and she backed out, thus forcing me to come," said Lady Sabella with ample amounts of derision. While it confirmed that his patron had been working to get into the embassy, it complicated their plans with Prince Athelstar. He expected that Priyanka could swing the tide against the royals of the Diamond Court. Without her, they were a bunch of students who hadn't even finished their third year yet. "Something bad is going to happen, isn't it?" asked Lady Sabella. "I'm afraid so, but nothing you have to worry about," said Zayn. "You don't know Prince Athelstar then," she said, frowning. "He was the reason I left the court. I should have never returned, but I thought it would be suspicious to decline." "I'm sorry. I should go," said Zayn. Before he could walk away, Lady Sabella grabbed his arm. The severe look she wore like war paint before had been replaced with something softer. "After this is over, if you survive, I would be more than happy to take you as an intern," said Lady Sabella with an interested eyebrow raised. The smile that lurked behind her lips could have swallowed an ocean. "I'm flattered, but I'm very busy with school, thank you," he said, sliding away from her. It was one thing to have unknowingly slept with a demigod of death, but the thought of willingly going to bed with Lady Sabella gave him the shivers. Away from her, he scanned the room again, searching for new ideas. Without Priyanka, they were outpowered. Then he saw Instructor Koenig standing by himself with a glass of champagne, looking out of place in his tan corduroy jacket with elbow patches. He couldn't have been more alone, on a desert island. It was almost as if he had a no-look enchantment on, but Zayn knew that wasn't the case since he'd spent the year in class with him. "Oh Merlin," he muttered. "I have to get his help." Upon approach, the instructor did a double take, which had anyone been paying attention to him, they would have found suspicious. Luckily for Zayn, the instructor couldn't get noticed if he lit himself on fire. "Zayn," asked Instructor Koenig, "what are you doing here?" "I don't have time to explain," said Zayn. "But we need your help." Instructor Koenig's forehead furrowed, so Zayn added, "Priyanka needs your help." This brought a bloom of excitement to the instructor's face. He leaned in, conspiratorially. "She's here." "Yes," said Zayn. "Things are bad. Prince Athelstar is planning on attacking the city. He has a basement full of bone golems ready to unleash, and everyone here will be held hostage." Zayn thought he'd leave out the demigod of death, that might plunge the world into a new global war. He didn't want to overload the instructor. But Instructor Koenig put on his game face. Zayn had never been sure if the instructor had really been logistical support for covert operations, but the way he comported himself in that moment sealed it for Zayn. "What do you need from me?" "How good are you at combat?" asked Zayn. His wincing reaction told him the story. "Okay then. What about distractions?" "No." "What's your specialty?" asked Zayn. "You've spent a year learning it," said Instructor Koenig. "I see. Well, when the time comes, we're going to attack Prince Athelstar, to take his scepter so his brother can strike. In that moment, find a way to help." "Anything you can do," said Zayn. "I will. I promise," said Instructor Koenig. "Great," said Zayn, glancing around. "I need to keep moving." "Good luck," said Instructor Koenig. After he walked away, Zayn said, "We're going to need it." But when he looked around the room, at all the matri, the numbers of hostages, the complete control of the situation that Prince Athelstar had, he knew that it was unlikely they were going to succeed. The odds were too much against them. He realized in that moment it was more important to get word to the outside world. He couldn't physically get out of the embassy, but he knew someone that could visit him, even though the matri had put a forbidding on the building. Zayn slipped into a quiet corner and let the veil overtake him like a prickly blanket, until he saw the party through a shimmering haze, and then his mind exploded with pain. Chapter 38. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The Prince's Soliloquy. The strength went out of his knees. Zayn slipped to the floor in a quivering heap with his hands around his ears. Blocking them did nothing for what he was hearing, since it was coming through the veil, but he didn't know anything else to do. It wasn't a scream he was hearing. He wasn't hearing anything at all, but it was the only way his mind could translate the waves of agony rolling from Petri. Stark fear radiated from her like a blistering fire, and Zayn had wandered too close. Zayn didn't know what Prince Athelstar was doing to her, but she was in pain and feeling alone and abandoned. He knew this because he could taste it, as if her feelings had been imprinted on his soul. He couldn't even muster the phase to climb out of the veil, and even if he could, it would look strange if he suddenly appeared curled in a ball in a corner. But he didn't know if he could endure it anymore. It was as if her soul was screaming. When it finally stopped, relief rushed in like cool waters, leaving Zayn gasping as if he'd finished a marathon and had a bucket of ice water thrown on him. He gently probed his own face, massaging the still clenched muscles. It was a miracle he hadn't screamed. After a few minutes, he was able to stand again. When he realized the relief he was feeling was Petri's, he knew he couldn't stay long in the veil, especially with her so close. If something worse happened to her, it would break his mind. Zayn cupped his hands around his mouth, focusing his voice not into his world but into the veil. "Katie." An older gentleman in a tuxedo who was walking by tilted his head for a moment, as if he thought he'd heard something, but he kept going. Zayn repeated Katie's name every minute, checking the crowd for signs of hearing him. When 10 minutes had passed, he sensed a pressure against his back, and turned to find Katie standing halfway out of the wall, her mohawk falling into her face. "I like what you've done with your hair," said Zayn. Katie's nostrils flared. "You've screwed up, Zayn. You put us all in danger. I don't think you know how bad it is." "I thought you didn't know who she was," he asked. She lifted one shoulder. I lied. Get over it. I'm sorry, Katie. Her lips squeezed flat. I thought I'd found a reprieve here, and all that's going to change. His stomach twisted. Though he hadn't caused her death, or made her stay in the Veil, he wanted the best for Katie. Is there anything you can do? Or the others? Asked Zayn. We have no power against her or without her, said Katie, staring in the direction he assumed Petrie was being held. She's already changing. That city elf is warping her. He's going to mold her into a weapon. I'm trying to stop him. I really am, but I need your help in case I can't stop the prince here, he said. It'll be too late by then, said Katie, an anguished desperation staining her voice. It's never too late, said Zayn. I just need you to carry a message to Instructor Allgood at the Academy. Tell him what's happening here. Tell him that Prince Athelstar has a bone golem army at his command and a room full of hostages. That they need to mobilize the city against him. If I can't stop him, then they're going to have to do it in the city. Katie's hand went to the bruise on her neck. You know he'll just enslave them using her. Please, Katie. Go tell him, said Zayn. She approached him and placed her cold hand against his chest. It was hard for the incorporeal to affect the living, though his being in the Veil made it much easier, but she pressed her hand against him hard enough to move him a step backwards. Don't fail. She faded from view, but the imprint of her hand felt like he'd spilled ice water on his chest. I hope we don't need her warning, said Zayn, moving behind a pillar to return to the real world. He was going to look for the others to tell them about Instructor Koenig, when an odd bass-sounding chime announced the beginning of the ceremony. Like a drawstring, the crowd pulled around the dais, leaving Zayn far to the outside. Prince Athelstar climbed into view, his lieutenant standing obediently behind him, along with his diminutive brother. Prince Athelstar had his scepter tucked under one arm like a riding crop, and he had the air of a general about to address his troops. Ladies and gentlemen, said Prince Athelstar in a booming voice that echoed in the vaulted room. Thank you for coming this evening, but I'm afraid I have some bad news for you all. Chapter 39. Diamond Court, May 2016. One monologue too many. As soon as Prince Athelstar pulled the scepter from under his arm and started waving it about, traces of golden phase hung in the air. He mumbled a spell that even from a distance made Zayn's teeth ache. He dove into the crowd, elbowing his way past the other well-dressed attendees as they watched, their faces wrinkling with confusion. No one moved a muscle as the prince worked his spell. It hadn't yet taken effect, but the formal setting kept anyone from reacting. Zayn craned his neck in every direction, trying to spy his teammates as he approached the dais, but he couldn't see them. Of course, Portia was shorter than most, so he wouldn't see her. He just had to hope she was nearing the prince, because Zayn knew he couldn't take him alone. He reached into his inside pocket and pulled out the vial of ambrosia. The liquid went down his throat like warm honey, filling him with confidence. His skin tingled as the effects of the ambrosia spread from his spine to his fingertips. Capture and Precept, smoky grey expression steadfast, stood guard on either side of the prince, while Prince Orania stood towards the back of the dais watching with a tight-lipped stare. When the spell finished, a shimmering wave passed through the crowd. Curiosity drained from their faces, replaced with the blank stare of a drugged-out addict. With their awareness stolen, Zayn slipped into the veil, but their immobility made his motion more obvious. Despite being hidden, Zayn slowed to a tortoise pace, being careful not to jostle anyone. Not one person tried to stop me, said Prince Athelstar as he turned to his brother. Proving my point that these humans were meant to be ruled. Looking to his left, Zayn spied a couple of matri in formal attire that were glancing around, confused. While they hadn't been mesmerized by the prince, they hadn't been let in on the plan either. Now, my brethren of the Diamond Court, you might be wondering what's happening. I've decided that the city of Invictus, without its head patron, is ripe for conquest. Especially because that preening mage, before he got himself killed by his own students, liked to think that this place was more important than the Eternal City. As the prince was talking, Zayn caught a glimpse of Portia, who was also in the veil, stepping through the crowd. There were only a few people in the way, but the final row stood shoulder to shoulder. He didn't see an opening nearby, so he gently tugged on the gentleman in front of him, trying to create an opening. He had the man turned a few degrees before he saw Precept's attention snap his way. Precept stared intently at the place where Zayn was standing, and by the expression on his face, it looked like he was slowly piecing together what had been happening. Right as Zayn prepared to run, Capture cried out, "Prince Athelstar!" In the back of the room, near the bar service area, a billowing fog rolled forward. The cloud moved with a hungry purpose, pseudopods of white mist extending. "A smoke eater is loose," said Precept. The two lieutenants surged forward to intercept the dangerous beast, but the prince seemed unmoved by its approach. Zayn knew the cloud to be an illusion from his cousin, since he was supposed to provide a distraction, so Zayn used it to slip past the first row. He caught a nod from Portia, and they accelerated together. When Zayn neared Prince Athelstar, he lowered his shoulder and poured every ounce of phase he could into speed. Zayn hit the prince a moment after Portia, and though the prince hadn't seen it coming, fell magics protected him from the worst of it, and the rebound gave as much as it got. As Zayn went flying, he felt the effects of the ambrosia kicking in, protecting him from the worst of it. But his hold on the veil released, so he tumbled into view. Portia appeared going the other way, while the prince fell backwards, the scepter spinning into the air like a baton. Normally such a blast might have knocked Zayn out, but the ambrosia had preserved his health, allowing him to kip up to his feet and sprint towards the falling scepter before Capture or Precept could react. Zayn couldn't quite tell what either prince was doing, he was too busy trying to reach the scepter. He reached it right before it hit the marble dais, the weighty weapon straining even his phase-hardened muscles. He sprinted away with the intent of moving the magical focus as far away from Prince Athelstar as possible, giving Prince Orania a chance at killing his brother. He made it as far as the other side of the dais, when he heard dry laughter. Chapter 40. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. A test of friendship. Laughing was not a good sign. Zayn slowed to a stop. Laughter meant he'd been fooled. He glanced to the right, expecting the stunned crowd to suddenly point at him, joining the prince in their laughter, as if the whole thing had been an elaborate joke. "Come now, Priyanka," said Prince Athelstar. "Surely you can do better than this. My brother has made better illusions than that scepter." As Zayn turned to face the prince, the scepter in his hand turned to a crisp white bone, and what he saw on the dais wasn't any better. Portia was being held by Capture, a wicked knife to her throat, while Allah stood behind Prince Orania, a wire around his neck and his hands bound. Allah looked slightly ill from before, but in a good mood. "I know you've been sniffing around my door all year, hoping to figure out what I was planning. Reveal thyself," said Prince Athelstar. Zayn looked down at himself, wondering how the prince could think that it was her, but Priyanka was a master of disguise. He decided it was better not to play into his assumptions, as it would probably only get him killed. "I'm not Priyanka." "She's not here," said Zayn. The prince made a motion and a wave of magical energy passed through Zayn. The prince's lips tightened with disappointment at the result of his spell. "Sadly, I believe you. I can't imagine her being caught like this. I expected better. But no matter. Whoever you are, you're going to die tonight." "Prince Athelstar," said Capture, nodding towards the back of the room. "The smoke eater." Zayn was surprised to see the illusion still present. He thought Keelan would have dismissed it as soon as Zayn had been captured, but the prince snapped his fingers and the smoky cloud rapidly reversed its expansion, until it disappeared into a strange box with vents on the top. "That's a real smoke eater," said Zayn. "How perceptive of you," said the prince dryly. The reason for it being in the room became clear to Zayn, and why they'd built the embassy using bone magic rather than human construction. You used its psychotropic properties to pacify everyone. They've been standing around in it, slowly breathing it in and making themselves susceptible. Zayn paused, shaking his head. "That's what the witchwood boxes are for." You're keeping them inside, letting their natural gas vent into the room. And the building. A smoke eater can't exist outside of the Eternal City, so you brought the Eternal City here. No one would have defenses for it since it's a creature, not a spell. And since Matri have a natural resistance to the creatures, it didn't affect you. Prince Athelstar lifted his chin. Impressive for a whelpling. It appears I should have vented one into the theatre, but I didn't expect that's where my problems would appear. He waved his hand as simply as if he were calling for a waiter, and a giant invisible hand grabbed Zayn's legs and pulled him towards the prince. At first, the surprise of it left him immobile. Then Zayn concentrated on his imbuement and battled the invisible hand, but the prince's magic was too strong for Zayn. The prince stood a head taller than Zayn. The force of his personality threatened to overwhelm the protective trinket on Zayn's wrist. Kneel. A wave of compulsion crashed against Zayn. He wavered on his feet, before shaking it off. The prince creased his eyes. You're resisting. Even though it felt like staring at the sun, Zayn held his ground. Always. A motion from the prince brought Petri stumbling into the room, the golden chain around her neck. Her eyes held shadows. She looked like she was holding in a nuclear blast. What's his name? Asked the prince. Zayn Carter, said Petri through gritted teeth. I suppose I should thank you, Zayn Carter, said Prince Athelstar. When I resolved to take the city of Sorcery, I knew it would be difficult once I left the safety of the embassy, no matter how large a golem army I could construct. I knew my natural compulsion wouldn't be enough, and the smoke eaters wouldn't work outside of the embassy, but now you've given me a powerful tool. They will bow before me, make me a god. Petri, make Zayn Carter kneel for me. Her mouth twisted with pain. The word came out broken and charred, as if it had been through the furnace of her anguish. Kneel. As soon as the words left her lips, his knees bent, retracting his legs towards the floor. He didn't even feel a force, like when the prince had grabbed him with an invisible hand. It just happened as if his legs were being operated by a remote. Much better, said the prince, pulling a golden knife from his belt. He held it to Petri. Kill him. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head. She took one step forward before stopping. No, she said, staring back at the prince. The corners of the prince's lips curled towards the floor. I have more work to do, it seems. He snapped his fingers and Petri screamed. The wail coming from her lips was like standing in the way of a Category 5 hurricane. He felt like he was being shredded with broken glass. It might have only been a few seconds, but it felt like it lasted for minutes or hours. When it was over, Zayn collapsed onto his hands and knees. He wiped the spit off his chin and the tears from his eyes. He heard the sounds of vomiting from Portia. The psychic assault from Petri had been brutal. Zayn looked up at the rows of catatonic people. Their mouths were twisted with the memory of pain, even though their eyes were blank. Using Petri and his own natural powers, Prince Athelstar could add them to his army. As Zayn looked across the crowd, he caught a glimpse of Instructor Koenig standing in the front row. His eyes were unglazed. Stand up, Zayn Carter, said the prince. It's time for you to die. Chapter 41. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. Execution before a blind audience. Zayn closed his eyes, feigning exhaustion. The prince was going to kill him, and there was nothing he could do. Not even escaping into the veil would help him now, as the prince could command Petri to bring him back. Slowly he climbed to his feet, catching glances from his teammates. Portia was nearest. She had tears in her eyes. The other three struggled, but the prince had them with his giant invisible fist. The prince lifted the dagger, as if he were making a sacrifice. Zayn couldn't help but watch its rise, hoping that his death would be quick. Out of the corner of his eye he sensed movement, probably capture coming closer to catch his body. He couldn't believe this was the end. He'd thought he'd get a chance to finish school. If he were going to die, it'd be in Varna at the lady's hand, not at the hand of some warmongering matri from the Diamond Court. This is it, he thought. I hope I meant something. When the dagger was at its apex, Prince Athelstar thrust it downward towards Zayn's chest. He closed his eyes, expecting the cold blade to pierce his chest, releasing his last breath. But someone slammed into him, knocking him across the dais. Shocked, Zayn looked up to see Instructor Koenig locked in a power struggle with the prince. The instructor had summoned a force shield and was using it to block the prince's blows, but he was no match for the maitre and was being slammed into the floor. Before Zayn could climb to his feet, the prince wrapped his fists around his golden dagger and brought it down with such force that it exploded. The shield went through Instructor Koenig's body and ended up embedded in the floor. "No!" Zayn cried out. He sucked in a breath. Held it. Instructor Koenig lay sprawled awkwardly on his back, the corduroy jacket open wide. His eyes stared back at Zayn in a look of mute surprise. The golden hilt stuck from his chest, pierced right through his heart. Zayn's face went numb. A booming heartbeat thundered in his ears. He held his breath tightly, forcing it down. He couldn't believe Instructor Koenig was dead. He liked him. He'd reminded him of his father, in his earnestness for teaching. Koenig had wanted to be a hero, but had he wanted to die? No. Zayn's face burned with rage, but he couldn't open his throat to let out that breath, as if as long as he held it Instructor Koenig might come back. As if he might not be dead. Then the prince looked up at Zayn, which turned his rage into a bonfire. Zayn sucked in a huge breath and screamed, "Bastard!" With the invisible fist no longer holding him, he flung himself at the prince, who looked momentarily stunned by the attack. But the prince reacted quickly, bringing up his fell magics, and a golden sphere formed between his hands, the same one he'd used to batter Instructor Koenig into the dais. But Zayn was not aiming at the prince. He went right past, headed straight towards Petri, ripping the chain from her neck as he went by. This surprised Prince Athelstar, but not Petri. As soon as she was released from her enslavement, she launched herself at Prince Athelstar, and the impact from the two sent a shockwave that knocked everyone in the grand ballroom to the floor. Zayn had little time to recover before Precept was on him like a cat on an injured mouse. Only his phase-imbued reflexes kept the maitre from slicing his head off with a 5-foot sword. Rather than engage Precept, Zayn leapt away, hoping to stall long enough that Petri might take down the prince. His teammates had also wisely used the distraction to free themselves. But there was no way they could get past the forbidding, unless Prince Athelstar had been dealt with. On the dais, the prince and Petri were at the center of a war between a wall of inky darkness and a golden haze. Flashes of lightning spit from the edges of their battle, leaving the smell of burnt ozone in the air. The marble floor had cracked around their feet, and bone dust fell from the vaulted ceiling. A kernel of hope formed in Zayn's chest. If Petri could find her strength, then maybe they would win. He blasted Precept's hands with a force bolt, trying to knock the sword from his hands, but he shrugged it off, forcing Zayn to dance under a head-hunting swipe. Zayn shifted his phase into his sensing imbuement to study Precept's lithe limbs for where the blade would fly next. Then when he knew where it would go, he shifted phase into his muscles, contorting out of the way. When he glanced back to Petri, his hopes fell. The prince had broken the stalemate and was pressing Petri onto the marble, just like he had with Instructor Koenig, threatening to crush her beneath her own shield of darkness. Zayn tried to dodge past Precept, but the maitre sensed his intention to help Petri, and blocked him with a swipe of his sword. "I'll kill you soon enough," snarled Precept. Zayn felt their brief turnabout slipping away. While his teammates were keeping ahead of the numerous maitre trying to capture them, they couldn't avoid it forever. Then the lighting in the room shifted greenish. Zayn worried that the smoke-eater gas had finally gotten to him, but he saw Precept noticing the change as well. Every hair on Zayn's body rose to attention. He felt like he'd been dipped into a vat of static electricity. When he saw a ghostly Katie step out of the bone wall, Zayn almost forgot to duck. Precept's blade nicked his shoulder. Warm blood ran down his arm. Zayn peered at the cut through the split fabric, realizing that whatever protections he'd had from the ambrosia were gone. A second blow never came because the lithe Precept froze as he stared in horror at the walls. From all around the room, other figures, some humanoid and some not, came rushing into the grand ballroom in an eerie ghostly green wave. Individually, The ghosts of the Veil could not affect the real world easily, but in numbers they could be formidable. The denizens of the Veil rushed at Prince Athelstar, forcing him to scramble away from Petri as he swatted at the incorporeal beings as if he were being attacked by insects. At first the prince was angered by what had happened, but he recovered quickly, knocking away the ghosts with fell magics. Then he pulled his scepter out, the real one, and Zayn knew what he was going to do next. He was going to summon the Bone Golem army, and it wouldn't matter how many creatures from the Veil they had on their side. Prince Athelstar raised his scepter. For a second time, every hair on Zayn's body rose to attention. The back of his teeth hurt, as a keen vibration emanated from the scepter. The spell to unleash the Bone Golem army rose to a crescendo, almost to completion. Then Prince Athelstar froze. The golden scepter inexplicably clattered to the floor. He jawed at the empty air, lips moving but no words coming out. Zayn couldn't figure out what had happened, until Prince Orania stepped from behind his brother. His hands were empty, but he was staring at Prince Athelstar's back as if he couldn't believe what he'd done. With the older prince immobilized by poison, Petri approached him at a languid pace, gathering darkness around her. Her face was etched with anger. Tendrils of liquid shadow embraced the prince, wrapping him tightly, until only the top of his head could be seen. Then Petri tore open a fissure to the veil and dragged him into it, and the creatures that had come to her rescue flooded back to their plane of existence. The portal closed with an audible pop, leaving those who remained in stunned stasis. Chapter 42. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The prince is dead, long live the prince. In a weak voice that barely carried across the dais, Prince Orania said, "Stop fighting." No one had been moving, but Zayn didn't trust Precept, who had his sword at the ready, even though his expression had paled by what had happened to the older prince. Prince Orania cleared his throat and spoke in a louder voice, a stage voice. "Stop fighting. My brother is dead. His command belongs to me now." "But we don't know he's dead," said Precept, though his gaze said he knew otherwise. "He'll wish he was if he isn't already," said Zayn. The room looked like a bomb had gone off with so many bodies scattered across the floor, and for a moment, Zayn thought they might actually be dead, until a few stirred. Without Prince Athelstar's spell holding them, they were coming out of their trance. Prince Orania looked to Zayn. "What do I do now?" This question brought a scowl of derision from Precept's lips, but Zayn ignored him and answered. "Will they remember what happened to them?" he asked. "Only as the faintest memory," said Prince Orania. "Smoke, ether gas is a powerful shaper of thought and memory." "Then command your court to act like nothing's happened," said Zayn as he followed the prince's eyes towards Instructor Koenig's body. "I'm sorry," said Prince Orania. A lump formed in Zayn's throat. "Me too." Prince Orania gave commands to Precept and Capture, who still looked stunned by what had happened, but they nodded and started directing the other matri to put things to order. No one had completely woken yet, but they looked ready. "What do you want me to do with his body?" asked Prince Orania. A familiar voice from across the room said, "I'll take care of it." Priyanka, wearing what appeared to be clothes from the Diamond Court, came striding into the room, flanked by instructors Pennywhistle and Allgood. "How did you get in?" asked Zayn as his teammates came running up. "The forbidding is down and I'll explain the rest later," said Priyanka, eyes watery as she looked at Instructor Koenig's body. "Oh Matt, I'm so sorry. If I would have known, I wouldn't have asked you." "He saved my life," said Zayn. "Saved us all, really. Because he gave me a chance to free Petri so she could take out Prince Athelstar." Priyanka's forehead wrinkled, but she put on her serious face. "It appears we have a lot to talk about. But for now, let's help them make this look like nothing happened." Instructor Allgood went straight to the dais, pulled a blanket from the inside of his duster, and gently wrapped it around Koenig's body. He lifted him easily, cradling him in his arms as if he was sleeping beneath the blanket. Priyanka turned towards Prince Orania, who was watching quietly. She gave him an exquisite bow that brought her head almost to the marble dais. "Prince Orania," said Priyanka, her expression returned to a courtly demeanor. I'm pleased to see you've come out well in this. Zayn thought he caught a little wide-eyed awe from the young prince, but he quickly put it behind a royal mask. I'm sorry my brother has caused such an incident, said Prince Oronya. I'm sure my mother will not be pleased. A flicker of thought passed across Priyanka's face at mention of Queen Zaire. Both Zayn and Prince Oronya guessed the truth, though only the prince said it out loud. You were at the court, said Prince Oronya. I realized what your brother's plan was too late, said Priyanka. Luckily I have excellent students. Priyanka put her hand on Zayn's arm, but the moment ended quickly when they all realized that everyone was waking. May I? Asked Priyanka to the prince. Of course, said Prince Oronya with a nod. Priyanka took charge of the cleanup, giving commands efficiently like a general. The matri, even precept and capture, took her orders as if they'd been reporting to her for decades. Instructor Pennywhistle applied illusions to the dais to hide the damage, while matri cleaned up the effects of the brief battle and removed the smoke eater boxes from the room. What do I do now? Asked Prince Oronya. Priyanka's dark eyes glanced around the room. Tell them your brother had an accident, but give no details. They came here for some excitement and intrigue, let them revel in that. And it would help bolster your image among the matri, if the other courts thought you pulled off a coup d'état. After a moment of thought, Prince Oronya nodded. Thank you, Priyanka. And thank you, Zayn. I owe your guild a debt of gratitude. They gave him their farewells. Priyanka spoke to them. Come, let us leave. The prince will have to rise to this opportunity. She glanced at Instructor Allgood's burden. And I think we'd all like some time to grieve. Chapter 43. Diamond Court Embassy, May 2016. The best of teachers. The next week went by in a whirlwind. Priyanka gave them a few days' reprieve from their classes after they held a funeral for Instructor Koenig. But Zayn had other things he was working on, so he had to use his imbuement to avoid sleep. When classes resumed, what little there was left of the school year, their Obfuscium lecture was first on the schedule. Everyone assumed one of the other instructors would teach the final few classes, so they were surprised to find Priyanka standing in the middle of the room when they arrived. It was the first time they'd ever received direct instruction from their patron, not counting their mini-lessons while they were breaking into the Bastille, though everyone was a little too teary-eyed about Koenig to get a lot out of the class. Mostly, it felt like Priyanka had come to honor his memory. After class was over, she asked Zayn to stay. His team had planned to have pancakes and bacon with strawberry syrup at a diner near their place. He promised them he'd catch up, and warned them not to get too full before he arrived. Why only me? Asked Zayn once everyone was gone. Because I've already talked to your teammates, said Priyanka. You've been hard to track down. Oh. Her eyes searched him. I wanted to thank you. Well, there's more than me who wants to thank you. A few of the attendees woke up enough to figure out what had happened. Thankfully, Camille Cardwell took my advice not to print anything about what happened at the ball. Zayn swallowed. Being in Priyanka's presence always intimidated him. He couldn't articulate to himself if it was because of what she had accomplished, or because she was entangled with the Lady of Varna. That's good, I guess. That's more than good, said Priyanka. Like everything about this, it could have been much worse. But in the end, everything came out okay because of you and your team. I won't forget that. Camille won't either, so you've got that as a future favor if you need it. I was just doing what I thought you were trying to hint to us about, said Zayn. You were trying to tell us to look into it, right? The corner of her mouth twitched. I was. I'm glad it worked, because my attempt to influence Queen Zaire failed. We paid a heavy price, but nothing compared to what would have happened if the prince had succeeded. How do you do that? Asked Zayn, thinking about his own dilemma with Varna. How do you put people you care about in danger? Priyanka closed her eyes for a moment. It isn't easy. We lost Matt and Chen and Elena this year. A heavy price. But I didn't create the danger, and I'm not the one that killed them, nor did I make the choice that put them in the way of that danger." "Do you really believe that?" he asked, sensing an inner reluctance. "No," she said, shaking her head. Priyanka brushed away a strand of hair that had fallen in her face. It was a tiny gesture that reminded him, despite her age and power, she was still a human being with wants and hurts. "In the daytime, I can tell myself those things and believe it. But at night when I try to sleep, I see the faces of those we've lost over the years, and I blame myself for every single one." "I'm sorry," said Zayn. "That's the thing about this business," said Priyanka. "No one remembers all the bad events that you prevented. They only remember your failures, or the people that you lost along the way." Neither spoke for a few minutes, but it wasn't uncomfortable, more of a shared contemplation. To the rest of the hall, Priyanka was an enigma, but Zayn felt like he knew her, even if it wasn't the complete picture. "Your teammates told me what happened this year. Every interesting detail," she said with an eyebrow raised. "Petri?" "Yes, I mean Petri. How did you come to be indebted to Amber Dekwa?" "Your teammates wouldn't tell me much about that," said Priyanka, crossing her arms. Zayn told her the story about Katie and Amber, leaving no detail out. "That was a foolish risk with Amber," said Priyanka, frowning. "I always knew she was something very interesting and powerful, but I had no idea she was hiding a slumbering god of death in the city. But I guess it worked out." "You've used her before," said Zayn. Priyanka nodded. "She was a reliable source for certain divinations and magics. Always with a bent towards the dead. Have you spoken to Petri since the embassy?" "No," said Zayn. "She hasn't been back to the house. She was finally realizing who she was during that day. I'm sure she's moved on." "I wouldn't count on it," said Priyanka. "Not that I have any special knowledge, but I think you should pay a visit to Amber before you return to Varna for the summer." "Speaking of Varna." "Don't," she said right away. The soft edges to her expression had turned hard. "I'm sorry, it's for the best if we never speak about your hometown," she said. "I should go then," said Zayn, feeling like the connection they'd shared had been severed. "You know, pancakes and bacon. Don't forget the strawberry syrup," she added wistfully. Zayn left Priyanka standing in the middle of the auditorium. He looked back one last time before he went through the door. Priyanka stood exactly in the same spot that Instructor Koenig stood when he delivered his lectures. She was staring at the floor, a pained smile on her lips, and as he stepped through the door, leaving Priyanka to her grief, he heard a quiet sob. Chapter 44. Amber's Shop, May 2016. Long goodbyes. The bell on the door announced Zayn's entrance to Howling Madwoman Fortunes and Spells. He smirked at the bell as it rattled against the closed door. What a trivial little piece of metal at the entrance of a powerful woman's domain. He was greeted by an almost empty store. The touristy trinkets and faux-aged spellbooks were no longer displayed. Zayn could see through the empty shelves like ribcages. Unlike previous visits, Amber didn't surprise him from behind the counter. She was wandering in from the back, a clipboard in hand as she scribbled notes onto yellow paper. With her dark hair up in a high ponytail and her wealth of tattoos, she could almost be mistaken for an early 20s retail worker at a dead doll's store. "You're leaving," said Zayn. Barely glancing up from her clipboard, Amber said, "How perceptive of you." "What will you do now?" he asked. She slipped the clipboard under her arm. Frowned. "Did you come here to check on me?" He blinked. "Actually, yes. And I wanted to know if you'd heard from Petri. I was worried about her." Amber put a hand to her forehead and sighed. "I'm sorry. I've been taking care of her for a long time, and now that my job is done until the next time she hibernates, I'm having to remember what it's like to have nothing to do." "Going to sell the shop?" She glanced around, sighing heavily. "No. I like this space. It was hard to come by. Plus, it would be hard to unravel the protections I've laid upon it so I can sell it. It's been a good little fortress against prying eyes." But it'll stay empty until I come back someday. What will you do in the meantime? She quirked her lips to the side. Travel. I hear the Spanish coast is lovely this time of year. I'd like to lounge on a beach and forget about how close things got to disaster. Zayn smiled as he thought about Amber lying on a blanket in a black bikini showing off her tattoos, amid a sea of tourists who would probably keep a wide berth. It was close. Her forehead wrinkled. I hope you're not expecting me to thank you. I'm not, he replied, and he couldn't help but grin. She studied him with a reluctant smile growing by the moment. Her gaze flitted to his hands. Lose a war with a powdered donut? She asked. He checked his hands to find white dust along his forearm. No. A bit of alchemy work. His mind tried to settle on what he'd been doing before he came by the shop, but he pushed it away. It was best if he didn't dwell on what he was doing, which was hard, but he'd had a lot of practice during the year at hiding his intentions from himself. What about you? She asked, moving books from a shelf into a box. I go back to Varna. Her gaze snapped to him at mention of his hometown. He sensed her remembering the prophecy. Good luck. Thank you, he replied. When she pulled the clipboard from under her arm and resumed counting the pile of books on the counter, Zayn took that as his time to leave. As he stepped through the open door, he heard her clear her throat. Zayn? He turned with his hand on the handle. Yeah. Thank you, she said. Thank you for what you did for Petri. Without giving him a chance to answer, Amber went back to counting. Zayn let the door close behind him. Chapter 45. The House, May 2016. The Libereisen. A soft knock on the front door brought Zayn's head up from his studies. Portia was sitting on the couch, eating a bowl of cereal. She raised an eyebrow and tilted her head in the direction of the door. Keelan and Vin sat on either side of the dining room table, oblivious to the knock, their fingers crafting wind spells that carried a paper airplane between them. Skylar shouted something unintelligible from the kitchen, leaving Zayn the closest to the door from his side of the couch. Did you forget to put the go-away charm on the sidewalk? Zayn asked Portia. I put it there this morning, said Portia with a mouthful of cereal. Zayn fished his bookmark, a piece of dried wyvern skin, from between the couch cushions and shoved it into Poisons, Antidotes, and How to Know If You're Going to Die. By the time he reached the door, he decided it was one of the instructors checking on them before finals. He could barely mutter a greeting when he opened it to find Petri and Prince Oranya standing on the porch. Hey. His surprise subsided, allowing him to register their wintry attire. Hey Zayn, said Petri from beneath her pale woolen cloak. The soft fabric framed her face, one that looked 10 years older than when he'd seen her last. She held herself with the comfortableness of a regal queen, while her gaze still contained the unsureté of youth. May we come in? Zayn did a double take. Of course. Excuse my manners. Come in, Queen Petrichor and Prince Oranya. He swept his arm to the side and bowed at the waist. Chairs scraped across the floor. Within seconds, everyone in the room was standing. Skylar came rushing into the room with a spatula spattered with half-cooked eggs in one hand. There was a lot of furtive glancing. It was as if a wall had been raised between them. Petri's eyes glistened and her expression fell. Saying, guys please. It's just me. Petri. At that moment Marley came bounding down the stairs, right past Prince Oranya, leaping into Petri's arms. The striped Kalolo immediately kneaded his hands into her hair and pressed his face against hers. I missed you too, Marley, said Petri. Have you been behaving? The sudden entrance of Marley broke the spell on the room. If by behaving you mean he's not stealing expensive things, yes, he's behaving. But he has a cardboard box full of spoons in his room from who knows where. The weird thing is they're all different, as if he's just taking one from each house, said Portia, drawing laughter from everyone. Marley gestured rudely, before leaping out the open door. Petri and the prince stepped inside the living room. Prince Oranya was wearing similar travel gear. While the quality of the fabric was high, the designs weren't as ostentatious as what he'd been wearing in the embassy. He fiddled with the edging of his coat. No one seemed to know what to say. Zayn had a hard time finding a place for his hands to rest, so he stuck them in the back pockets of his jeans. "Can we get you anything?" asked Skylar. "A drink? Some scrambled eggs and chili peppers?" Prince Oronia looked up to Petri, expecting her to speak. "No, I'm sorry. We can't stay long. But we wanted to come by before we left." "We asked Zayn. Where are you going?" Prince Oronia cleared his throat. "My Liebereisen. Petri has agreed to go with me." He reached out and squeezed her hand. It made sense to Zayn, even though he didn't know why. "A journey of discovery will be perfect for both of us. I'm still getting used to who I really am, and Oronia could use the time away from the Eternal City," said Petri. "But I thought a Liebereisen had to be in the Matri realm," asked Vin. "There is no rule against it being elsewhere," said Prince Oronia. "And I already know what life is like in the Eternal City. I need not endure it more." "Yes," said Petri, clearly excited by the prospect of adventure. "We're headed to the Fae first, to visit his cousins." "They're not cousins," said Prince Oronia dryly, as if he'd had to say this 100 times before. "The Fae are not related at all, despite what humans think." Petri winked at them playfully, to show she was messing with the prince. He laughed in acknowledgement that he was going to have his hands full, but after it was finished, the awkwardness resumed. Petri seemed to be working herself up to say something. She kept looking to Zayn, and then looking at her boots. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "You don't have to be sorry about anything," said Zayn. She tilted her head. "Can I be sorry about stealing the car the first day we met?" "Oh, that. Yes, you should be sorry," he said with a wink. She clasped her hands in front of her. "I wanted to come here so I could thank you all. I know I'm not like you, but you welcomed me and made me a part of your team, even after I'd done those awful things." She glanced first to Zayn and then to Skylar, to acknowledge the night they'd stopped her from enslaving a late-night dance club. "Thank you for including me. Besides meeting you, it was my favorite part of the year. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't been a part of that play," said Petri. "I must thank you as well," said Prince Oronia, bowing. "Without your help I would be dead by my brother's hand." "We came to give you gifts in thanks for what you've done for us," said Petri. "You didn't have to," said Keelan. "But we wanted to," replied Petri. "Vin, can you come here?" Vin stood before them, bouncing nervously, while Prince Oronia raised his chin to look up at the big man. The prince's lips twitched a few times before Vin got the hint and kneeled so they were eye to eye. Most Matri plays, and the Liebereisen especially, are meant to raise the ideals of cutthroat individualism. The journey is meant to be accomplished alone. But your play, your wonderful play, told a story that I longed to hear about friendship and teamwork, and for that I thank you," said Prince Oronia. From a pouch at his hip, the prince produced a small grey stone and a compact book with a cover that looked like it was made of thin granite. The prince handed the grey stone to a bewildered Vin. "The stone is to be swallowed. It will give you the slight aura of the Matri, that natural compulsion that we project onto others." Then he handed over the book. "This book contains some of the most popular plays of the Matri. I thought you might enjoy reading it, but be careful, the book is over 800 years old." The age of the book left Vin's mouth open. He barely mustered a thank you as he shuffled back to the dining room table. It was a priceless gift. "Portia," said Petri, beckoning her with a smile. The comfort in which Petri held herself spoke volumes about her internal change. In the course of a year, she journeyed from angsty teenager to scented adult. Portia ran up to Petri, shooting a wink behind her before standing straight and saluting. "For the scout that kept her team safe in the Eternal City, I give you a dead man's boots," said Petri, pulling a tattered pair of boots from beneath her cloak. She kept her lips flat, with an amused lilt at the corner. "Fresh from the grave, I hope," said Portia. "These are no ordinary boots," said Petri, holding them out. "Put them on." When Portia's fingers first touched them, a little exclamation slipped from her lips. Zayn didn't understand what had caused the reaction until he saw her pulling the boots onto her feet. Beneath the worn leather, the logo of her running shoes could be seen, and by the time both were on her feet, they'd faded from view. The boots were made of a ghostly material. While you wear them, your feet walk in the veil. You will create no trace nor make any noise, said Petri with her chin held high. Portia exclaimed something in Spanish, and threw her arms around a surprised but pleased Petri. Oh, thank you, Reina Petri. I shall cherish these forever, said Portia. She threw her feet against the hardwood floor, demonstrating the silence of her new footgear. Skylar, said Prince Oronia, and upon her arrival he pulled a spool of silvery white thread from his pouch. The spool seemed to glow of its own accord. For the weaver of deceptions, shaper of shadows, I give the thread of moonlight. Crafters in the Eternal City have learned the art of collecting moonlight and turning it into thread. I think this will help you create the cloak of shadow that you desire. Skylar hugged the spool of moonlight to her chest with tears in her eyes. Thank you. She bent over and kissed Prince Oronia on the cheek, making him blush. When Petri's gaze fell upon Keelan, a flicker of doubt passed across her eyes. Not enough for anyone else to notice, because they'd been focused on Skylar. But Petri quickly smoothed away the expression if it was ever there in the first place, and said, Keelan, please come forward. In his hands, she placed a small darkly colored bottle that appeared to have an eyedropper. These are some of my tears, said Petri. Put them in your eyes. They will help you find things that are lost. Keelan looked at the bottle strangely. Thank you. Next, Petri turned towards Zayn. Her forehead knotted with thought. Dear Zayn, she said, holding out her hands. They were warm to the touch. He felt heat rise to his cheeks as she squeezed lightly, a reminder of their night together. I'll admit, she said, at the beginning of the year I thought you were rather arrogant the way you talked to my Aunt Amber. It was part of the reason I stole the car. But over the course of the year, I was forced to realize that without you, none of this would have happened. You're brash and reckless, throwing yourself into dangerous situations without forethought, but you're also kind and supportive, making everyone around you better for knowing you. I am better for knowing you. I shudder to think what I would have become without your intervention. And while I still have not finally reached who I am, or who I will become, I know that I am on the right path because of you. She looked to the others. Because of all of you. Even before she let go of his hands, he felt something in their touch that gave him goosebumps. It was as if she were charging up, like a capacitor before it released its energy. Petri stepped close. She smelled like dew on the grass at dusk, reminding him of her true name, rain after dry spell. Under her breath she said, "This may hurt." Petri placed her hands against his chest, and immediately a pressure formed around his heart. It felt like she was slowly squeezing it. Zayn wondered if he was having a heart attack. He would have pulled away, except that she was looking into his eyes with such earnestness that he was forced to stay his ground. The longer her hands pressed against his chest, the more the intensity grew, until Zayn was afraid he'd pass out. Then she pulled her hands away, and the ache around his heart disappeared. "What did you do?" he asked. "A gift, to get you out of a tough situation." The quirk in her smile told him that she would explain no further. Then she moved beside Prince Oronia with tears glistening in her eyes. "I'm going to miss you all." "We'll miss you too," said Zayn, followed by agreements from the others. "Will we get to see you again?" asked Portia. "Of course," said Petri, "but I will be much different, I think. I hope better. And it won't be for a long time. In fact, while I'm gone on the Liberisen, you should be careful about going into the Veil. While you won't attract me next time, there are other terrible things there that won't hesitate to make your life miserable." "We'll keep that in mind," said Zayn. "I'm sure you won't," said Petri, pursing her lips. "Before you go, can I make one request?" said Zayn, and when her head tilted to the side he added, "It's not for me." A sparkle formed in her eyes. "You're non-stop, aren't you?" Katie Crescent. She died a few years ago. He was going to tell her that they dated, but decided against it. She was my friend. She was the one who brought the creatures of the Veil into the embassy. I know who she is, Zayn. It's my realm after all, said Petrie with an eye roll. Of course, said Zayn, but before she died she was in a band, and they were about to go on tour. She's dead, said Petrie. I can't bring her back. I'm not asking for that. But there's no reason she couldn't still be in a band. We have ghost taxis and sprite messaging, why not a ghost band? Ghost taxis are pre-programmed apparitions and not from the Veil, but I'll see what I can do. She was a part of saving me, I should give her some boon before I go. Petrie put her hands on her hips. Is that acceptable? Yes, thank you, said Zayn. Prince Orania had a strange look on his face as he glanced between him and Petrie. Do all humans demand this much? Snickering escaped from behind cupped hands behind him. Thankfully not many, or maybe the world is deficient that more do not act this way, said Petrie. But now it is time for us to depart. Our journey of discovery awaits. Petrie moved close, placed her lips against his cheek, not a gesture of intimacy but of familiarity. A sly smile rose to her lips before disappearing. Goodbye, Zayn. Zayn bent at the waist in a deep bow. Goodbye, Prince Orania. Goodbye, rain after dry spell, he said. Her eyebrows rose at the use of her formal name, but they left without another comment. When the door closed, Zayn felt the inexplicable urge to abandon his schooling, his family and everything else in his life and join them, but as quickly as the compulsion came on it left, leaving him with nothing more than lingering envy of their journey. But he had his own quest, his own Libereisen, and it went right through the middle of Varna. Chapter 46. Varna, May 2016. An answer. The ghost taxi dropped Zayn off at the end of the long line of towering oaks that led up to the ladies' plantation house. His backpack hung on his shoulder, and though it wasn't heavy he felt strangely tired. The smell of magnolias blooming brought refreshment, but it wasn't enough to cut through his bone-deep exhaustion. The sun was high. Shadows pulled around the ancient trees, forming a blanket of dark that led up to her house. Zayn couldn't quite remember the ride from Invictus, which should have bothered him, but didn't. The feeling of contradiction left him quickly, but he didn't move towards the plantation. He felt a tug between his shoulder blades, an invisible force pulling him away, but he couldn't follow it either. Something in the pit of his stomach told him that it wasn't the right path. When the taxi didn't leave, he leaned back into the window, hoping he'd forgotten a water bottle or something to drink, because his mouth had a funky taste in it, like he'd been drinking something horribly bitter. To his surprise, a trio of empty vials lay scattered together in the crack of the seat. A crumpled brown bag sat in the bottom of the taxi, along with a fresh untouched copy of the Herald of the Halls. He didn't remember drinking anything, especially not from a vial, but the more he tried to remember his ride, the more his memories slipped through his fingers like wet soap. He put his left hand against his temple. A migraine lurked behind his eyes as if he'd been using a lot of phase. Zayn checked himself for signs of lingering magic, as he didn't want to upset the Watchers with dangerous enchantments when he went up to the plantation house, but he didn't have any. When he touched his hand against his pocket, he finally remembered why the ghost taxi hadn't moved. A gold coin produced from that pocket was flipped into the front seat, and the black car sped away, a squelch of gravel beneath its tires. "Let's get this over with," he said as he started the long walk to the door. It took until he was halfway there for him to remember why he'd come to the lady's house, before going to the stack. "I've come to renounce my quest against her," he said, the words as much of a surprise to him as if he hadn't spoken them. The idea felt unfamiliar, yet as solid as the ground he was walking on. He had to protect his family. He couldn't put them at risk, no matter how terrible he thought the lady was. Right? That was the deal, as far as he could remember. But as he placed his boots on the first steps leading to the white columns, a frisson of worry spiked through him. What if I still want to go after her? Just a little bit? Would she hold that against him? But he searched his thoughts. The desire to end the Lady of Varna and save his family had been scorched from his mind. The hand he'd been dealt was the one he'd play, even if it just continued the game. The door opened without him knocking. A watcher, dark glasses, dark suit, looking more like a Secret Service agent than an alumni of the academy. It was the woman from the night of the ceremony. He followed her through the atrium and down a long hallway, past the grand ballroom, past rooms he'd never entered. When she walked through the wall at the end of the hall, he went through the illusion without question, and though he wasn't going to turn around and test it, he figured that if he tried to go back, it would feel as solid as a block of granite. Stairs curled into the darkness. He used his imbuement to see by what little light remained. He'd always guessed that her true abode lay beneath the plantation, but had never really wanted to think about it. The rooms he passed through felt snug and warm with thick, cushy rugs and rich wood, paneled shelves stuffed with books. He sensed her love of the written word by the display, which made sense given her longevity. How could someone care to live that long without finding a way to pass the time? He also realized he could be projecting his thoughts onto her, that her mind might be so alien that he was misrepresenting what the books meant. Lady Arcadia stood with her back to him, examining something in her hand. She had a singular presence, like a blazing fire that burned if one got too close. He waited near a leather-backed chair and end table upon which sat the 9 Major Techniques of Obfuscium Magic by Matt Koenig. Seeing his former instructor's book sent a sharp stab of concern through him. It was a warning, a message. She knew what he might attempt, if he were foolish enough. But if he had attempted to obfuscate his intentions, it was too late. Either he'd done it or he hadn't. Of course she knew this as well, which meant it was a way to make him nervous, suss out his secrets, which seemed to be working, because he wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and examined it as if it were a Rosetta Stone. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in," said Lady Arcadia when she turned, slipping a pair of reading glasses from the bridge of her nose. Her purple eyes regarded him keenly, and her lips parted in what was meant to masquerade as a smile. He felt like Beowulf in the dragon's lair. If that was the way she wanted to play it, he was happy to oblige. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" asked Zayn. "Why, yes I am." He gestured towards the book on the end table. "A little overdramatic, don't you think? You either know or you don't know, and since I know my own mind, I already know the answer. You've asked me here to play with me like a cat does a mouse after it's broken its legs." The faux smile left her lips so quickly he knew he'd erred. "You're an arrogant little shit," said Lady Arcadia, stepping forward. "My apologies," he said, holding his hands up. "I really liked Instructor Koenig, and shoving his book in my face hurt. I know that wasn't your intention, but that's the way it felt when I first walked in." The barely disguised anger faded to a smoldering remorse. "No, it is I who should apologize," she said. "That was insensitive of me. But you can understand my reasons. After all, you once vowed to kill me." For reasons he couldn't or wouldn't articulate to himself, the word once brought a gust of relief. It was as if a knot had been unraveled in his chest. "I meant it when I said that I did not wish to cause unnecessary disturbances in Varna." Her lips squeezed tight. "But I also meant it when I said I want to continue living a long time. So I must ask, and I'm sure you'll understand, why did you change your mind?" Zayn felt the whole world dial down to a pinhead. His skin tingled, as if a wave of electricity had passed through him. He held his breath and searched his mind for the answer, but found it empty. His silence continued for an unnatural amount of time, and the longer it lasted, the more his blood pounded in his ears, until he could hear nothing but its constant drumming. I learned from what happened with Prince Athelstar that no matter how hard we try to hide our intentions, the truth always comes out," said Zayn. The corners of her eyes creased. A worthy but rehearsed answer. "It's the truth." He made every precaution, mitigated every risk. Everything he could do to hide his intentions, he did. But it didn't matter. "I gave up when I realized I couldn't win. And since you offered a palatable alternative, to work for Priyanka Sai, I thought it was better to do some good than none at all. Her gaze narrowed at the implication. I'm not as bad as you make me out to be. Zayn was surprised by the hurt in her voice. She seemed truly bothered by what he thought. Or she was laying a trap for him. She'd invited him here in her lair to decide once and for all if he should live. He knew he had to tread carefully. You're right, I don't know, said Zayn. As he turned to examine a bookshelf, he caught a twitch of her lip. An errant curl suggesting she still hadn't decided. Even though he knew his own mind, it was possible that the seers hadn't been able to convince her that he'd given up his quest. Which meant he was in a terrible situation. His breath caught in his throat. He had to convince her that he wasn't going to do her harm, and do it fast, or he wasn't going to walk out of the plantation. He feigned examining a book to buy time. What angle did he need to take? What strategy would convince her? And then he realized he hadn't given her a why. Zayn set the book down and looked her in the eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not being completely honest. Oh? About why I changed my mind. Not that Prince Athelstar's failed attempt on the city didn't instruct me. But it wasn't really that. And I hesitated to say anything, because Priyanka tells us not to reveal our deepest drives, because then they're leverage to be used against us. He paused, checking her level of interest in what he had to say. She leaned forward, eyes wide with a calm focus. He'd hooked her, now he needed to set it for good. Honestly, I don't know why I fear to say it because you already know the truth. You know how much my family means to me. You know my love for my cousin Keelan, my mother and father, brother and sisters, even Aunt Lydia. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but my sister Nevia has a food truck that she's been driving around town. She loves to cook and she's really amazing. I think she could be a world-class chef. But she can never be that in Varna. I mean, she'll make people happy with her food, but she'd never get the recognition she desires. You want more freedom for your family, said Lady Arcadia point blank. Yes, the freedom to travel to other cities, take a job as a chef and all that, said Zayn. And not just for her, but for the rest of my family. I don't know what Izzy and Max or Imani want, but they should get the opportunity to find out. And my parents too. I want them to get the same deal with the poison, regular shipments so they can travel, live their lives with some freedoms. A sharp cackle exited from her lips, freezing him in place. Oh, this is rich. You are Priyanka's protégé. You play a dangerous game, but I see this for what it is now. If I hadn't heard the stories about your penchant for risk, I might not have believed it, that you would try this negotiation tactic. It's not much of a negotiation, you hold all the cards, said Zayn. True, said Lady Arcadia, but you know that I do not like to upset Varna unnecessarily. She shook her head with disbelief. He carefully let out his breath. Well then, she said. Now that we understand each other, I think we can proceed. You accept my deal? I will. She let a grin color her lips. But I want additional work from you in return. More than Priyanka's protégé, I want you to work for me too. You want me to spy on her, said Zayn, finally understanding. Yes. You question her loyalties. Lady Arcadia made a gesture with her hand. I question everyone's loyalties. So in return for information about Priyanka, you'll let my family have more out of Varna privileges, said Zayn. Let's start with the first part about Priyanka, and if you can bring me good information next year when you return to the academy, I'll loosen the reins, said Lady Arcadia. Zayn opened his mouth to argue further, but realized he'd gotten more than he expected, and decided to get out while he still could. When he closed his mouth, he sensed she approved by the way she regarded him. I will take my leave then, said Zayn. Remember our deal, Zayn Carter, she said, and do not disappoint me. Never. The watcher from before retrieved him from the ladies' room. He couldn't remember walking out of the plantation, but when he finally left the building, and made it to the end of the towering oaks where the sunshine finally dared to tread, he found himself shaking uncontrollably. Deeper and deeper. What have you gotten yourself into, Zayn? The stacks was only a few miles away, so Zayn broke into a jog. He missed his family. He couldn't wait to see their smiling faces. But as he ran, he thought about how complicated next year was going to be. What a tangled web, eh? He'd given up his quest against the lady, but now he had to spy on his own patron. And whatever he did, he didn't feel like he'd resolved the lady situation. She still didn't trust him, even if her seers had told her nothing concrete. And there was a third person he couldn't trust. He didn't know quite how to articulate it, nor could he even understand why, but he felt it to be true no matter what. He worried he couldn't trust himself. This has been The Veiled Diplomat by Thomas K. Carpenter.